Carina Press and Harper Audio present Custom Made by Chantel Fernando, performed by Stella Bloom. Custom Made deals with topics some readers might find difficult, such as domestic violence and stalking. Prologue. 3 years ago. Sliding into the car with nothing but a clear bag of my meager possessions, I look over at my dad and smile. I look like crap, and I know it. I'm not the same woman I was before I walked inside these prison cells. "Thank you for picking me up," I say as he reaches over and hugs me. My stiff shoulders relax in his embrace, and I release a deep breath of relief. I'm out. After 6 long months that seemed to go on forever, I'm free. "I'm just glad that you're out of there," he says, looking over me with his kind green eyes, so much like my own. This man has always been there for me, and I will always adore him. You and me both. And I can tell you right now, I'm never going back. I promise. And I mean that. Never again. The second I got locked up, I knew what I needed to do. And that hasn't changed now that I'm out. I'm not going to associate with my so-called friends anymore, and I'm sure as hell not going back to my ex-boyfriend. I didn't deserve the way I was treated by him. No woman does. I'm going to get a fresh start somewhere, and I'm going to turn my life around. "Where's Mom?" I dare to ask. I haven't missed the fact that she didn't write or visit me in prison. Dad always made an excuse for her, and I know how hard this must be on her. She's an art teacher and very well known in our community. She never told me outright, but I know how embarrassed she is of me. But I'm her only child, and I need her right now. Dad sighs and hesitates before he answers. "She's at home. She didn't want to come. I think she needs some time, Cam. She's been very upset about the whole thing. Just give her some time." I nod, thinking that she's had 6 months, which should have been enough time. She's my mother, and I need her. I wish that she could see that and be here for me right now. "She suggested that we get you a motel for a few weeks until she's had a little space," he adds, hitting me with the final blow. I'm not even welcome in the family home anymore. I know how badly I've fucked up, but that hurts more than I'd like to admit. "I'm sorry, Dad," I whisper. "I know you are, sweetheart," he replies sadly, and then starts the engine. I close my eyes and give myself a moment. I vow in that moment that I'm going to figure out what I need to do to make my parents proud again. I'm never going to see that look of disappointment in his eyes ever again. I've got a lot going against me. A criminal history, people who will want to bring me back down with them. No support from the woman who gave birth to me. But you know what? Watch me win. Chapter 1. "Why haven't you hooked up with anyone in the MC?" Dee asks, studying me over the seat of his motorcycle. I'm putting the finishing touches on his beautiful machine. When he came in telling me he had scratched some of the paint off, I was happy to restore it to its original glory. I love his bike. It's an older model Harley, but it's a beauty. Newer doesn't always mean better. "You've been around for years, but have never been interested in any of us." I wrinkle my nose at his question. He asks some weird ones sometimes, but this takes the cake. He actually sounds surprised that I'm not attracted to even one of them. Years of women throwing themselves at him must have gotten to his head. I can admire that most of you are good-looking, but you're all like family to me. I tilt my face to the side. And not really my type. Also, get over yourself. Some women won't like any of you. The Knights of Fury MC own this garage, and there's no way I'm going to get involved in all of that. I love the men, though, I really do. They gave me a chance and a job when no one else would, and I will always owe them for that. But I'm not looking to bring my personal life into work. It's hard enough building a reputation as one of the best custom bike designers, despite being female, so having a reputation for sleeping with the MC would do nothing but take away from that. This is a male-dominated field, and it's taken a lot of work for me to make a name for myself, so the last thing I want is to ruin that. And to be honest, since my ex, I haven't been interested in anything more than having fun. I don't think messing around with any of them would be a smart decision. They are more effort than they're worth. All work and little reward. And sex? Well, you can get that anywhere. Dee holds his hand against his heart as he stands. Ouch, Cam, that hurt. I grin and roll my eyes. What's it to you? Nothing. Just curious. He replies, following me out of the garage. It's not every day you meet a woman oblivious to our charms. I know the MC have been worried about me. Ever since we lost Billy, a woman I was close friends with and casually dating, I haven't really felt like myself. I've been quiet, and the only time I leave my house is to go to work and back. I know everyone is thinking that I'm heartbroken, and I am. But more so because Billy had become one of my best friends. Yeah, we had a thing, but it wasn't serious in that way. It was more just some fun for two girls who really got along well. But the loss of a good friend, that grief has hit me hard. Well, I hope you feel humbled. I laugh, shaking my head at him. What about you, Dee? Still on your quest to find love? I think I've given up on love, he admits, and I'm with him there. He stops at Bronte's desk and takes a seat there. Bronte is the receptionist here at the Fast and Fury Custom Garage, and she keeps the place running. The two of us have always got along well, but we've become even closer since our friend Billy died, and she's become such an important fixture in my life. I've worked here ever since I moved to the city, about 2 years ago now. I came in as a mechanic, but now I'm the creative director and artist, designing and creating beautiful custom motorcycles, and loving every second of it. I got my love for motorcycles from my dad and my love for art from my mother, and I love that my job incorporates both of them. Do you think Bronte has some chocolate stashed away somewhere? It's 7 a.m, I say to him, arching my brow. And don't go through her shit, she will kill you. I slap away his hand as he reaches for her drawer. The men around here have no boundaries whatsoever. What the hell are the two of you doing? Trade asks curiously as he approaches, eyeing the two of us. He's wearing worn jeans and a tight white t-shirt, and I can't help but think what a lucky woman his partner Ariel is. Although he's equally lucky because she is also a catch. Between them, they have 4 beautiful children and make the cutest little family ever. And why are you both here so damn early? I wanted to fix up Dee's paint job before we open, I admit. Trade is pretty chill, but he runs the place differently than my former boss did. Not better or worse, just different, and I've had to adjust accordingly. Crow kind of let us do our own thing, in our own time and space, and Trade prefers a little more structure and routine. I don't know Trade as well yet, so that might factor into it. Crow knew how good I was at my job and what a hard worker I am, and I want to make sure that Trade sees the same. Not to mention Crow and I have a really close friendship, so there's a different vibe that comes along with that. And now I'm stopping Dee from stealing Bronte's chocolate. So she does have some. Dee grins, eyes lighting up. Trade ignores him, more concerned about his bike.
How did the paint scratch off?
Dee nods toward the garage.
There was an incident involving her and a fence.
The woman he was sleeping with wasn't necessarily single, and her husband came home while they were... Trade blinks slowly.
I don't even want to know.
And I'm sure he doesn't. Trade is Temper's baby brother, and Temper is the president of the MC, and therefore Trade's boss and big brother. Trade isn't actually a member of the Knights, though. He didn't think it was in his children's best interests to be a member, but to be honest, he's around all of them enough that anyone would assume he was one of them, and he once was. I don't know if this is something you can just walk away from, but they've given him that illusion.
You don't need to, because it looks as good as new now.
Dee grins, turning to me.
Thanks to this goddess here.
I owe you one, Cam. You're welcome. And you don't owe me anything. Just try to avoid any fences from now on, I reply, smirking. Or maybe stay away from married women so you don't have to leave their house in a rush, hence riding against a fence to begin with. He winces, nods as if considering my words, shrugs, and then leaves. He's a character, I mutter to myself, shaking my head. Where do they find these guys? Trade laughs.
You don't want to know. The cleaners should be coming in now, so the place is going to be spotless before we open.
I'm going to go and grab a coffee, I announce, grabbing my bag. You want one?
I'd love one.
I head to the cafe down the road and return with 4 coffees in my hand, placing one on Bronte's desk and handing the other to Trade. I leave the other near Chaines's workspace, knowing he will be looking for it when he arrives. Chaines is a mechanic here and also a member of the MC. I don't know if they are aware of it, but Fast and Fury is like a second home to me, and I'm glad to be here every day. You got me a coffee! Bronte beams as she comes toward my desk, clasping it in her hands like the Holy Grail. You are the best, Cam. I've had hardly any sleep. Quinn kept getting up last night. Quinn is Bronte and Crow's beautiful little daughter. Crow is a member of the Knights of Fury MC and left here to manage another one of the MC's businesses. Poor thing. My hat goes off to working moms. I don't know how you guys do it, I say to her. Me either. But it gets done, she replies, grinning widely. Luckily, there's only 2 clients coming in today, so it won't be too busy. When does Chaines get here? Chaines is Crow's best friend and also an MC member. Out of all the men, he's the hardest to get along with. He definitely has some issues, but he's always there if anyone needs him. He's the black sheep of the group. The more time I've spent with him, though, the more he has grown on me. I have to admit, he's a pretty interesting guy. Should be here any minute, I reply, glancing down at my watch. If he's coming in on time anyway. I better get back to work. I want to finish the Harley's paint job today. I think this might be my favorite work yet. Bronte's eyes smile. Really? Is it because the bike is hot pink? Because I don't even ride and I want one. It's not every day I get to do a sexy feminine design, I admit, clapping my hands together in excitement. Whoever this bike is for is one lucky woman. Temper didn't tell you who it was for? Nope. He just gave me the bike and said it was for a woman and told me to go to town on it, so I have. Huh, Bronte replies, turning on her computer. Well, I can't wait to see it when it's done and we can show it off on our social media pages. And I can't wait to read the comments on it about how talented I am and to let them get to my head. I joke. She laughs out loud. I knew you did that. What's new with you? How's your online shopping addiction going? I wince and shift on my feet. Bad for my bank account, but I can't help how happy I feel when that package arrives on my front doorstep. Ever since Billy died, I've tried several coping mechanisms. I started out with alcohol, but have now taken up the addiction of retail therapy. I know it's not ideal, but it's the perfect distraction, and I'm a little obsessed with it. A package a day keeps the sadness away. I know what you mean. I got a few packages yesterday. It was like Christmas came early. I sit down on her desk. What did you buy? Where from? Do I need to order something from there? Talk dirty to me. Bronte bursts out laughing and leans closer to me, bringing a husky tone to her voice. Well, I bought some mustard bed sheets and new pillows and a throw rug. I love mustard sheets, I tell her, my eyes hooded.
What are the two of you talking about?
Chains says as he walks in, eyeing the two of us.
Looks sexual.
Bed sheets, I reply, standing straight. I need to buy some.
You have a problem.
He deadpans, shaking his head. You really do, Bronte adds, amusement etched on her expression. Lucky temper pays you well. She's right on both accounts. I do get paid well, but I also do have a problem. If I'm not buying my feelings, I'm eating them. But we all do what we have to do to get by. Right? Chapter 2. What are you doing tonight? Bronte asks, blowing on her coffee. Her dark hair is piled on her head in a huge top knot, and her brown eyes look tired, but as always she has a smile on her face. I plop down on her desk, my jean-covered legs crossing at the ankles. Honestly, I was going to work on my mural and order food in. Why? I've been gradually painting the wall in my living room, the beautiful angel wings I had envisioned slowly coming together. I decided to use deep reds, turquoise, and blues, and think of Billy every time I look at it. Because we are going to divine, she announces, emphasizing the we. I missed the official opening night, so I need to make up for it, and you are coming with me. Everyone is going. Abby, Sky, Izzy, Ariel, the whole crew. Abby's sister Ivy is visiting, so it's a whole big thing. I think the last time I went to a bar was when I dragged you out, I say, amusement filling me. And now you're returning the favor, I'm guessing? Exactly. It's been a while, I have a sitter, so we can have some fun. What do you say? Save the painting and eating for tomorrow when you're dying of a hangover. She smirks. I haven't been to Divine yet either, and it would be nice to see Crow in his new workplace. I mean, he drops in here to see Bronte and bring her food, but it's not the same. I miss the man. Okay, count me in. She claps her hands together in excitement. Yes! We can pick you up on the way, so be ready around, say, 9? Sounds good. Are you coming tonight, too? I ask Trade as he walks up to us holding some bike parts.
Nope. I'm watching the kids and letting Ariel have a little fun,
he replies, glancing between the two of us.
Make sure she stays out of trouble, please.
The phone rings and Bronte picks up. Fast and Fairy Customs, Bronte speaking. She hums a few yeses and looks up at Trade, eyes wide, so I'm guessing it's an expensive order from some rich guy who has more money than sense. I leave them be and walk back over to the custom pink Harley, my new pride and joy, and continue with the spray paint. Man, I love my job.
She's a beauty,
Chains murmurs as he walks past. She really is. I agree, checking her out. I used to feel a little wary around Chains, but over time I've gotten used to him and his intense energy. I can't wait to take her out for a test ride. A song by The Weeknd plays over the speakers, and it instantly makes me think of my ex-boyfriend and what feels like another life ago for me. I wasn't always the person I am now, and I think it's important for me to acknowledge that. It's taken a lot to get me here, to be so strong, and when I think of the old me and the decisions I have made, it makes me cringe. But I guess we all aren't born strong. It's something we are made into. Orion Stenton called up wanting a few custom bikes. Bronte says to me as she approaches. He's dropped over $200,000 so far. He must be loaded. We buy the motorcycles, custom them, and sell them as one package. It can end up being pretty pricey. Name doesn't sound familiar, I mutter, turning to Chains. Who is this guy?
Orion Stenton owns half of the city,
Chains explains, stretching his neck from side to side.
Old family money. Not all of it clean. Orion is the oldest out of 4, and from what I've heard, handles most of the businesses they own.
He's friends with the club? I ask.
Chains shrugs. I don't know about friends. I haven't even met the guy, but Trade has known him for years.
Trade told me to give him whatever he wants, Bronte adds, eyes bulging slightly. I haven't heard him say anything like that before. He said he's to be treated as a VIP client. I didn't even know that was a thing until now. Neither did I. Trade is usually the one saying everyone can wait until it's their turn, and no customer is more important than another. This Orion guy must really be someone. I find Trade out front on his knees as he looks over his own bike. So who is this VIP client we have? He lifts his head, brown eyes locking with mine.
He's an old friend, and with him rocking one of our bikes, the garage is going to get even more popular.
We're going to have to hire more people if we get any more popular, I mutter.
Yes, we are, and that's not a bad problem to have.
He agrees.
Orion is a very rich man, and he's also a good one to have on your side. Anything Orion protects is untouchable.
Why do we need protecting when we're backed by the Knights? I ask, genuinely curious. It seems unfathomable that the Knights would need protection from anyone.
Orion is a stand-up guy, but he knows a lot of people. Some people even the Knights wouldn't want to get involved with.
I stare at him in disbelief, and he smirks in return.
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. I better finish Pink Beauty before I have to start in on his order then. I say, more to myself than Trade. I haven't even looked at what Orion wants, but going by the sound of him, it's going to be extra as fuck.
Pink Beauty.
Trade repeats, lip twitching. I nod. A prettier girl never did exist. He stands, eyes now smiling down at me.
You're going to love working on his bikes. The man has good taste, and everything will be the best of the best.
Excitement fills me. I do love a challenge, and I love working with people who have new ideas and concepts, ones that let me add in my personal design touch. Having an unlimited budget doesn't hurt either. I'm looking forward to it. I'm about to head back inside when Trade calls my name. Yeah? I reply, turning back to him.
Watch out for Orion,
he says, eyes narrowing slightly. Why is that? I ask, brow furrowing. I thought he's your friend.
Because you're just his type,
he says, eyebrows lifting knowingly.
Just his type.
I roll my eyes. Wouldn't be the first to try, and wouldn't be the last. Trade smirks.
I know, but just giving you a heads up. He's different, and never a man I'd underestimate.
Noted. I don't like the idea of being someone's type. Anyone who only goes after people who look a certain way is shallow and narrow-minded. So he likes green-eyed, leggy blondes? Is that what Trade means? Or maybe he likes tattooed women. I'm covered in those. Or female mechanics, who knows? I'm many things, though, to many different people. I'm not a woman you can put in a box. My journey has been full of regrets, mistakes, and heartache, but it brought me to where I am today, and it brought me so much strength. I'm a different woman than the one who moved away from my small country town a few years ago, and I'm definitely not the same woman who did time behind bars. Either way, the only thing I'm interested in is how this Orion wants his bikes designed. Chapter 3. My blonde hair is down and wavy, and I run my fingers through it and press my pink lips together. It's been a while since I've been so dolled up, and it feels good. My tight black leather pants fit just as I remember, a slight stretch of my stomach exposed in my black top. I even painted my nails pink for the occasion. My phone rings, letting me know that Bronte and Crow are outside waiting for me. After grabbing my Givenchy Pandora handbag, I cross it over my body and head for the door, locking it behind me. "Hey," I say as I slide into the back of Bronte's new car, a black BMW. "Look at you," Bronte says, turning to face me, checking me out. "You look hot." "Likewise," I reply, taking in what I can of her red dress and freshly done face. "And Crow, you smell good." He laughs.
"Thank you, Cam. How have you been?"
"Good," I reply, watching my townhouse disappear as we drive down the road. "How's Divine? Are you missing the garage?"
"I am," he admits. "But I can see why Temper wants me there. It's hard to find good employees, and someone needs to be there all the time to make sure things are running how we want them. How's the garage?"
"It's good. It's been busy. We miss you there, though."
"I miss you guys too. But Divine needs me, and Trade has Fast and Fury all under control."
"He does. And now you get to hang out at Divine after work, too." He makes a sound of amusement.
"Someone has to keep you all out of trouble."
"You just want to make sure no one even looks at Bronte." I snicker, knowing just how protective Crow is of his woman. "You can't control people's eyeballs," Bronte says to him in a dry tone.
"As long as they keep their hands to themselves, we won't have any problems,"
he says right back to her in a falsely sweet tone. "I just realized I'm the only single woman coming out tonight. That means I have no competition," I joke. "Dee and Chains are the only single men, so those are two options," Bronte suggests, laughing.
"There's a reason those two are single,"
I mutter, although I don't know what that says about me. Chains is broody and kind of scary. I've never seen him with a woman or heard of him dating one. And Dee is... Dee. He dates a lot but never has luck with women, and he's just not someone I'd ever look at in that way. He's a friend. They both are. I'm here to have a good time tonight, no matter where that may take me. It feels good to be open again and not shut away from the world. "Thanks for making me come out tonight," I say to Bronte, resting my hand on the back of her leather seats. "Thank you for coming. Wouldn't be the same without you," she replies, giving my hand a squeeze. "Billy would have hated it if we didn't go on with our lives and had some fun now and again." She would have, I agree, nodding. She was all about having a good time and living in the moment. We arrive at Divine and hand the car over to the valet. The music is loud and upbeat and really sets the mood. I can't wait to get in here and dance all night long with my favorite people. There's a huge line to get in, going all the way down the street. "Holy shit," I murmur, scanning the brick building. Bronte takes my hand and we let Crow lead us to the entrance. The two bouncers just nod at him and let us all through. We head straight up 2 flights of stairs and into a whole other world. There are 3 different levels, all with their own bars and dance floors, and the entire venue is packed with people. Each level plays a different genre of music and has its own decorating theme. It's a really modern, cool place, and the MC must be making a mint from it. Crow leads us up another flight of stairs to what I'm guessing is the VIP area, and to a large table filled with familiar faces. The women cheer when they see us and all come over to give us warm hugs and greeting. I meet Ivy for the first time, and she's just as beautiful as her sister Abby, who is Temper's wife, which makes her the queen of the MC. The table in front of us is filled with different bottles, and within a few seconds I've got a glass of vodka in my hand and I'm clinking glasses with everyone around me. "You look banging," Ariel says to me as I sit down next to her. Ariel is Trade's wife and a total babe. Like a hot dominatrix Barbie. I laugh out loud. Thank you, I like that. You look stunning yourself. She's wearing a little black dress with a red lip, and with her long dark hair and green eyes, she's just so beautiful she could pull off any look. This place is insane. I know, right? She agrees, pointing to the balcony. Did you have a look at the view? No, let me see. Taking a big sip of my vodka, I stand up and move to the balcony, looking down at the dance floor below us. With the lights, I can see the dance floor packed with people and the DJ platform. What a view indeed. We can see every angle of the club, and I couldn't think of a better spot for people watching.
We can see them, but they can't see us,
Crow says as he comes to stand next to me, resting his arms on the ledge. Sneaky. He smirks.
Isn't it, though? Nothing gets past us. Cameras everywhere, security everywhere.
But tonight we are here to party, I remind him, lifting up my glass. So no work talk. He clinks his glass with mine and laughs.
I don't think I'm ever going to be able to relax while I'm here, but I'll try.
A few more of those will help. Cool, right? Ariel asks, coming to stand next to me. This is the second time I've been here now, but it's definitely one of the hottest spots in the city. I glance over at Crow. You hear that?
I can't take all the credit.
He grins. Ariel wraps her arm around me. How have you been? I feel like I haven't spoken to you properly in ages. Pretend we're in the ladies' bathroom and tell me all of your secrets.
You're already tipsy, aren't you? I ask, amused.
I think I left tipsy 1 tequila shot ago. I'm a parent and I hardly ever get out, so when I do, I make sure I don't waste it. I laugh. I'm fine, and I don't think I have any secrets to tell. That's a lie. I haven't had sex with anyone since Billy, and I don't think anyone knows that. Hell, I've got a whole list of secrets, but we aren't going there. Oh, come on. I know you've got something.
Okay, I reply, dragging out the word. I want to get a new tattoo.
I touch my full sleeve and then the half sleeve on my left arm. I want to finish this sleeve, and I want it to be something to remember Billy by. But I don't know what yet. Oh, that would be nice. I've always loved your tattoos. They're so bright and beautifully done. They are art. I love the mermaid, she comments, touching my shoulder. Thank you. Okay, your turn now. I think I want to have another baby, she blurts out, smiling dreamily. I know we already have 4, but he's just the best dad, and I think we need to make one. What do you think? I share a look with Crow, who is trying to keep a straight face. I think if that's what you both want, you should go for it. You're right. I'm going to send him a message right now and tell him, she replies, wandering off to get her phone from her bag. I smile to myself and wonder what Trade's reaction to the text message is going to be. Moving to the beat of the song, I do a quick scan of the crowd, and one person instantly stands out to me. He's tall, towering over the crowd, so maybe that's what got my attention, but the more I watch him, the more I can't seem to look away. Maybe it's because he's one of the hottest men I've ever seen with my own eyes. Damn. Dark hair, a perfect masculine build, and good sense of style. He seems to have it all. He is one seriously good-looking man.
How's Pink Beauty going?
Crow asks, pulling my attention from the dance floor. Okay, her I can talk about all night, I reply, dragging my eyes away. He laughs just as Abby calls us all over for shots. To us, our friends and family, she says, looking over at each of us. May we feel as good tomorrow as we look tonight. I lick the salt from the back of my hand, tilt my head back, and let the tequila slide down my throat. After picking up a slice of lemon, I suck on it until the flesh has disappeared and place it back down on the plate. Not the best idea to be mixing alcohol, but it's been so long since I've let loose. I'm going to worry about the hangover tomorrow. "Let's go dance," Bronte says, taking my hand and leading me back down the stairs with the rest of the girls. The bouncer lets us leave the VIP section and we head straight for the middle of the dance floor. People part to let us through. Vibes by Creed the Kid plays and we all make a circle and start to dance. A waiter brings us out another round of shots and I can't remember the last time I felt so free. Ariel is standing opposite me, and behind her I can see the tall man I noticed earlier standing at the bar, drink in hand. He's dressed in all black, his dark hair long on top and short on the sides. It's a cool look, but one that's high maintenance, and I don't miss that. This guy looks after himself. His eyes are currently pinned right on me, and when my own raise to his, I don't look away. He's challenging me, and I'm not going to be the first to back down. His full lips kick up at the corners, amusement etched all over his handsome face. He's a good-looking man. A little too good-looking, and yes, that is a thing. But there's something more to him. I can tell. I don't know what it is about him or what exactly has caught my interest, but I'm definitely intrigued. Bronte grabs my arm and spins me around, smiling widely. "It's nice to see you smiling again," she says. I didn't even realize that I'm smiling. "I smile," I say. I think I just shut down a little after we lost Billy. I know she would have hated that, too. When I turn back around, the man is gone, and I find myself looking for him, wondering where he disappeared to. I don't know if it's because I haven't had sex in a long-ass time, but there's something about him. Something I haven't experienced in a long time. Instant attraction. That wanna rip your clothes off, can't wait until we get home chemistry.
"Hey,"
a deep voice says from behind me, sending shivers up my spine. I turn to see the man in question looking down at me, a smile playing on his lips. His eyes are a piercing blue, and he's so tall that I need to lift my chin up to look at him. He's dressed in all black, shirt, jeans, and polished shoes. What a jawline, I mutter.
"Sorry?"
He asks, leaning down to hear me over the loud music. I said, "Hi, I'm Cam." I lie.
"Ben,"
he says, offering me his hand.
"I couldn't help but notice you in the crowd. You are a stunning woman."
"You have good taste," I reply, making him laugh.
"Would you like to dance?"
he asks. I turn to look at the girls who are all watching us closely. "You okay?" Bronte mouths, and I nod. She grins, her eyes flashing knowingly. He's hot. I glance over at him to see his lip twitch, so he obviously caught her compliment. "Okay," I say to Ben. He takes my hand and leads me a little away, giving us a little privacy, but still in sight of my friends, and I appreciate that. Face to face, we dance to the music, my hips winding seductively and his body moving with mine, impressively so. We aren't touching, but our bodies are close. "You're a good dancer," I say.
"You sound surprised,"
he replies, smirking. The look in his gaze is intense. In fact, everything about him is intense. I bet he's a Scorpio. "Maybe I am surprised," I say, smiling as he spins me around and brings me closer to him.
"Tell me something about you, Cam."
"What do you want to know?"
"Do you come here often?"
he asks, smirking at his own generic question. "You trying to find out if I'm a party girl or not?" I ask, reading him instantly. His lip twitches again.
"Maybe. I usually try to avoid those. They are nothing but trouble."
"Trouble comes in all forms," I say, scanning his eyes. But you know what they say.
What do they say?
Better than known, devil. Are you sure you're ready for another kind of trouble? I ask boldly. I don't know where this is all coming from, but I can't seem to stop the words coming from my mouth.
Why do I feel like when it comes to you, the answer is always going to be yes?
He replies, brow furrowing in momentary concern. He tilts his head to the side.
I'm fucked, aren't I?
You and me both. Chapter 4.
What are you doing?
Crow asks me as I exit the bathroom, arms crossed over his chest, officially gone into Big Brother mode. Having fun? I reply, arching my brow. Crow, I'm fine. Anything I do tonight, I'm not going to regret tomorrow.
You sure?
He asks, worry in his blue eyes.
It's just so unlike you, and
I haven't even done anything yet, I reply, smirking. But I think we all know where this is heading, and clearly even Crow can see that. And he's right, it's not like me, especially lately. I can't even remember the last time I had a one-night stand. It's not something that I usually do, but I'm willing to break all rules for Ben. Crow, leave her alone, Bronte says as she approaches us and hears the end of my conversation. Cam is a grown woman and she can do what she wants. She loops her arm through his and glances up at him. And a girl has needs. Come on. She turns back to me and smiles. My phone is on loud. You need anything, call us. He turns out to be a douche, call us.
You need me to bury a body, call us.
Crow adds.
We have cameras everywhere and we'll know where to find him if anything goes wrong. Nah, fuck it, I'm going to talk to him myself.
I love that he cares about me and wants to make sure I'm safe, but I'm also a grown woman. If I think I've put myself in any unsafe situations, I'm going to make sure I get out of them. Fast. I don't need a knight to save me. Pun intended. No, you're not, Bronte demands, scowling. Cam, none of the men will ruin your night. I will make sure of that. I hide my smile at Bronte.
If he's a real man, a little chat won't scare him away,
I hear Crow say as she drags him away. I return to the bar where Ben is ordering us another round of drinks. I watch the bartender make them, because you can never be too careful. With his back to me, I take the time to study him. His shoulders are broad and muscular. Even his black shirt can't hide that. As my eyes roam farther south, I see the nicest ass I've seen on a man and the strongest thighs, too. His form is just perfect. Is that what the draw is? It must be. I have nothing else to go on. Just attraction and energy. And gut instinct. But that sizzle is there and it's undeniable. True, it's most likely just lust. But you know what the good thing about lust is? Lust is easy and uncomplicated. And I can sate lust. And I plan on doing that tonight. Ben turns around and sees me watching him. He flashes me a smile, slow spreading and flirtatious, and picks up the glasses and walks over.
One of your friends came over and threatened me while you were gone,
he says, sounding amused by the whole thing. Which one? I ask, trying not to laugh, but failing. It seems Bronte's warning didn't apply to the women, just the men. And what did they say?
She said her name is Abby and took a photo of my ID in case she needs to come, and I quote, teach me a lesson if I don't treat you right.
I can't stop the laugh that escapes my lips. Everyone is doing a lot of assuming, don't you think? Who says anything else is going to happen tonight? I ask, a teasing smile playing on my lips.
I'm an optimistic kind of man,
he replies, eyes flashing with both heat and amusement. I say nothing and bring the glass to my lips, taking a sip. The air is filled with electricity, tingles shooting up my neck. I down the rest of my drink and place the glass down on the nearby table. Want to get out of here?
Glad we're on the same page. You read my fucking mind.
He murmurs, offering me his hand. I stare down at it for a second, then take it and let him lead me out of Divine and into a cab. I get the feeling he was waiting for me to make the first move so I wasn't feeling pressured, and the second I gave him that signal, he was all over it. I send Bronte a quick message letting her know that I'm leaving and that I'll text her in the morning. The whole group is going to know what happened. This is not going to be some sneaky one-night stand. In fact, I'm sure it's going to be the gossip of the month, but I think Ben is worth it. Let's hope he doesn't prove me wrong. Are you married? I ask as the cab stops out the front of a very expensive hotel. Why else would he take me to a hotel and not his house? You're super fucking hot and all, but I'm not about to sleep with someone else's man. I'm no one's side bitch. He has the audacity to laugh.
I'm not married. I'm single, I can promise you that. I've been single for a few years now.
Well, at least there's that. He appears sincere, so I take his word for it. As soon as we're in the elevator, I want to ask why the hell we are here, but then his mouth is on mine and I lose all coherent thought. My back pushed against the wall, my fingers wrapped around the nape of his neck. I get the kiss I've been waiting for all night. And it does not disappoint. Moaning softly, I pull back and look into his eyes.
Please tell me you want me as badly as I want you right now,
he murmurs, then kisses me before I can even reply, lifting me up in his arms, hands on my ass. He smells so good, his cologne alluring and his tongue and mouth perfect against mine. The doors open and a woman steps inside, her brow raising as she sees us, and he quickly puts me down. I look down and move to the other end of the elevator, being obvious as well, while a different kind of tension takes over. I avoid his gaze and hers, but I can feel his amusement from here. The woman gets off before us, and as soon as the doors close behind her, Ben bursts out laughing, coming over to me. I playfully slap at his shoulder. I'm going to kill you.
Not yet, you won't,
he murmurs, tucking my hair back behind my ear and kissing me there.
You're not done with me, and I'm sure as hell not done with you.
We come to a stop and I realize he's taken us to the penthouse. Arching my brow, he simply grins, picks me back up and carries me out of the elevator and to the door. He uses the key to open it and closes it behind him. I don't even bother to take a look around. Instead, I kiss him again, carrying on from where we left off. He walks with me, my legs wrapped around his waist, to the bed and tosses me on it. I take off my bag and throw it on the floor, watching as his eyes rake over me from head to toe. I do the same, stopping on his jeans, which suddenly look a lot tighter, and I can see his cock straining against the material. It looks huge. Need some help there? I ask, scooting forward and reaching for his belt. Under his intense blue gaze, I undo the buckle and slide it off, letting it fall to the ground. Next, I undo the button on his jeans and gently pull down the zipper. As I tug on his jeans, they fall down to the floor, and I realize I should have told him to take his shoes off. As if reading my mind, he slides them off himself along with his socks and kicks the jeans off too, leaving him in a pair of black briefs and his shirt. Take the shirt off, I command, wanting to see all of him. His lip twitches at my demand, but he does what he's told, removing his shirt and revealing an impressive body, built to perfection with tan skin and toned abs. That's nice, I say to myself, and he laughs, grabbing me from the back of my knees and lifting my thighs up. He spreads them and settles on me, my legs around him. Fingers teasing my collarbone, he looks up at me and says, "Your turn." I'm so turned on right now, I won't even need any foreplay. Lifting one leg and then the other, he removes my black strappy stilettos and places them down on the carpet. Next off is my leather pants, revealing a pink lace thong underneath. He rumbles, devouring me with his eyes. Unable to wait any longer, I sit up and pull my top off, my black lace bra leaving nothing to the imagination.
You are so beautiful,
he murmurs, kissing the inside of my thighs.
Sexy.
I can't take my eyes off him. He slides down my thong with his teeth, the sensation on my skin sending goosebumps all over my body. He throws the material to the side and stares at my bare pussy, licking his lips and slowly running his fingers up my thighs, spreading me further. Ben, I whisper, moaning.
Yeah?
I'm going to need you to fuck me now, I request. He grins and buries his face in my pussy, licking and tasting me. Fuck, I grit out as his tongue instantly finds my clit and begins its assault. I probably look comical right now, my eyes bulging out of my head, my hips arched up, basically shoving my vagina in his face, but I don't care. It's been so long and it feels so good. Ben is obviously a very experienced lover and... Oh my God, I whisper, my thighs trembling as I come. I smile to myself, lips open and eyes hooded as indescribable pleasure hits me. Nothing compares to an orgasm given to you by someone else. I don't care what anyone says. I take a few seconds to enjoy my moment and then sit up shakily, pushing him back onto the bed. I take off his briefs and free his cock, stroking it gently, trying to wrap my head around the fact that it's the biggest one I've ever seen in real life. I clear my throat. Well then. He watches me, amusement and lust in his eyes. Lowering myself to my knees in front of the bed, I find myself wanting to taste him and to give him what he just gave me. When I lick the head of his cock, it jumps at my first touch. I slowly start to tease him before sucking half of him into my mouth. That's all I can fit. Still, he seems to be enjoying it, so I continue until he's gripping the sheets with his fingers, trying not to come. I then straddle him and slowly slide myself onto him, taking the time to get used to him. I'm so wet, and he's so hard that it feels so good, and soon I'm going wild, riding him, his hands on my ass, urging me, and mine on my breasts, leisurely playing with my nipples. There's no awkwardness here. It's like my body and his just know what to do, and they fit together perfectly. I don't feel shy in front of him. The way he looks at me gives me all the confidence that I need. We were made for this. I lose count of how many times I come during the next few hours, but when I wake up in the morning, I have a quick shower and get dressed in my clothes from the previous night. Not ideal, but it's going to have to do until I get home. Ben is still fast asleep when I'm about to leave, and I consider waking him, but he looks so peaceful that I decide to let him be. Hungover and bleary-eyed, I write down my number on the hotel notepad next to the bed, and then get out of there. Now that it's morning and I'm a whole different person, sober and no longer horny, I think about some of the decisions I made last night that weren't exactly the smartest. We didn't use protection. He never even asked if I'm on the pill. He did pull out every time he came, but that's not exactly foolproof and doesn't help us with protection from STDs. I heard a joke once. What do you call a man who uses the pull-out method? A father. Luckily, I'm on the pill and protected against pregnancy, but now I'm going to have to make a doctor's appointment for a checkup. I also realized that Ben never even checked into the hotel, which means that he already had the key for it, but none of his things were there. So I don't think he was actually occupying the room. He had planned on taking someone home that night, and that's why he had the hotel room ready and waiting. Anyone. And it just happened to be me. I'm not going to lie, I'm fucking annoyed when I realized that. He didn't want me. He wanted an anonymous fuck. One who didn't know where he lived, one he'd probably hoped to never see again. He wanted uncomplicated sex. A one-night stand with no strings attached. And like an idiot, I left my number there hoping he'd contact me so we could see each other again. While I am pissed, I did get multiple orgasms, and the man never promised me anything. Gritting my teeth, I get into the cab and tell the driver my address. I push away the slither of disappointment and lift my chin. I shouldn't feel disappointed. Yeah, I liked him, and yeah, I don't think I've ever felt that kind of chemistry with someone. I mean, I wouldn't have gone home with him if there wasn't something there, but it is what it is. This isn't some romance story, this is real life, and this is just how things go sometimes. Most of the time. I still had a really good night, and that's what I'm going to remember about it. No regrets. I send Bronte a text letting her know that I'm alive and heading back home now, and she replies instantly telling me she's coming over with coffee and fast food to hear all about it. This is the kind of friend everyone needs to have. Chapter 5. I can't believe you just left while he was sleeping, Bronte says after hearing the whole story. We're both lying on my couch, covered in blankets, drinking coffee and eating bacon and egg sandwiches. You should have seen the way he was looking at you at the club. I thought he was going to come right there just from looking at you. I laugh, making my head hurt. Yeah, well, it was fun. Now I just have a massive headache to deal with. Thanks for telling the guys not to make a scene, by the way. No problem. You're a grown woman, after all. There's no need for them to act like that. I know they just wanted to protect you from someone they didn't know, but still, you deserved to have some fun, and their bullshit was going to cockblock you. I heard Abby did get a few words in, though. Bronte laughs, taking a sip of her coffee before replying, Well, we still have to be careful. Stranger danger and all that. I love you guys, I say, pulling the blanket up higher, and appreciate you all looking out for me. And we love you, clearly. I don't think I've ever seen the men get protective of someone who wasn't one of their women or family, so officially consider yourself part of the family. That's a nice thing to say. I smile sleepily. I had to tell Crow multiple times that you were a grown-ass woman and to let you be, she confesses, laughing to herself. Good luck to Quinn when she's older. Tell me about it. We're going to have to save her. I close my eyes and see flashbacks from last night. There's something about him, I admit. I can tell. I don't think you would have gone home with him otherwise. Maybe this is the start of your story. Story? Yeah, your love story, she replies, sighing dreamily. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I deadpan. More like the story about how I finally got an orgasm that wasn't given to me by myself. She laughs. I remember thinking the same thing when I met Crow, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. You know what? I'm so glad you walked through those Fast and Fury doors, Bronte. You and me both. I smile, content. We finish up our food and coffee, chat a little more, and then she heads home to Crow and Quinn while I take a long nap. I don't think I've ever had a sleep so good. Monday morning rolls around, and I can't wait to get into work and see my pink beauty. Parking my car, I check my red lipstick in the rearview mirror before getting out, slinging my bag over my shoulder, and walking inside. Bronte is already at her desk, and Trade is there talking with her. Good morning, I say to them both. I bought coffee. Morning, Bronte replies, smiling widely. Good, we're going to need it. We have a busy day ahead of us. Good weekend? Trade asks me, keeping a straight face. It was wonderful, actually. How was yours? I ask back, doing the same. He obviously knows I went home with someone this weekend, but if he thinks I'm going to say anything about it, he's got another thing coming. Good, he says, dragging out the word. I keep looking at him, daring him to say something further, but smartly he doesn't.
I was just telling Bronte we have Orion coming in today, so be ready for that. He's going to tell you what he wants done.
Chains walks in next, and I hand him his coffee.
Thanks.
What time is Orion coming? I ask Trade, looking down at the schedule.
You've got 2 hours to stare at Pink Beauty,
he replies, smirking.
And then we're going to do some real work around here.
Perfect, I reply, grinning. I better get to that then. I walk over to the bike, kneeling down and touching the paint when Chains comes in behind me. I've almost finished painting her, but there's something missing, and I want to add a little something else to her.
Your birthday is coming up soon, right?
He asks. Yeah, why? I ask, looking back at him. You going to bring in a cake? His expression stays blank.
I'm sure someone will.
Yeah, can't exactly picture you baking. I admit, picking up my sketchbook and drawing out an idea that just came into my mind. Bronte made me the best cake last year. I'm low-key hoping she does that again.
Her cakes are amazing.
They really are. Hey, what do you think about me adding some black to this design?
I think that would be very you,
he replies, nodding.
It would look good.
Did you just give me a compliment? I ask, placing my hand on his forehead. Are you feeling okay today, Chains? He rolls his dark eyes.
I'm fine.
I'm pretty sure he's just making small talk with me because he wants to know what happened on Saturday night, and his next comment confirms that.
I heard about what happened on Saturday night, Cam. I just wanted to make sure that you're okay.
He crosses his arms over his chest. So that's why he's acting weird. Or at least weirder than usual. He's worried about me. I'm fine, Chains. I had a little fun, and it's been ages since I got any action, so yeah, I had a good night. Nothing bad happened, promise. In fact, I keep having flashbacks of everything we did together, and they won't seem to go away, which really fucking sucks considering he never called or texted me, but it is what it is. Maybe I imagined the whole connection thing. Perhaps it was just a seriously hot case of lust and nothing more. I could have imagined him kissing my forehead when we were cuddling after, or maybe I'm reading into it a little too much. He probably kisses the forehead of every woman he takes back to his hotel room. One night with the man, and he's making me crazy, so it's probably a good thing he didn't contact me again. I don't need any added stress in my life, and my job keeps me busy enough. Going by my history with relationships, I don't always have the best radar when it comes to them. It's probably better for me to just be single.
Good,
he replies, nodding curtly.
I'm going to go and pretend to do some work.
I grin as he walks away. Bronte comes up to me an hour or so later, offering me one of the cookies in her hand, probably from her snack drawer. Are you nervous about this VIP client? I am. Trade keeps talking about him like he's the fucking prince of the city or something. I'm probably going to get nervous and say something stupid. Is Trade bringing out our good china? I joke. I'm sure he would if we had any, she replies, taking a bite of her cookie and chewing thoughtfully. He is all but setting out a red carpet, though. Don't you think it's odd that we've never heard of him before? Crow said he's heard of him but never met him before. I shrug. It's a big city. I'm sure there are many important people we don't know about. I'm just interested in seeing what he wants designed. I reply, rubbing my hands together in anticipation. I'm up for a challenge, so I hope it's something epic. What I'd love to do is build a bike from scratch. Oh, fuck. Bronte whispers, her voice full of shock as she stares behind me. What? I ask, turning my head toward the entrance. Oh, fuck doesn't cover it. My heart races at the sight of him, surprise filling me. What is he doing here? I ask, frowning. Ben. The man I had one night of passion with, the man I cannot stop thinking about, the man who never called me back. That Ben has just walked into Fast and Fury and is standing there having a good old chat with Trade. He's wearing a suit, head-to-toe navy blue, probably worth more than my whole wardrobe. He looks good. The bastard. Wait, how did he find me? How are you going to play this? Bronte asks, brushing crumbs off her white top and turning to me with panic in her eyes. There's so many ways this can go. She's right. I could pretend I didn't know him. I could pretend we're friends and act casual. I could make a scene. Play casual, I decide. What else can I do? I mumble under my breath so only she can hear. I can't wait to see his face, she murmurs. Okay, well, here they come. I know the exact moment that he sees me because his eyes widen ever so slightly. That's all he gives me. No other reaction. The man must be amazing at poker. He walks with Trade right up to us.
Orion, this is Cam, our creative designer, and Bronte, the woman who runs the entire garage. Ladies, this is our new client, Orion, and he'll be here for the next hour or so telling us what he wants for his 3 custom motorcycles.
Orion? This is Orion? What the fuck? I try to not give anything away like him, but I know that I fail. I can feel Bronte's eyes on me and I don't even want to look at her. I want to scream. He has made me look like a damn fool because he didn't even respect me enough to give me his real name. Instead, I keep my tone even and extend my hand out to shake. I can keep it cool. I am a professional. Nice to meet you, Orion. I've heard so much about you. And I've heard you moan my name. My real fucking name, might I add. He clears his throat and shakes my hand. The current that travels up my arm when we touch practically has my knees buckling. Keep it cool, Cam.
Nice to meet you. I've seen some of your designs and they are insane.
Thank you, I say, staring him right in the eye. I'm interested in seeing what you have in mind for your motorcycles. All 3 of them, because apparently 1 isn't good enough for him. I wonder if he's like that with women. Bronte, being the good friend that she is, speaks up. Orion, it's a pleasure to finally meet you, she says in a sickly sweet voice as she shakes his hand as well. Cam is the best, so you came to the right place. Only the best for you. I will say Ben/Orion is a smart man. He definitely picks up on the sarcastic edge to her voice and just smiles back with a nod.
I'll give him a tour and then we can get started.
Trade says, noticing the awkwardness and slapping him on the back in that manly way they do. Ben, or I should say Orion, turns and looks at me as if he wants to say something but then follows Trade for the rest of the tour. Bronte grabs my arm and pulls me to her desk. Holy shit, Cam. So he just lied about his name and everything? I guess so. Didn't Abby take a photo of his ID? How did we miss this? I ask, groaning. I was literally calling his name out during sex, and it wasn't even his name. And now I have to work with him? I've been in some shit situations, but this one is up there. How am I supposed to work with a man who has been inside me and pretend it never happened? I'm going to text Abby and ask her to send through that ID photo, Bronte says, pulling out her phone. I didn't realize none of the MC have met him other than Trade, so no one else knew what he looked like. I wonder how they are going to react to this. How great, the whole MC are going to continue to live through this moment with me. I swear shit like this only happens to me, I mutter, taking a deep breath. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. I'm just going to be professional and do my job, and then I'll never have to see him again. If only it was going to be that easy. Chapter 6. When we all come back together to talk motorcycles, Trade is there with us, so we don't speak about anything other than the task at hand. I think it would look amazing in black and red, I say, nodding as I look down at the magazine he brought in. I'm totally seeing some red flames across the side. If you leave it with me, I can come up with designs for all of them, and then you can give me your feedback before I start anything. But I'm excited. These bikes are going to be amazing. Shame about their owner.
Sounds good.
Orion smiles, those lips that have been over every inch of me kicking up at the corners. The flashbacks start. Him behind me, sliding in and out, him on top of me, his mouth on my...
And I know how great they're going to be, so I'm looking forward to it. You are very talented.
I clear my throat, remembering him saying how talented I was at something else. Thank you. If you don't mind me asking, who are the other 2 bikes for?
They're for my cousins, as surprise gifts, so I can't ask them exactly what they want. But I know you'll come up with something they'll love.
Perfect, I say, standing from the table. Our eyes lock and hold. There's so much unsaid between us, and the tension in the air is thick. I need to get out of here. Well, if we are done here, I better get to work. Nice to meet you, Orion, I say, forcing a smile. He looks uncomfortable. I consider offering him my hand, but instead I hightail it out of there, not bothering to wait around to see what he says in return. I just head back to my desk and sit down, contemplating my life choices. Surprisingly, Orion follows me over, clearly not finished with our awkward tension, while Trade and Bronte start discussing another client. We're finally alone. I'm both anticipating and dreading this conversation. We have to work with each other, so we need to get this out of the way.
So you're this Cam, huh?
He murmurs, sighing and shaking his head.
What a small world.
And he's that Orion, the one Trade warned me about because I'd be his type. Trade must know his friend really well. Yep, that's me. Small world. I have no idea what to say to that, so I give him a tight smile and refuse to make eye contact.
I'm sorry I gave you a fake name, but I'm well known around here and...
He pauses.
Look, there's no excuse. I'm sorry, Cam. I hope you can forgive me.
It's fine, I say, keeping my expression blank. It was just one night of fun. You don't owe me anything.
Cam,
Orion, I reply, pursing my lips. Like I said, it's fine. The whole Knights of Fury MC now knows you as Ben, though, so you might have to clear that up at some point. He runs his hand through his dark hair.
Great, he says sarcastically. I didn't see any of them that night. I only saw your friends, a bunch of beautiful women with balls of steel. I should have known they were the Knights women.
The men were all up in the VIP section aside from Crow, so he wouldn't have been able to see them. And they haven't even officially met yet, with Trade being the only one who knows him personally. And I would have known who you are had you given your real name. But here we are, I say, standing up and facing him. I'm happy to be working on these bikes for you. They are going to be amazing. And I don't think we have anything else to say to each other. I appreciate him coming over, but there's no point in dragging this out.
I have something else to say,
he murmurs, scanning my eyes. And what's that?
Can I take you out on a date? I mean a proper date.
He adds, flashing me a charming smile. I've never wanted to punch someone more in my life. You're kidding, right? I ask, gritting my teeth. Please tell me you just have some sick sense of humor. You gave me a fake name and took me to a hotel room that you just hired out as a fuckpad for the night. Did you not?
Okay, yes, but...
There is no but.
I did want to contact you. The phone number you gave me was missing a number,
he explains, pulling out his phone and showing me the number saved in his phone.
See? It's one number short.
He's right. The number 7 is missing on the end. How hungover was I? I mutter to myself. Still, it doesn't change anything.
I wanted to call you. I had a really good time, and yeah, I wanted to see you again and was hoping that you felt the same way.
I did, I admit, emphasizing the past tense. But now I'm not so sure. When were you going to tell me the truth about who you are? I ask, crossing my arms over my chest. We aren't really getting off to a good start here.
I don't know. Maybe the next time I saw you,
he says, shrugging.
I would have told you. I should have told you that night. I'm sorry.
I don't really know what to say to him right now. Do I like him? Yes. Even now we have a strong connection and I just want to touch him. But do I trust him? No. And do I think he deserves a second date? Also no. Besides, I have to work with him now. I'm getting major fuckboy vibes from him right now, not to mention what I've heard about him basically owning half the city and not all of his money being legit. And then Trade's warning about him comes back to me. Watch out for Orion. The red flags are right up in my face, and I shouldn't be ignoring them. I appreciate you explaining yourself when you didn't have to, I say, but I think we should just keep our relationship professional. Don't you agree? It's just too messy otherwise, and I don't need messy in my life. Disappointment flashes in his eyes, but he masks it so fast I'm not sure if I imagined it there in the first place.
I understand.
Cool, I say, offering him a smile. I guess I'll see you in a few days when you come to check the designs out. He nods and smiles back.
I guess so. See you then.
I watch him walk away. I do feel a little sad that I won't be able to go on a date with him, but I need to look after myself, and my taste in men has always been a little on the sketchy side. Bronte comes over, her eyes wide. What did he say? I give her a quick recap of our conversation, and then she shows me Abby's response to her text. She sent back the photo she took of his ID, and on it his name clearly says Orion. I groan and cover my face with my hands. Drunk us are not smart people. Bronte laughs and wraps her arm around me. I need to text Crow and tell him about this. He's going to be so pissed that he lied about his name and that none of us even knew who he was. My brain hurts. I moan. Do you know what we'll fix today? Online shopping. I'm going to buy some new plants. Plants always fix things. Trade comes and finds me at my desk.
Does anyone want to tell me what that was all about?
Bronte and I share a glance, but neither of us say anything. He looks between the both of us.
Come on, I could cut the tension with a knife, and Bronte, I never hear you give attitude to a client. I told you he was VIP.
Bronte, never liking to be reprimanded, is quick to apologize. You're right, Trade. I was unprofessional, and I'm sorry for that. It's just that, well... She looks at me. We sort of know him.
What?
So much for not talking about my personal life with the boss. Well, remember how you said I was Orion's type? Seems like you were right.
Oh, fuck.
Trade says without hesitation.
What happened?
I sigh. Well, when we were out on the weekend, I met him at Divine, except he gave me a fake name. I thought his name was Ben, and then we spent the night together at some random hotel. The next morning, I left my number, which he never used, although I guess I forgot a number, and then he walked in this morning. I blurt out with barely any breaths in between.
So you slept with him as Ben and haven't seen him until right now, where you found out he was Orion, my friend who I warned you about.
Trade concludes, looking like his head is about to explode. Exactly. I nod.
And basically all the nights were there that night and no one picked up on this.
He adds, grabbing his phone.
I'm calling my brother.
He's your friend, I remind him. And it's fine, okay? I have no regrets and I can be professional. It just caught me off guard. Can we please talk about something else now? Because I'm done with Orion. Chains steps into work several hours late.
I went out and got us all more coffee. What have I missed?
I throw my hands up in the air and head back to my workspace. I am so done with today. Sitting at home, surrounded by all my new plants I picked up after excessive online shopping, I groan out loud when there's a knock at the door. Unless it's some kid selling candy, I'm not interested. Pushing my blanket off my lap, I pause Game of Thrones and go to answer it. It's not someone selling candy. What are you doing here? I ask Orion, surprise filling me as I glance down at my fries over Guy's pajamas and cringing. I'm sure he can tell I wasn't expecting any company, least of all him. We've only known each other for such a short time, but now he's officially seen me at my best and at my worst. And how do you know where I live? That's kind of creepy. His grin is both sheepish and cute. Hands in his pockets, he shifts on his feet before replying, I know, but I couldn't just leave our conversation like that. Can I come in so we can talk? You didn't answer my question. I might have called up your work and asked for your address. He admits, blue eyes boring into mine. Please don't get mad at Bronte. I just told her I wanted to apologize. She did threaten me if anything went wrong. You can trust me, Cam. I'm going to kill Bronte. Really, Ben? Can I? I ask, pushing the door open farther. Come on, then. Let's hear what you have to say. He steps inside, and I know this is a terrible idea the second his cologne hits me. The delicious smell reminds me of our night together and the chemistry between us in the sheets. But then I remember why he's so good in bed, because he's a rich playboy who walks around giving women fake names so his one-night stands can't ever locate him again, and that stops the butterflies in my vagina. We both sit down on my couch, the frozen TV screen of a half-naked Jason Momoa staring back at us. I wait silently for what he has to say. I didn't expect to meet someone like you that night, he says, and I roll my eyes. He's not starting off great. No, really. Was I looking to meet someone to take home with me that night? Yes, I won't lie about that. But when I met you, I didn't believe there to be... He pauses, clearly not used to having to explain himself. This connection. And by the time I realized this was something different than the usual one-night stand I'm used to, I'd fucked up. It's a good line because it's the truth. And now I don't know how to fix it, and I just wanted to say sorry again about everything that happened. Why did you take me back to a bare hotel room? Was it so I'd never be able to find you? If I don't know your address or your real name, you're safe because I'm never going to just show up on your doorstep or stalk you on social media? He runs a hand through his dark, perfectly styled hair. Actually, yes. I'm surprised by his honesty here. There's been times in the past where I've slept with a woman, and yeah, she gets clingy and will show up at my house when my family are there, or will be nonstop blowing up my phone or whatever, so I've learned to just use a hotel to save all the drama. I purse my lips. This is not helping his cause one bit. But you already had a key to that room. You didn't need to check in. He cringes again, and I know I'm not going to like what he has to say next. I sort of have that room indefinitely. I knew he was a fuckboy. Great, I was just another in a long line of women who have been in and out of that room. Well, that's great to hear. I'm about to go off on him when I realize I have no right criticizing him for just wanting to have fun. If this were D or Chains, I'd be telling him he was smart for not bringing randoms to his house. While Orion could have told me his real name, he didn't actually owe me anything that night. You know, if you were upfront about what you wanted, some women will be okay with casual and won't end up being stalkers. I've yet to meet one, he grumbles. Women like money, okay? And power. And when they see what I have, let's just say they try to keep me. What he's saying sounds arrogant and egotistical, yet from the tired look he gives me, I can see how it could be the truth. You've obviously been choosing the wrong women, I point out. He nods.
I'm not a complete dick. I have attempted to date over the years, but it always ended disastrously. One time I overheard one on the phone with her friend. She was saying how if she had my kid, she'd be financially set for life with the child support.
He says.
Another thought I'd be her sugar daddy and just pay for her entire life. And there have been a few I've tried being honest with when I didn't want to date, and it always started off great. Until they started leaving things at my place or casually stopping by when I told them I was busy. It just got to be too much. Especially with what I do.
His last statement gives me an opportunity to ask what he does. Trade doesn't even really know, and I'm dying to know who he is. So what is it you do? Trade never mentioned it. Orion realizes that he opened the door when he mentioned it and grimaces.
That's because Trade is a stand-up guy.
He draws the one-letter word out longer than necessary.
Have various businesses.
I'm not letting him get off that easily. Like what? He hesitates, and I know he doesn't want to tell me. It's not drugs, is it? He shakes his head.
But laundering money for people, on the other hand.
What does laundering money mean?
I help certain individuals make it so their money appears to be received legally.
So, money laundering. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm glad it's not drugs. The last thing I want is to get involved with another drug dealer. But how much better is that? He nods slowly.
It's not that bad. They aren't hardened criminals, and please don't use that as a reason to push me away. I'm still the same man. I might not have had the best intentions from the get-go. Fuck, I'm far from perfect. But you know what? I really liked you, and I did want to see you again. We were fire together, Cam. You going to just walk away from that?
This is definitely one of those head versus heart situations, or head versus vagina, I don't know. But either way, my pride trumps them all. If he didn't have the best intentions when we met, what changed now? I feel like this is just a game to him, and I don't have it in me to gamble on someone that I'm not 100% sure about. I can't get it wrong again. I didn't want to walk away from it. Of course I wanted to see you again, that's why I left you my number. Or I at least thought I left you my number. Look, I appreciate you coming here and explaining this to me. And you know what? I don't blame you for what you do and completely understand why this is how you handle meeting women. I really do. I can tell from his face he knows I'm going to shoot him down. But now things are a bit more complicated, and I don't like complicated. Do you realize you're doing to me what you hate women doing to you? You dropped by my house unannounced when I didn't even tell you where I live. His eyes widen as he realizes I'm right. He has done to me what he was literally just complaining about. So maybe it's me who should have used a fake name. I add with a sweet smile, dealing him my final blow.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come here. You're right,
he says, surprising me by how he easily admits defeat. He stands up.
I'll let myself out.
He leaves, and I peep through my window to watch him get into his expensive black Mercedes with all the blinged-out trim. The problem with too much pride is sometimes you don't say how you are truly feeling. You say what makes you sound like nothing can touch you. A sliver of regret fills me as I watch him drive away. You see, pride? It's both a blessing and a curse. Chapter 7.
Do we need to add in a clause about dating clients?
Crow asks when he drops into the garage the next morning. No, we do not, I reply, placing the can of spray paint on the table and staring at the black mat with orange detail on the bike in front of me. He is a client and nothing more. A client whose penis I've seen and had inside me, but a client nonetheless. Besides, you're not my boss anymore. And I don't want to hear any I told you so shit from you either, I add, pointing my finger at him. Crow wanted to speak to the guy, and if he had, maybe I would have known the truth from the get-go. Or maybe they would have gotten into a drunken fight or something, who knows. I do appreciate Crow looking out for me, though. He's like the brother I never knew I needed. I'm not saying anything, he replies, hands up in surrender. But I am pissed we didn't even know it was him. Ironically, we're supposed to be meeting him this weekend, which is going to be awkward as fuck now. Why are you guys meeting him? I ask, sitting down on my desk. I know he's Trade's friend and has a lot of money and power, so much so that apparently women won't leave him alone. He'd be a good man to have on our side, he admits, playing with the hem of his yellow-printed bowling shirt. And we have the in with Trade who vouches for him, so why not? Maybe we could even venture into some new businesses with him. Good man, my butt, I mutter under my breath. I can't wait until his bikes are all done, and then I never have to see him again. If he's coming to any club events, please warn me, because I won't be coming. Crow arches his brow. He got to you, did he? My eyes narrow to slits. No, he did not. I just don't like being lied to, okay? Seems to me like he got to you just a little, he murmurs. My lips tighten. And to think I was looking forward to seeing you. You know what? If anyone got to anyone, I got to him, because not only did he ask me out, he came to my damn house to apologize. I regret the words the second I say them. One, because it's giving too much information to Crow in a situation where the MC knows enough as it is, and two, he now knows that his statement was indeed correct. Orion has gotten under my skin. You like him, he murmurs, studying me. You know, Cam, Trade has only good things to say about Orion's character. He donates money to charity, he looks after all of his family members, he bought his mom a damn mansion, but he's a man whore, I state, shrugging, knowing I'm grasping at straws here. I know, Crow, I learned firsthand. And yeah, maybe he has gotten a little under my skin, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give him another chance. He has red flags planted all over him. I'm usually a risk taker, and I typically don't take anything too seriously, but something about this situation has my hackles raised. Orion is different to me, and I don't know why or how, but I do know that I need to be careful. You're a smart woman. You'll know what you need to do, he says, nudging me gently with his shoulder. But if he hurts you, you know what? We don't need him as an ally that badly. I grin. I'd never fuck up that connection for them, but it's nice of him to say that. So he came to your house? He asks, a thoughtful expression on his face. Did you give him your address? I shrug. No, I didn't. He called up work and badgered Bronte for it. Crow frowns. He could have just asked someone to look into you if he wanted. That kind of information is easy to find if you know where to look or if you have connections. And I take it that he has a lot of connections. You don't feel unsafe, though, do you? I mean, Bronte obviously thought it was safe enough to let him know where you live. Great. I sigh. I mean, it was nice that he went out of his way to try to make it right with me, but also showing up at my place was extremely unexpected and a little over the top. He could have come and seen me at work, but no, I don't feel unsafe. I've never felt that way around him. He said he launders money. What do you know about that? I ask Crow. I had heard the same, he admits, studying me, and he makes a shitload of money from it. Why do you think we want him? He'd be a good person to have on our side. I roll my eyes. Yeah, I guess I just don't know what to think of it. You never judge us for what we do, he points out. I know, I admit. And I don't exactly have the cleanest slate either. Look, it's not the easiest life, but you have to decide if you're comfortable with that part of his job, he says. You don't have to get involved. True. And I think you're right. You've gotten under his skin, too.
When you really like someone, and I mean really like someone, all bets are off. And you do some crazy shit you usually wouldn't do.
I'm about to say that I haven't done any crazy shit yet, but I did go to his hotel room just after meeting him, and I am still holding a grudge over how everything ended up playing out when I know it's not fair to. Nothing compared to him showing up at my house, but still. He's just my client, I say out loud. I'm not sure for whose benefit, Crow's or mine, but I try to make it convincing.
Just remember we have cameras in here, Crow teases, just in case you both have a few late nights designing these bikes.
Bronte comes out of the staff room, hands full of folders. I'm ready for lunch when you are. Do you want to come with us, Cam? Thanks, but no, you two go and enjoy, I say, not wanting to intrude. I'll man the phone. I gave her a good lecture this morning on giving out my address, but she said she felt bad for the guy, that he wanted to make it right and she could see the sparks flying between us. Either way, she's not going to do that again. You sure? She asks, frowning. Crow takes the folders from her and puts them down onto the desk.
She probably doesn't want any more lectures from me.
Bronte rolls her eyes. Tell me if he's being overbearing.
And what are you going to do about it?
Crow asks her playfully, wrapping an arm around her and pulling her against his body. Remember, there are cameras here, I remind him, sticking my tongue out. The two of them head out for their lunch date, and I sit down at Bronte's desk sketching the design for Orion's bike. He's going to look damn good on this bike.
He's coming in tomorrow morning,
Trade says as he passes me.
You're going to be all good with that?
I nod. Yep, it's fine. I actually want to show him what I've got so far and see what he thinks. Trade glances over and looks at the piece of paper in front of me. He eyes the customized details and smiles.
He's going to love that. He told me he dropped in to see you and apologize.
I wave my hand in the air, wanting to hear the end of all of this now. Yeah, he did, and I accepted his apology.
But
he's my client, and I have a job to do, I reply, bringing my eyes to his. Trade smirks, clearly finding something amusing. What's so funny? I ask, putting my pencil down and leaning back in the chair.
I don't think I've ever seen or heard of Orion chasing a woman before,
he explains, brown eyes dancing with humor.
And to be honest, I never thought I'd see the day.
How do you know him, Trade?
We went to school together, so I've known him for years, he explains.
Well, hopefully his head can deflate a little from this. Trade laughs harder as he walks away. The next morning, when Orion shows up at Fast and Fury, he's wearing jeans and a white V-neck t-shirt which complements his tan skin. His aviator sunglasses are hanging from the collar, and his dark hair is slicked back. The sides have been shaved shorter. Damn, he looks good.
Hey, Cam,
he says as he sees me.
How are you?
Good, I reply, smiling. And yourself? Even better, since I put in some extra effort getting ready this morning, my makeup done to perfection.
Not too bad,
he replies, watching me. We stare at each other for a few long seconds, and I clear my throat as I find myself getting lost in his eyes. I have something for you, I say, picking up the folder and handing it to him. Please be honest with me. You won't hurt my feelings if you don't like it. I'm a big girl. He scans the pages, eyes widening.
Are you kidding me? This is going to look epic.
I exhale in relief. I designed the bikes with him in mind, so I need him to love the concepts, especially the one that he will be riding.
I can't wait to see my cousins' faces.
That's really nice of you to do that for them. I don't think we've had anyone come in and do something like that. I was told that he looks after his family, and I guess that's true.
I'm a nice guy, despite recent events,
he says, eyes scanning mine. So I've heard. I tilt my head to the side, studying him. What star sign are you?
Scorpio. Why?
I knew it. He's mysterious, magnetic, and passionate, and there's an emotional depth to him that has me intrigued. Some people run when they hear the word Scorpio, but I just know that I'm in for a hell of a ride. Just asking. He's being nothing but professional and friendly, and I know he's backed off a bit. But why is that bothering me a little? Isn't that what I wanted? Trade comes over and takes Orion to speak with Chains while I sit down at my desk, unable to take my eyes away from him. Even when I do look away, it's like I can feel that he's close by. I get back to work to keep myself distracted. I'm writing down the paints that I need Bronte to order in for me when he comes back over to my desk.
I'm heading off, but I'll see you soon. I love the designs you did,
he says. I lift my head. I'm glad.
By the way, you look beautiful today.
He flashes me his charismatic smile and then leaves. So maybe he hasn't given up after all. Or maybe that was him just being his charming self. I don't know. But I'm left feeling more confused than ever. Chapter 8. 2 days later, it's my birthday. Bronte brings in a cake just like I'd secretly hoped. Thank you so much, Bronte, I say, grinning ear to ear. You have no idea how happy this has made me. You're welcome. She beams. I actually made 2, a chocolate one for us to have at work today and an Oreo cheesecake for tonight. Cheesecake? Yum! Wait, what's happening tonight? I ask, brow furrowing. I have no plans as far as I know, other than waiting for my dad to call me. My parents still live back in my hometown, which is a few hours away, so we don't see each other that often. My dad and I are close. He taught me everything I know about bikes and cars, but my mom and I aren't. Our relationship had never really been repaired since I went to prison. It does make me sad, but it is what it is. I let her down, and she's never been able to forgive me for that. If I had a daughter who got in with the wrong crowd and ended up in prison, I'd be heartbroken too. But I'd never turn my back on her. Bronte smiles, bringing me back to the present. You didn't think we weren't going to celebrate your birthday, did you? See you at my house at 7. I love you guys, I say, giving her a hug. And 2 cakes in one day? You sure know how to spoil a woman. Crow has taught you well. She laughs. You have no idea. Trade lets me go home early, which is also a damn nice gift, and I drop into a plant nursery to buy a few presents for myself. Because let's face it, sometimes a girl needs to spoil herself, too. You guys bought me plants, bed sheets, and shoes, I say, shaking my head as I look at my pile of now opened gifts. We're all sitting outside at Crow and Bronte's house. The men from the MC and all their partners are here, along with the Fast and Fury crew, and the girls have put up fairy lights and balloons. It all looks so beautiful. Nothing makes you feel more special than when people put in effort for you. Thank you all so much. I love everything. And I love even more the fact that you all know me so well. You're welcome, Bronte says, kissing me on the cheek. Abby and Ariel each wrap an arm around me, and Izzy brings out my second cake of the day. As I stand there and they all sing happy birthday to me, it hits me just how lucky I am. These guys have become my family. They don't judge me for my past, they just accept me as I am. I'm blessed. I blow out the candles and make a wish. I wish things stay like this forever.
Would the birthday girl like a glass of wine?
Crow asks, bottle in hand.
Or a tequila shot?
Trade suggests with a grin. Depends if I have the day off or not tomorrow. I tease. But not yet. I want to eat this cake first. Bronte serves us all the cheesecake, which is amazing. Thank you so much for making this. You're welcome, Cam. What are friends for? She replies, like the woman hasn't made my whole birthday. How do you still have abs? I ask Crow, scooping another bite onto my spoon. I'd be asking her to make cake every day. Together we finish the whole cake. Then Crow pours us all some wine and we do a toast. To the birthday girl, Bronte says, smiling. Happy birthday, Cam. We all love you. Everyone cheers and calls out, Happy birthday to me, and then we all drink. You guys are going to make me cry, I say, unable to stop smiling.
You will cry when you see our final present to you,
Trade says, looking at Temper.
You want to tell her?
Temper comes over to me, his large, bulky build shadowing me.
We do have one last surprise for you, and it's from all of us.
I have no idea what it could be. They've already spoiled me so much. In fact, I have no idea how I'm going to fit all of those plants into my car for the ride home, and I can't think of anything else that would make this night any better. Orion naked and on top of me? I push that thought away and wait for Temper to continue.
Pink Beauty. She's yours. She's always been yours. Happy birthday, Cam.
What? She was always mine? I ask, bottom lip trembling. They got me to work on her, fall in love with her, and create her, and the whole time she was mine? Trade is right. I do cry. A lot. Tears of happiness. The bike I've been working on and loving and designing for someone like me was for me. I can't believe they have done this. These aren't things that friends do for you. No. This is family. The next morning, I'm at work getting out of my car when a familiar black Mercedes pulls up next to me. I didn't realize you had an appointment today, I say to Orion.
I don't,
he replies, smiling shyly.
A little birdie told me it was your birthday yesterday, so I was going to just drop this off out front, but you beat me here.
He got me a birthday present? Why can't he go back to being the egotistical man whore? It was easier to say no to that guy. You didn't have to get me anything, I say, smiling as he carries out a beautiful bouquet of sunflowers mixed with red roses and a little box. He hands them both to me. Thank you, Orion, I say, smelling the stunning flowers and then looking over at him. I love them, and I definitely wasn't expecting them, so you've made my day.
You're very welcome,
he replies, then winks at me, gets into his car, and drives off. The man is an enigma. When I'm inside, I put the flowers in a vase and place them on my desk. Then I open the little box he gave me, pulling the red ribbon to remove it. Inside, there is a note. Cam, I messaged Trade last night, and he mentioned they were celebrating your birthday. I couldn't not celebrate, too. I hope you love the flowers, and I hope that one day you can trust me. Orion Benjamin. P.S. Trade has the rest of your present with him. P.P.S. Here is my number. Call me. The bastard underlined the Ben, obviously showing me that he didn't pull the name from just anywhere. It's actually his middle name. And what's the thing about the rest of my present? I'm standing there contemplating what the hell it could be when Trade walks out from the staff room with his hands full of wrapped presents. Holy shit, I whisper. Bronte steps in behind him and eyes the presents. Who got you those?
Orion got them for Cam,
Trade explains, placing them all down on the desk.
He picked them out, the best of the best, and told me to deliver them to you. He knew if he did, you would tell him that you couldn't accept them.
And I would have. Flowers are one thing, but a pile of gifts from someone you barely know is another. I open the first gift, which is a new black and pink helmet to match my new motorcycle. You told him about the bike? Trade nods.
He asked what you got, so I told him.
The next gift is a brand new leather motorcycle jacket. We obviously stock all of these items, so I know how much they cost. This jacket is worth hundreds of dollars. You must be really good in bed, Bronte blurts out, making us all laugh. It's too much, I say to them. I can't accept this stuff from him.
He wanted to buy it for you and from here, so he's supporting the garage too. And imagine how good you're going to look in them on your new bike.
Trade says, pointing to the third and final gift.
You have one left.
I pick up the smaller gift and open it. Inside is a pair of gloves. He's completely kitted me up in the most expensive riding gear we sell. I don't even know what to say right now, I announce. I need some time to process this. Just keep it, Bronte says, helping me pick up the ripped wrapping paper. It's a lot of money to us, not to him. That's not the point, though. It feels so weird accepting such a big gift from a guy I barely know. Trade laughs.
He seriously likes you, Cam. I've never seen him like this.
Probably because this is the first time a woman has said no to him, I point out. It's a challenge, a game, and when he gets his prize, he's going to get bored and move on. Maybe, Bronte replies, sitting down at her desk. Or maybe you're his exception and you're going to change everything. Everyone has that person who just changes the game for them. The chances of that are very low, I grumble, turning to Trade. You know him. Would you let your daughter date a man like Orion?
Fuck no,
he replies instantly, shaking his head.
To be fair, though, I don't want my daughters dating anyone.
Either way, Orion is about to get what he wanted because I can't not message him to say thank you. Groaning, I pick up my phone and put his number in, then type out a text. You really shouldn't have, but thank you. I love everything. Smart move not being here. Cam. Ooh, she's texting him, Bronte says.
Texting who?
Chains asks as he steps inside, helmet in his hand. I swear he's the worst employee. He's hardly here and shows up at random hours. Nobody, I reply, throwing Bronte a look that clearly tells her to be quiet. I touch one of the red roses and then go on about my day. I'm not going to lie. I think about him a lot, and I hate that I can't seem to control that.
Did you ride your bike yet?
Chains asks me as we're closing up the warehouse. Not yet. I need to get my license first.
You don't have your bike license yet?
He asks, brow furrowing. I shake my head.
But you know how to ride.
He presses. Yeah, I know how to ride. My dad taught me. I explain, smiling at the memory.
Then go for a ride,
he says, shrugging.
It's fine. What are the chances of cops stopping you?
Low, but I'm not going to take that chance. I am not going back to prison, I mutter. He pauses.
I forget that you were locked up. You're so sweet and innocent looking that you just don't come across that way.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Although I guess you do have that whole black and leather side.
I arch my brow in amusement. I'm going to head home. I'll see you tomorrow. When I get home, I check the message I've been ignoring all day. Orion's reply to the thank you I sent him, which he sent only a minute after I texted him.
You're very welcome. Want to turn your birthday into a birthday week? How about dinner tonight?
I smile as I read the text. He just won't give up, and normally that would annoy the hell out of me and I'd just block his number. But if I'm being honest with myself, I don't know if I want him to give up. Would saying yes to a dinner with him be so bad? I mean, we all know where it would end because we wouldn't be able to keep our hands off each other, but opening this door would change everything. Do I really want to do that? Better yet, am I ready for what would come with that? I don't want to be let down and have my heart broken. My ex really left me with a bad taste in my mouth when it comes to relationships. I guess being with someone abusive and bad for you will do that. Trade vouches for Orion, but he did warn me away at the start. So, is he a good guy or not? Chapter 9. When I step into work the next morning, Orion is there chatting and laughing with Trade. Good morning, I say to them both.
Good morning,
Orion replies, giving me a quick once-over.
You look beautiful as always.
Thank you, I say with a small smile. I've dressed casually in jeans and a loose black top because I know I'm going to change into my spray painting overalls today anyway. He's looking good, too, all in black again today. Jeans, boots, and a t-shirt. I've never seen a client come in so much before his bike is ready. Bronte murmurs, handing me a coffee. Thank you. And true, but he does have 3, and Trade is his friend, I point out. I better go and get changed. I can't wait to get to work. I disappear into the staff room and return in my paint-covered overalls, my hair tied back from my face. Orion is still here, now looking at a few of our motorcycles for sale in the shop.
He alone could keep our business going,
Chains murmurs as he passes me, scowling in Orion's direction. You don't like him?
Don't know him well enough to judge, but what I have seen I don't like.
Did the MC meet with him yet? I pry, wondering how that went down.
Yeah, we all got together. Temper likes him,
Chains admits, bending down and cleaning up some of the parts that are left around the workshop.
They'll probably link up for a business venture in the future. He has more money than God.
I roll my eyes and he walks away. I don't care how much money Orion has, I'm not that sort of woman. If anything, it's a turnoff because a certain type of man is usually attached to that kind of status, and I want someone who is down to earth. Someone normal. I get to work, painting over the silver to make it a black base. When I'm done, I can't help but put the paint down and head back to the reception area. Orion is still there talking to Trade. But now a woman is there with them. She's dressed up to the nines in heels and tight white jeans, a contrast to what I look like right now. I look to Bronte, who is already staring at me with a smirk. Who is that? I mouth to her. She shrugs and mouths back, a customer. My eyes narrow as I turn back in their direction. The woman laughs and places her hand on Orion's chest. Well then, maybe he'll take her out for dinner. Maybe he'll even give her his real name. Rolling my eyes at my own internal thoughts, I walk over to Bronte, wearing my spray painting overalls, acting as casual as I can be so it looks like I'm talking about something work-related. How's your day going? I ask her. She grins. You like him. Why don't you stop being stubborn and just give him a chance? Imagine if he was yours, you'd be able to walk right over there and stake your claim. If he was mine, I'd hope he'd gently push away her hand when she rested it on him. I grumble under my breath. But no, I don't like him. I'm just a little intrigued by him because I know how good he is in bed. I know that that's not completely true, but right now I wish it was. So you like his penis, then? Either way, you like him. Some part of him, and maybe you don't like the other parts, but as a whole, you like the man. And the sooner you admit that to yourself, the better it's going to be. Her rant makes perfect sense to me. I just don't know if I can admit it out loud. You're a wise woman, Bronte, I reply, trying not to glance over in their direction. Don't look, but they're coming over here now. she mutters and then raises her voice. Yes, I'll order those paints in for you. Is there anything else you need? Huh? Oh, no, that's all. Thanks, I say.
Cam, this lovely lady here saw your bike and wants to get one made.
Trade says as they approach. Shit. I knew I shouldn't have left my bike here, but since I can't legally ride it yet, I thought I'd show it off in the motorcycle display room and let people see what kind of designs I'm capable of. I turn and smile at the potential client who is still standing way too close to Orion for my liking. Of course. If you make an appointment to come in and see me, we can discuss the design for your custom bike, I say to her, friendly smile still etched on my face. Could I have seen her now and talked shop? Sure. Do I want to? No. Okay. She nods. I will do that, thank you. She looks up at Orion. I'm going to head off. It was nice meeting you. I was wondering if I could have your number. Maybe we could have coffee together or something. I have to give it to the woman. She has balls. I don't know if I would be so confident to ask for a guy's number in front of other people, especially strangers. In fact, I don't think I've ever asked for a man's number at all before. I look over at Orion, who looks extremely uncomfortable. His blue eyes find mine before he replies, and he clears his throat before he does.
That's really nice of you, Pam. And you seem lovely, but I'm actually interested in someone else right now, so I'm going to have to decline.
Trade and Bronte both snap their heads to me, but I keep my gaze locked on Orion. Interested in? So you mean technically you're single? She presses, pouting her red lips. This is a woman who isn't used to hearing the word no. Orion's brows draw together.
Technically, yes, but...
Then you have no excuse to say no. She purrs, touching his muscular bicep. Having coffee with me won't hurt anyone. The whole thing is painful to watch, with Orion trying to be a gentleman and Pam not seeming to be able to take no for answer.
Sorry, but I'm not interested,
he tells her, firmer this time. In that moment, I really do understand what Orion was talking about when it comes to women. If I were him, I'd give fake names too. She bats her lashes at him. Come on, are you sure? Most men would love to be in your position right now. No means no, Pam. I blurt out, having enough of this. And we all have to get back to work on this gentleman's custom bike, so if you don't mind. I grab Orion's arm and pull him into my workshop. When I turn to face him, I can see he has a pleased smile on his face. What are you smiling about? I ask, scowling. I just saved you from an awkward as fuck conversation. He shrugs.
I guess I like you saving me.
My lips purse.
Or even speaking to me, considering you ignored my text last night.
I didn't know if he was going to bring it up or not, but I guess he's not one who shies away from confrontation. I like that. I thought about it, but I just don't know if it's a good idea, I say, crossing my arms over my chest. I know what's going to happen. I can just see it all play out right now, and it's still tempting, which is the fucked up thing.
And what do you think is going to happen?
He asks, studying me. I look away from him. I know that what I'm about to say is probably going to sound insecure, but it's truly how I feel about the situation. We have dinner, then we have sex, and then we continue to see each other and fuck each other's brains out. I start to like you, you either get bored or do something to fuck everything up, and then I get hurt and you go back to your playboy lifestyle like nothing happened. His eyes widen, surprise filling them.
And how do you know that is what's going to happen? You haven't even gotten to know me yet, so you can't make all of those assumptions about me. Yes, I have been known to sleep around when I'm single, but when I'm with someone, it's a whole different scenario for me. I'm not going to waste my time. If I'm with you, it's because I want to be and I see a future with you. If I have a girlfriend, I'm nothing but loyal. And before you ask, yes, that's where I wanted to head with you. I mean, I want to get to know you first, but I already know that I like you. I like everything about you, even the fact that you're stubborn as hell."
"Wow," I whisper. He's really just laying it all out on the table, and I respect that. But now I'm going to have to give him something back, too. "I like you," I admit, unflinching. "We have great chemistry. I think you're sexy as hell, and you're funny, too, which is always a plus."
But
I'm fucking terrified of letting him in. At the start, I felt like he was the one who ruined the chance of anything happening with us by using the fake name in the hotel room. But truth be told, he gave me an excuse to use to keep us apart, and I took it and went with it. Because I'm scared. I don't want my ex to win and let him scar me for life with everything that happened in our relationship, but at the same time, that's my relationship history, and of course it's going to define any decisions I make in the future. But we didn't start out on the best foot, and you have a rep for being a player. Your lifestyle is completely different from mine. I live in a little townhouse, and I don't care about money or power or city politics, I say, trying to explain myself without making him sound shallow.
Opposites attract. You talk about money like it's a bad thing. It doesn't control my life, but it allows me to live a good one and to take care of the people I love. I'm not going to apologize for being a hard worker or ambitious. It doesn't take away from the rest of my qualities,
he replies, lifting his hand up and brushing a lock of hair off my face.
I think you're just judging me based on what you've heard, when you need to find out for yourself.
He leans down and presses his lips over mine, tentatively at first. When I don't move away, silently giving him permission, the kiss turns deeper. My fingers grip onto his shoulders, pulling his body closer against mine. I'm not thinking anymore. Just feeling, just taking what I want, what I've always wanted, what I knew would be a bad idea. It's tasting like a good idea right now, though. I'm breathless when he pulls away, those deep blue eyes up close, peering into my soul. His fingers linger on my cheek.
You have no idea how long I've been wanting to do that.
Maybe we should do it again, I whisper, lifting up on my toes and kissing him.
Well, what do we have here?
Trade says, amusement laced in his tone. Wincing, I let go of Orion and peer around him to see Trade there with a wide grin, his arms crossed as he watches us.
I called it,
he yells to Bronte and Chains as they approach. Bronte is smiling so widely and does a little happy dance while Chains stands there frowning. I clear my throat loudly. I'm sure you all have work to do. Not really, Bronte replies with a smirk. Trade pulls them both away and calls out,
It's about time,
before he disappears.
What are you doing tonight?
Orion asks me, taking my hand and holding it. Fuck, why does he have to be so cute?
Why don't we go out to get something to eat?
I look down at both of our hands. Why is it that women, including myself, are always so attracted to confidence, yet the confident men are that way because they've had so much experience with women? They've broken so many hearts. Really, it's the overly confident men we should all be avoiding. Okay, I agree, letting go of his hand. But I get to choose where.
Of course,
he replies, smiling widely.
I don't care where we go. I'm just happy that you finally said yes.
Don't get too excited, it's just a meal.
I know. I'll pick you up at 7.
Sounds good. He gives me one more soft, gentle kiss and then leaves. And I'm right where I didn't want to be, but couldn't help but say yes to him. I just hope I don't regret it. Chapter 10. I wonder if he expected me to choose the most expensive restaurant in the city. I mean, he can afford it after all and could definitely get us a table there. but I went for a completely different dining experience. Orion claims that there's more to him than his reputation and money, and I want to see that firsthand. So I take him to a food truck that sells Asian fusion, and we sit on a picnic blanket on the grass. The beach is right in front of us, the sunset making for a beautiful view.
The food looks amazing,
he says, holding his dumplings and beef ribs. I thought he might have given me a look or asked why I'd choose this place over a restaurant, but he just seems happy to be here. I look up at the stars and smile. I like coming out here. It's peaceful, and it has a nice view.
That it does,
he murmurs, and when I look over at him, his eyes are on me. Tell me about yourself, Orion, I say.
Okay. I'm the eldest of 4 children, and I'm the only boy. I have a lot of cousins who are like my brothers, though. We have a big, extended family. When I was growing up, my dad owned a few businesses, and he started grooming me to take them over while I was in college. I have a degree in business and marketing.
Beauty and brains, I tease. He laughs.
Something like that. How about you, Cam?
I'm an only child. My parents live a few hours from here. I'm close with my dad, not so much with my mom. The MC have become my family. I love art, painting, and motorcycles, of course, I reply, taking a sip of my soda. I've worked at Fast and Fury for a few years now, and I love it there. I don't tell him why I moved here, but I do let him get to know the basic things about me. I'll save the more personal details for another time because that's going to be a much deeper conversation.
You're known as being the best in what you do,
he comments.
You should be proud. You've made a name for yourself because of how talented you are.
Thank you. They say if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life.
And is it true?
He asks. I shrug. I love going to work every day. Don't you? He nods.
I'm known to be a bit of a workaholic at times.
I keep hearing how you run so many businesses, but no one has said what kinds of businesses.
I own a few clubs, restaurants, and a marketing agency, a mini golf course and bowling alley.
Mini golf? I ask, eyebrows rising. That was unexpected. He laughs.
My baby sister wanted to run it, so I bought it for her. But then she got bored of it and bailed, so now it's all mine.
You sound like a good brother.
I try.
And what about your other businesses? I ask, lowering my tone. I've heard a few things about some not-so-legal ventures you might have going on. And I'm not going to have anything to do with that. I did time helping my last boyfriend with illegal ventures, and there's no way in hell I'm crossing that line again. No more being a ride-or-die girlfriend for me. His lip twitches.
Well, I don't know what the MC wants from me yet, so we'll have to wait and see how that one plays out.
That's a cop-out if I ever heard one. We finish our meal and then go for a walk along the beach, hand in hand. I'm not much of a romantic, but being with him like this, the moonlight on us, waves crashing and sand between our toes, seems like a perfect first date to me. Do you go on many dates? I ask.
This sounds like dangerous territory,
he teases, bringing my fingers to his lips and kissing them.
I have dated a lot in the past. I guess you could say I was a serial dater. But nothing ever stuck. I never met anyone that I really connected with. Have I had girlfriends? Yes, but nothing very serious.
Mental connection is rare.
How about you?
He asks. I've been on a few dates here and there, but I've been mostly single since I moved to the city. I did have a boyfriend back in my hometown, and he turned out to be the biggest mistake of my life, so I've been pretty careful since then.
First love?
Something like that, I mutter.
He nods. First one hits the hardest, but a first love is just that. Your first. It's usually a lesson and not going to be your last.
Yeah, I just wish I made some better choices back then, I say, stopping in the sand and turning to face him. I'm just not a person to be in a relationship just for the sake of it. If I'm in one, it's because I can't see myself without that person. Plus, I guess I've just been married to my work.
You're a good woman, he says, cupping my cheek. Hardworking, determined, beautiful. And you know who you are. You'd be surprised how rare that is nowadays.
I do okay. I grin. His lips brush mine and his fingers gently touch the back of my neck, sending shivers up my spine.
I'm glad you finally said yes. I don't think I've ever been rejected so much in my life.
I laugh against his lips. I'm here to ground you and deflate that big ego of yours. He smiles and the butterflies in my stomach intensify.
I should get you home. It's getting late.
Get me home? Do you mean get me home? I purr, running my fingers across his chest.
I'm going to safely drop you home and then go to my own house, he explains, smirking at the confused look on my face. I'm going to prove to you that you mean more to me than just sex, and that I'm serious about getting to know you. Also, I want you to know that I haven't slept with anyone else since we were together.
Really? I ask, eyes widening. You're saying the infamous Orion Stenton has gone without sex for over a week now?
Don't rub it in.
He groans, then grins at his own pun. I don't know how to feel about this information he's just dropped. He's obviously trying to prove himself to me, show me that he is different to my first impression of him and isn't just a player. But at the same time, I did want him in my bed tonight. I've gone without sex too, and after finding out what I'm missing out on with him, it hasn't been easy. And if I'm being honest with myself, him saying no to coming over tonight makes me want it even more. I accidentally let my hand brush his chest as he opens his car door for me, and he groans slightly, which I pretend to ignore. The drive home is tense. The air is thick with sexual frustration, heat, lust, and determination. The latter coming from him. I know he wants to stick to his words and for us to get to know each other more before we continue our sexual relationship, and it makes perfect sense to build that foundation first. However, that doesn't stop me from wanting him. Like right now. And I know he wants me too. He's just trying to do the right thing to prove to me that he's not the person I accused him of being. So basically I just cock-blocked myself. Great. How far from here do you live? I ask, staring at his handsome profile.
About 20 minutes away. Not too far.
He replies, reaching over and taking my hand.
Why? Going to repay the favor and drop by my house?
Maybe, I answer, lip twitching.
When can I see you next?
He asks, giving my hand a gentle squeeze. Tonight, in my bed. I don't know. What are you doing tomorrow? Maybe you could come to my house for dinner. We could watch a movie or something. Hang out, I suggest.
Sounds perfect. Oh, hey, I forgot to ask. Why are you keeping your pink bike in the showroom?
I don't have my license yet, I explain. I'm booked for the test next week and will officially be able to ride her.
Why did it take you so long to get your license?
He asks curiously. I used to just ride without one, I admit, wincing. He laughs.
Got it. If you need any help, let me know.
He offers, parking his car in my driveway. Thanks, I say, undoing my seatbelt. But I'll be fine. My dad taught me how to ride a long time ago. I lean over and touch his stubbled jaw. You sure you don't want to come in for a little while?
I do want to, he says, swallowing hard. But I shouldn't, because I'm trying to make a point. If I go in there, I know exactly what's going to happen. We're adults. You think we can't control ourselves? I ask, bringing my lips to his ear. I let them brush his skin, only just ever so slightly, and that small touch incites a groan to fall from his lips. The look in your eyes tells me that we can't, he moans as my lips brush his neck. Cam, I'm trying to be good here. Could you make it easier on me, please? And where's the fun in that? I whisper, smiling evilly as my tongue peeks out. You could just come in for coffee and then leave. He flashes me a look that clearly says he's not buying any of my suggestions. Cam, I'm doing this because I can actually see myself with you, and I don't want you ever questioning whether or not I actually like you. If I give in now, this is going to bite me in the ass down the line. He's right, and we both know it. Okay, I murmur, sitting up straight and picking up my handbag from near my feet. Come on, I'll walk you to the door. He leaves the car running just in case he needs to make an escape, or maybe so he can return to the car without coming inside, who knows. I had a good time with you tonight, he says, smiling down at me. Thank you for giving me a chance. Thank you for dinner, I say. I tried to pay, but he refused, so I gave in, but said that the next time we go out, it's my turn. We share a sweet kiss, and then I head inside, my heart thumping as I lean on the door. I hear him drive away and sigh. The man must have some extreme willpower, because I'm so frustrated right now, it's not funny. I take a shower and get changed into my pajamas and jump into bed with a book. I consider pulling out my good old vibrator from my underwear drawer, but decide to wait for Orion. He's definitely going to be worth it. Chapter 11. The next night he comes over after work and I order us some pizza. I watch as he admires my half-finished wall mural. This is epic, he says, touching the wings with his fingers. The colors you've used. Amazing. You're an artist. Thank you. I need to finish her, I say, pouring us some red wine. My townhouse must be so small compared to his home, but he seems comfortable here. When he walked in, he said he loves my place, and he's been looking around curiously. He is pretty down to earth, something else I didn't expect from him. Maybe he was right. Maybe I had him all wrong. I can't even draw stick figures, and look at you, he murmurs, lip twitching. Opposites attract, remember? I reply, repeating his words. Have you ever considered doing other art? Like paintings? He asks. I nod. I actually do some painting on the side. I've got a few pieces on the go. But you love working on bikes more? I love both, but I really do enjoy working on the motorcycles. I can fix them up and design and paint them all on my own, and it gives me a lot of satisfaction. I can tell. He sits down on the couch and I hand him his glass. Thank you. You're welcome. We finished your bike and we started on the next one. I can't wait for you to see it. I can't wait either, he says, putting his glass down on the wooden coffee table in front of us and turning to me. I told my mom about you. What? I ask, brow furrowing. He grins and leans his arm back against the black leather couch. I told her that I met someone I'd actually bring home to meet her. I think she was in shock. Well, I don't imagine you bring many women home, what with giving them fake names and only taking them to hotel rooms. I tease, moving closer to him. Do you think she would approve? He nods. Of course. You're smart, successful, and beautiful. What's not to like?
I don't know, some moms see the tattoos and big boobs and aren't really fans, I admit. Not to mention the whole prison thing. That can be a real deal breaker for some.
She will love you,
he says. We finish the first bottle of wine and then start on the second. Not the best idea for people trying to get to know each other before jumping back into bed. Let's play a drinking game, I suggest. How about Never Have I Ever? Have you played before? All you have to do is say never have I ever done so-and-so, and then if either of us have done it, we drink.
Okay, I'll go first. Never have I ever had a threesome,
he says. We both drink. His eyebrow lifts and I just grin. Never have I ever been in love. We both look at each other and neither of us drink.
I've liked women and cared about them and lusted after them, but no, I don't think I've ever actually loved any of them,
he confesses, taking another drink just because. I don't think I have either. I thought it was love once, but looking back now, it definitely wasn't. My relationship with Bjorn, my ex-boyfriend, and the only person I've ever been in a serious relationship with, started off well enough. I was living at home at the time and had just finished high school. He was sweet and spoiled me with flowers, dinners, and gifts, and young me thought that was love. Then he turned controlling, and soon he started being abusive. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere without him, and he tried to alienate me from those I love. Our relationship ended with me getting caught stealing a car with a black eye and cut lip, courtesy of him. No, that was something completely different from love. I would never get into a relationship with someone that is any kind of controlling ever again.
Your turn,
Orion says. I'm drunk enough to ask this next question, but I also need to put this out there. If he wants to know me like he says he does, he should know now that not all of me and my past is perfect. Never have I ever been to prison, I say, looking him dead in the eye as I take a sip. He doesn't. He's the one with this big reputation, but it's me who got caught doing something stupid. He laughs as if he thinks I'm joking, but then he sees my solemn face and stops.
Wait, what? You've been to prison. Are you serious?
He asks, sitting up straighter and studying me. I nod. Yeah, I have. I did 6 months behind bars a few years back.
What for?
He asks, brow furrowing. Yeah, he definitely didn't see this one coming. When I started dating my ex, I got in with the wrong crowd. They all stole cars and bikes and would sell them for parts, and soon enough I was doing that with them. I explain, wincing. And yeah, one night I stole this black BMW and there was an off-duty police officer in an unmarked car right next to me. He saw me, gave chase, and eventually caught and arrested me. I was only charged for stealing that car. They didn't have enough evidence to pin me with the rest.
Holy crap,
he whispers, downing the rest of his wine.
Just when I thought you were all sweet and innocent.
I flash my teeth. I'm far from innocent. I can be sweet, though.
Okay,
he replies, nodding.
Everyone makes mistakes. It's not like I'm a saint. I've never been to prison, but I've had my fair share of dealing with the law.
How so?
Just them looking into my businesses, trying to make sure they are all legitimate. Trying to find a paper trail or anything they can to hold over me, really. They've never found anything to go on, though. I know how to cover my steps,
he says, smirking. So do you still think your mom will like me? I ask, arching my brow. He laughs, but doesn't give me a reply. I mean, whose mother wants their son dating a woman who went to prison for stealing? Especially people with a lot of money. Now Orion might think twice about trusting me, and that sucks, because I'm a different person now. That's not who I am anymore, I say, reaching out and taking his hand. I got in with a bad crowd because of my ex and just made some shitty life choices. I was young, and yeah, I learned my lesson. That's not the person I wanted to be. So after I got out, I moved to the city, and the MC gave me a job, and I've been here ever since. Your turn.
I don't know how I'm going to top that one,
he teases, and I realize that's his way of handling what I just told him. Humor.
Never have I ever kissed a celebrity,
he says and takes a drink. I don't. Who? I press.
A gentleman never kisses and tells,
he replies. My eyes narrow. I don't like that one. Not at all. Never have I ever dated someone of the same gender. I drink. He doesn't.
You've been with women?
He asks, tilting his head and studying me. There's no judgment in his eyes, just curiosity. I have. I'm actually bisexual.
Bisexual?
I nod.
What else are you going to drop on me?
He asks, lip twitching. Nothing else. I think that's all. Actually, wait. I was casually dating this girl Billy, but she was shot and killed 3 years ago. She actually was Bronte's best friend. I haven't been with anyone else since her, until my night with you. And that's everything out in the open. Either he can handle it or he can't. I can't change my past or who I am, and I shouldn't have to. The right person will accept me and love me just as I am.
Shit. I'm sorry,
he says instantly, giving my hand a squeeze. And I'm sorry for dropping all these bombs on you only on our second time hanging out, but you said you wanted to know me, I say, finishing the last of the wine in my glass. And now you know more than a lot of people do.
I'm glad you told me. I do have one question, though,
he says, cupping my cheek and bringing his lips close to mine. What? I ask, lost in those blue eyes.
Does that mean I have to compete with men and women? And is being with a man enough for you? I mean, you don't miss being with women when you're committed to a man?
I roll my eyes and laugh, then move to straddle him. You don't have to compete with anyone, Orion. Can't you tell I've only got eyes for you? I don't know who makes the first move, but then we are kissing, hands all over each other. He tastes like wine, and I don't think I've ever wanted anyone more than I do him right now. I can feel how hard he is through his jeans, and I moan and grind down on top of him.
Fuck,
he whispers against my lips. If he makes me wait this time, I think I'm going to scream. I decide to not give him the chance to reconsider. After getting on my knees, I undo his jeans button and pull down the zipper. He lifts his hips, helping me, his briefs going with them, and then his thick, hard cock is in my hands. I stroke him a few times before tasting him, sucking on the head before taking as much as I can deep into my mouth. I moan around him, sucking up and down until he's squirming. Then I climb back on top of him, lift my dress up, push my lace panties to the side, and slide down on him slowly. I moan as his cock fills me, while he removes my dress entirely and pulls down the straps on my bra so he can lick and suck my sensitive nipples. When I feel myself about to come, I slow down the pace, taking my time, wanting to drag this out a little. But he has other ideas. He lifts me off him and sets me back down on the couch, then lowers to the ground and spreads my thighs. He then licks me until I come, moaning loudly. Afterward, he gently pulls me onto the ground and slides back inside me, slowly at first, and then faster as his own orgasm approaches. I lift my hips and meet his every thrust. After he finishes inside me, he kisses me leisurely, his chest rising and falling.
So my plan lasted what? 2 days?
He comments, sighing.
I guess I should have known I wouldn't be able to keep my hands off you.
It's the thought that counts, right? I reply, reaching up and touching his cheek. By the way, I'm on the pill. We never had that chat, and I feel like we really should have.
Yeah.
He winces.
You're right. I'm usually not that irresponsible. I'm all clear. I got checked again after we slept together since we didn't use any protection.
So did I admit, burying my face in his neck. And I think it's pretty obvious, but I haven't been with anyone since you either.
It's nice to hear it.
Look at us. I grin. Lying here on the floor, you still inside of me? I think this was the most eventful game of Never Have I Ever that I've ever played.
I think you might be right.
We head to sleep. It's the first time I've had him stay the night and the first time he's been in my bed. We cuddle all night, alternating between being the big and little spoon, and I wake up with a big smile on my face and his lips kissing down my body. I can't get enough of him. And lucky for me, he seems to feel the same way. Chapter 12. You're glowing today, Bronte states, watching me suspiciously. And I don't think I've ever heard you whistle before. What's going on? I've been seeing Orion every night for the last week, I admit, closing the book in front of me and turning in my chair to face her. We're on our lunch break and talking shit as usual. And I think we might be dating. Her eyes widen. I knew it! Why are you only telling me this now? I wanted to see what would happen before I let everyone else know. I needed to figure out if I could trust him and if I wanted something more than sex with him. And yeah, I really like him, I say, staring down at my pink fingernails. I don't know what will happen, but I'm just going to enjoy our time together and get to know him. But so far he's proven me wrong with every preconceived notion I had about him. Except being a player, because that was definitely the truth, but he claims to be loyal when in a relationship and that he hasn't slept with anyone since we met, so maybe what he says is the truth. I knew the two of you wouldn't be able to stay away from each other, she says, shaking her head, a smile playing on her red lips. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. And he seems to really like you. He even told Trade as much. She sits down next to me and pulls me into a hug. I'm so pleased for you. Don't get too excited just yet. I laugh, wrapping my arms around her. It's really early days, which is why I kept it to myself. Last thing I want is to be like, so I met someone, and then a few weeks later say, never mind. I don't mind hearing about your never minds. That's what friends are for, she says. It's not a crime to kiss a few frogs before you find your prince. Or princess. I know. I just don't want to have my expectations too high because then I know I'm going to be disappointed. Chains, who works here as a mechanic, comes in covered in oil and black smudges. I hand him a cloth. How's it going?
Pretty good. I should be finished soon,
he says, turning to Bronte.
Trade needs you for something.
She gets up and heads out to find him. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Nothing like loving your work, I say, turning and eyeing the painted canvas in front of me. It's a piece that Trade wanted me to do for the shop. A beautiful woman sitting on top of a motorcycle. The woman looks a lot like Billy, who was my inspiration for the piece.
That's stunning. I'd love something like that in my house,
he says.
Do you do freelance work for people who want your art?
I haven't recently, I reply, studying the piece. I haven't really had the time. I suppose I could take on a few projects in between working on the bikes.
You should,
he says, heading back to the garage. I look at the picture of Billy. You would have loved this painting. That's for sure. By the time I get home, I'm exhausted. I water all of my plants, have a long bath, and then head to bed with a book. Orion has been texting me all day and sends me another one as I finish my first chapter.
How was the writing lesson? Do you want to come and stay at my house tomorrow night?
I haven't even seen his house yet. We've just been in my world, my little bubble, and it's been fun here. But of course I'd love to see where he lives and spend time with him in his domain, too. It was good. I'm ready for my practical, and I'd love to. Send me your Addie, and I'll come over tomorrow. Shit is getting real. Sitting in my car in front of his gate, I call Orion's phone, letting him know that I'm here. His house is even bigger than I imagined, and it's on an extremely large property. He probably drives just to collect his mail. I'm here, I say to him.
Hold on, I'll open the gate and come down to you.
We hang up, and a few seconds later the large electronic gate opens. I drive and keep driving until I see the parking lot in front of his house. Yes, a parking lot. There are 6 spots there, all currently vacant except for his Mercedes, and I'm assuming the rest of his cars are in the huge garage in front of me. Orion is outside and opening my door before I'm able to.
You're here.
He smiles, pulling me out of the car and into his arms.
I missed you last night.
I missed you too. I want to tell him that this is not a house, it's a freaking small town, but I stay quiet. This is his normal, and I'm going to act normal about it. I open the back door and grab my overnight bag, and he instantly takes it from me.
I'm cooking you dinner tonight,
he announces, holding my hand and leading me to the front door. Are you? What are you making? I ask as we step inside.
You'll find out soon.
His house is one that you see in magazines. It's like a display mansion, and I find myself stopping in my tracks and just taking it all in. Did you decorate this yourself? I ask, staring at the marble floors, white walls, and long hallway.
My sisters helped,
he explains, leading me into a large kitchen and dining area. This area alone is pretty much bigger than my whole house, and I'm not even exaggerating. Your home is amazing, I say, walking past a shelf and picking up a baby photo of him. And you were the cutest baby I've ever seen. Look at those big blue eyes. I bet everyone had trouble saying no to you. He laughs.
You'd think so, but as the eldest and only son, I had a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. I had to look after my sisters and try to keep them out of trouble.
I pick up a picture of him and his sisters as adults. That must have been a hard job, considering they are all drop-dead gorgeous. The 4 of them all together must stop traffic with their long, thick, dark hair and big blue eyes. They have trouble written all over them.
Don't tell them that. They don't need their heads to get any bigger.
Must run in the family, then, I tease.
He laughs. Come on, I'll give you a tour.
Do we have that much time? He stops and kisses me.
Depends on how hungry you are.
I can wait. I want to see this mansion of yours, I reply.
Okay, so downstairs we have the kitchen, dining room, living room, theater room, laundry, 2 bathrooms, and 2 bedrooms,
he says, showing me each room in turn.
I spend a lot of time in the theater room.
He opens it, and I can see why. Comfy leather recliners, the biggest television I've seen, and a relaxing atmosphere. Why have we been watching movies at my house? He kisses my cheek.
We can watch one here tonight if you like.
I would. After the downstairs tour, we head upstairs where his master bedroom is, along with 3 guest rooms and bathrooms and a second kitchen, dining room, and laundry. This place is amazing, I whisper, taking in each luxurious room. When we get to his bedroom, we step inside. It's everything I imagined it would be, all decorated in dark wood, black, and leather. He has a king-size 4-poster bed, a couch and television, and 2 large doors that lead to a balcony. He opens it for me, and it's like I've walked straight into heaven. There is a swinging chair, a table and chair set, and lots of plants. Okay, this is my favorite spot right here, I say, sitting down in the swing chair and sighing in happiness. I didn't know you loved plants.
I do, but not as much as you,
he admits, smirking.
I like sitting out here, though, looking up at the night sky and having a drink.
It's an awesome space, I agree, imagining myself curled up right here with a book. And look how big your monstera is. He touches the big leaf of the plant.
I've had it for a while now.
He pulls out a wooden chair and sits next to me.
I like seeing you in my space.
I like being here.
Good,
he replies, lifting my legs up and draping them over his. Does your family live close by? He has this whole mansion to himself, and while it's beautiful, I can imagine it would get lonely without friends and family around.
They do. We all live in this area. They drop in all the time, which is both a blessing and a curse.
I laugh out loud. I thought so. You all seem really close. You're a wealthy man, Orion, and I'm not talking about your money. He smiles and looks up at me.
I think that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
I scoot over on the swing and pat the spot next to me. Do you think this can hold both of our weight?
Let's find out,
he replies, squeezing on there with me, my face pressed up against his warm chest. I need this chair. He kisses the top of my head.
And then we'll get you one.
I'll get me one, I correct, looking up at him. Just because you could give me everything doesn't mean I want you to. You earned all of this, not me, and I'm happy with what I do have.
I know,
he says, sighing.
But sometimes you know I'm going to want to spoil you. If I can't share all this with the people I care about, then what's the point of it?
I don't know, but I don't feel comfortable with all of that. Especially when he has made comments about women wanting him for his money. I don't want to ever be put in that category, especially when I couldn't care less about what someone else has. Do I like shopping and pretty things? Sure. Do I expect someone else to buy all of them for me? No. I'm an independent woman, and anything I want or need I can provide for myself.
And I like that about you,
he says, kissing me again.
You don't need anything from me.
And he definitely doesn't need anything from me. He can get anything and anyone he wants. But we want each other, and that means something. Chapter 13. Orion cooks dinner. Chorizo pasta, salad, and garlic bread. It's all delicious. Is there anything you can't do? I ask, moaning around a mouthful. These prawns are to die for.
It's been a while since I've cooked,
he admits, watching me enjoy the meal and loving every second of it.
But if you're going to eat like that, I'll cook for you every damn day.
I smile and chew thoughtfully. I'm okay with that.
Are you good in the kitchen?
I nod. Yeah, I'm pretty good. It's not that fun cooking for one, though, so I'll usually grab something on my way home or make something simple.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
We finish up and then have honeycomb cheesecake for dessert in the theater room as we watch a movie together, which is basically like a cinematic experience with the large screen and extremely comfortable recliners. I must fall asleep because when I open my eyes, I'm in his arms and being carried up the stairs. I'm surprised there's no elevator here, I murmur, voice sleepy. He laughs.
I considered putting one in, but thought that might be a little over the top.
He pulls down his navy blue bed sheets and tucks me in.
Can I get you anything? Water?
I'm okay, I say, yawning. When I wake up again in the morning, I'm alone in the bed, but I hear his voice coming from the balcony.
Yes, so order 30 of those. and head into the bank today to deposit that money.
He's obviously on a business call. I get up and head to his ensuite, eyeing the massive spa bathtub before jumping into the two-headed shower. You could fit about 10 people in here, and for all I know, he's tested that. I grab my toothbrush from my oversized bag and brush my teeth in the shower just as he opens the glass door, smiling.
Good morning, beautiful.
Good morning, I reply, checking him out in nothing but a pair of black silk boxer shorts. You going to come in and join me? He pulls his shorts down and steps inside. He's already hard, his cock pointing right at me, so I reach out and start to stoke him. He smiles, his eyes gentle on mine, then cups my face and kisses me. Yeah, I could get used to waking up like this. I've just gotten home after my night with Orion when the phone rings. Hey, Dad, I say, smiling at hearing his voice. How are you?
I'm good. I haven't spoken to you in a while, so I thought that I would give you a call and see how you were doing.
He says, his familiar deep voice a comfort. I'm alive and well, I reply. Just at work, actually.
On a Saturday?
I know I don't have to come in, but I wanted to finish this painting I'm doing, I explain. It's for Fast and Fury, so I want it to be perfect.
I have no doubt it will be.
How's Mom? I ask. Even though she's not my biggest fan, she's still my mother, and I always check in on her and make sure she's okay.
She's good. She's out in her garden, weeding. You know, her usual weekend routine.
We chat for a little longer and then hang up. It's sad that my own mom doesn't even want to speak to me, but I guess I can't control how she feels about me. I push that thought aside and continue with the painting, making sure Billy's face is perfect. A few hours later, I'm done. I take a photo of it and send it to Bronte with the caption, "What do you think?" She replies instantly. It's beautiful, Cam. Holy shit, it looks just like her. Great, now I'm crying. I smile sadly and sit it up on the canvas stand to dry. It really does look like her. I even captured her cheeky little grin just right. Now that I'm here, I decide to work on Orion's other 2 motorcycles. The mechanics have been in and have fitted the parts just how he wanted them, and they are coming together nicely. I'd like each bike to be different. I don't want any similarities between them. When they all ride together, I want it to be a sight to behold. When I get home, it's dinner time, and Orion calls asking if I want to come back to his house to spend the night. I feel like the 2 of us are moving too quickly. I went from distrusting him to basically spending every night together, and I don't know if I should embrace this or slow it down a little. I enjoy my time with him, though, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be. I lie in bed on my phone, and I think. Overthink, really. I can't remember what I did with myself before I met him. I'm pretty sure I just worked, stayed home, and now and then caught up with my friends. Is there a right pace for a brand new relationship? Every couple is different, and maybe this is just us. Maybe we are the all-or-nothing type. Maybe I should stop thinking about it and just hold on and enjoy the ride. I message back and tell him I'll be there a little later. I want to do a few things around the house first, and he says no problem. I pack an overnight bag, water my plants, do some cleaning, and then drive over there. When I see another car parked out front, I'm wondering if it's one of his or if a family member has dropped by. I'm secretly hoping it's the former because I'm not sure if I'm ready just yet to meet his family. Unfortunately, I'm not lucky this time. Orion comes out with one of his sisters next to him. She's honestly one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen and looks like a model. Her long, thick black hair has not one strand out of place, and I don't know if her lashes are real or not, but they are stunning. Her blue eyes are warm.
Hey,
he says, smiling at me.
This is my baby sister, Asta. Asta, this is Cam.
Nice to meet you, she says, offering me her hand. You too, I say, grinning at her. I wanted to come and see why my brother has been so quiet. Mom said he'd met someone, so I had to come and see for myself," she says, glancing up at him. "And I must say, brother, you have done quite well for yourself."
"Welcome to having a big family. The gossiping is endless," he says, pulling me next to him and wrapping his arm around me. "You were just heading off, weren't you, Asta?"
She smirks. "I guess so. We could catch up sometime, Cam. Maybe we can go get our nails done together or something." "Sounds good. I'd love that," I say. "I'll get your number off my brother." She air kisses him, waves, and gets into her car.
"Sorry to spring that on you,"
he murmurs, kissing the top of my head.
"She dropped by unexpectedly."
"That's okay. She seems nice."
"She's the middle one of my 3 sisters, so she's probably the most well-balanced."
He smirks.
"But yeah, we are very close."
"What are your other 2 sisters' names?" I ask as we head inside. I suppose I should know these things, especially since I'm going to be meeting them all at some point.
"My oldest sister is Isla, and my youngest sister is Luna."
Pretty names. Orion wasn't joking about the family gossiping. We're sitting in his spa, relaxing with a beer, when Isla calls, asking why Asta met me but not her, and not long after Luna calls, asking why she hasn't met me either. Then his mom calls, asking him when we're all going to have a big family dinner. As an only child and one who isn't close with many of her family members, this is both overwhelming and beautiful. But mostly overwhelming.
"I'm going to turn my phone off,"
he grumbles, placing it on the bench. When he stands to do so, the bubbles drip off him, and it's quite a sight to behold. "You are a beautiful man," I say, reaching out to touch the deep indentures of his abs. "I could stare at you all day."
"I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be my line,"
he says as he sits back down in the warm water. He pulls me to sit on his lap, water splashing, and holds me tightly.
"I hope I make you as happy as you make me."
"You do," I say, resting my head back on his chest. I was thinking before that things are moving really fast with us and it's a little scary. But right here in your arms is my favorite place to be.
"Things are moving fast, but it just feels so natural. I'm crazy about you, and I love being with you. If you want to slow down, though, we can. We can go at your pace. I don't want to scare you off. I know I can be a little intense at times,"
he says, pushing my wet hair back off my face.
"But I've also never felt this way about someone before."
I know exactly what he means, and I feel so much better after talking to him about it. Me either.
"You know you can talk to me about anything, right?"
I nod. "Yeah, I know."
"Good."
Communication is key in any relationship. I know it's been a long time for both of us, but we need to be open with each other to make this work. If I'm being honest with myself, I think the reason I had a mini freakout earlier today is because my feelings for him are becoming so strong. I think I'm falling in love with him. And it terrifies me. We haven't even known each other that long, and it's way too soon to be having these feelings. I need my heart to slow right down because my head needs to catch up. If I don't say it out loud, it's not real, though, right?
"What are you thinking about?"
he asks, rubbing the bubbles off my shoulders. "Nothing," I whisper, turning to kiss him. "Do you want to get out of here?"
"Sure."
He nods, grabbing us 2 towels from the counter and wrapping the first one around me.
"I got some more of that cheesecake you like. We can eat it in bed."
And then he says things like that, which don't help the situation. The thing about Orion is that he pays attention, he listens to me, and he does things without being asked. Thoughtful things, just like that. I never told him what my favorite dessert is, he just noticed. It's like he has known me for years. That sounds like the perfect ending to a perfect evening, I say, smiling. After I give him a perfect ending, anyway. Chapter 14. A few weeks later, I'm standing in front of all 3 of Orion's motorcycles, and I can't remember a time I was ever this excited for a reveal. Each bike is a different custom, including model, style, and color. Orion's is the black and red Harley, and my favorite out of the 3. "When is he coming in?" Bronte asks, taking photos of the motorcycles for our social media. I check my phone. He said he's on his way now.
How much money is sitting in front of us?
Chains murmurs, checking out the black and orange bike. "A lot," I murmur, glancing at Trade. "Enough that we can all get raises now." He laughs.
"I'll ask my brother about that one. People are going to go crazy when they see these. They're different from anything out there right now. And Cam, the paintwork you have done is insane."
"Especially on the red one," Bronte adds, recovering the bikes with cloth so they can remain hidden for now. I gently nudge her with my elbow. There might have been some extra love thrown into that one. "Love?" Bronte picks up on my word instantly. "What did you just say?" "I didn't mean it like that," I reply quickly, eyes widening. "Just, you know what I mean." "Oh, I know exactly what you mean," she mutters under her breath, a smirk playing on her lips. "Bronte." Orion chooses that moment to step into the warehouse, except he's not alone. He's brought 2 men with him. And my blood turns cold when my eyes land on one of them. What the hell is he doing here? No. Not in my workplace. He doesn't belong in my world anymore, and he needs to get out of my safe space. My first reaction is to move away, to step back as far away from him as I can go, but I don't need to give him that satisfaction. Right now, I need to stand my ground and take my power back.
"Hey, beautiful,"
Orion says as he approaches. He pulls me in for a hug and takes hold of my hand as he steps away.
"Teddy and Bjorn, this is my girlfriend Cam. Cam, these are my cousins."
My current boyfriend just introduced me to my ex-boyfriend. And they are cousins. I look Bjorn in the eye, not wanting the slimy bastard to think he has a hold on me anymore. I don't know what he's going to say or how he's going to play this when we have so many eyes on us, but I stare and wait for him to make the next move.
"This is the girl you've been raving about for the last few weeks?"
Bjorn asks, expression composed, but I don't miss the tightness of his jaw and the flicker of anger in his sharp brown eyes.
"Yeah,"
Orion replies, looking at me completely unaware of the situation.
"Are you ready for this?"
Trade asks, taking over, for which I'm grateful. Orion nods and looks toward his cousins.
"Happy birthday to you both for next month."
Trade pulls the cloth off their 2 bikes, keeping Orion's covered and saved for last.
"Are you serious?"
Teddy asks, walking over to the blue bike, eyes wide. "Holy shit, this is amazing. I can't believe you bought us motorcycles." Bjorn studies the orange bike, rubbing his hands together, momentarily distracted from the fact that I'm standing here.
"What do you think?"
Orion asks, satisfaction in his gaze.
"I love it. I don't even know what to say right now. Thank you,"
he says, slapping Orion on the back.
"I cannot wait to ride this beast."
The 2 of them examine and love on their machines, and then it's time for Orion to see his. I lift the cover off for him and watch his expression as he sees his bike for the first time.
"Babe,"
he whispers, shaking his head, his eyes lighting up.
"I fucking love it."
I exhale in relief. He lifts me up in the air and spins me around, laughing in happiness and excitement.
"You are too talented for your own good, you know that? I love it. I can't wait to show this off."
He puts me down and bends at the knee, checking out the bike up close. I move closer to Bronte, turning my back to Bjorn. I have a motherfucking problem right now. What? She asks, keeping her voice as low as mine. I don't get to explain it to her because Orion comes back over and starts talking about how happy he is with the bikes. And it's almost more awkward now because Bjorn hasn't said anything and we're both pretending we don't know each other. I wish we didn't. When Bjorn and I were dating, he lived back down south, but he must have had the same idea as me to get out of there and move to the city. And I knew that Bjorn had a big family and lots of cousins, but he never mentioned the name Orion. I would have remembered because it's not a common name. They must be close if Orion's dropping tens of thousands of dollars on a motorcycle for him. I can't believe both of our paths have led us to this moment. I never thought he'd ever have any power over me again, but now I've found out he is family to the man I'm falling for, and Bjorn isn't going to have nice things to say about me. I don't know how this is going to play out, but I'm worried. Bronte shows Orion the pictures she took, and I stand there next to them, there but not. I can't even remember what they are saying. I lift my head and find Bjorn staring right at me. He looks exactly the same as I remember him. He's about a head shorter than Orion, with brown curly hair, brown eyes, and big, strong brows. His tan skin is a little darker, like he's been in the sun, and he is still wearing a leather band I bought him years ago at a festival. Why the hell would he be wearing that?
Are you okay?
Orion asks, touching my cheek.
You look a little pale.
I'm fine, I lie. I want to tell him everything, and I will, but when we're alone. But then again, I need to tell him before Bjorn does, because who knows what kind of lies he will say about me. Actually, I need to talk to you. Now, I say, quickly pulling him into the storeroom before anyone can say anything.
What is it?
He asks, watching me with concern. I lick my suddenly dry lips. Remember when I told you about my ex-boyfriend? The one who's the reason I moved here for a fresh start?
Yeah.
He nods, brow furrowing.
The asshole one.
I point outside the door. Your cousin. You just walked in with my ex-boyfriend, the one I've essentially been hoping I never have to see again.
Teddy?
I shake my head. I wish it had been Teddy, who looks a lot kinder than Bjorn. He winces, his eyes flashing.
Bjorn is your fucking ex-boyfriend?
Yes, I groan, covering my face with my hands. And I wanted you to hear it from me. It was awkward as hell standing in there with him. He used to call me Ronnie, not Cam, so maybe that's why you haven't heard of me before. I'm surprised that he didn't say anything worse to me. I think he wanted to say something but was distracted by the motorcycle. Bjorn was always easily distracted by shiny, pretty things, women included. I can only imagine what his whole family is going to think of me now. Just when I was sure they were all starting to like me, now this has to happen, which makes it look like I'm getting around the family, from one cousin to another. Just what I need. I cross my arms over my chest as we both stand there, just looking at each other. And he's your cousin, whom you obviously love and care about because you bought him a fucking motorcycle. I can't believe this is happening to me right now. This is just my luck.
I definitely wasn't expecting this,
he mutters, running his hand through his hair.
I have heard about a Ronnie. Fuck, I had no idea that was you.
Bjorn opens the door and lets himself inside the staff room.
Well, this is fucking awkward,
he says, staring daggers at me.
I had no idea.
Orion whispers to himself, glancing between the two of us. His gaze then lands on his cousin.
Come on, let's get the bikes out of here. And what are you going to do about this situation?
Bjorn asks him, scowling.
I don't want to have anything to do with her. You don't have to, she isn't yours anymore.
Orion says, taking a step closer.
You hear me? You're going to choose her over your own blood?
Bjorn asks, and I can't believe the bastard.
Why does there need to be a choice? You two dated in the past, and it's been over for years. I had no idea, and now she's mine, and I care about her. I'm not going to let her go just because of that.
He replies, and relief fills me. So he's not done with me because of my previous bad taste in men. Good to know. Bjorn isn't happy, and the look he sends my way would kill someone weaker. Your choice. He leaves, and I puff out a breath and wrap my arms around Orion. Thank you for standing up for me.
Why wouldn't I? It's not your fault. It's just a coincidence. Do I love it? No. But it is what it is, and I'm not going to lose you over it. I'm not that stupid.
I know, but I also know how close you are to your family and how much you love them, and he played the blood card, I say, burying my face in his neck. This just complicated things a little.
It's fine, Orion assures me. You both can be civil to each other, right?
I nod, but if only it was going to be that easy. I have nothing to do with Bjorn anymore and haven't in a long time. I would happily say hi and keep it friendly during family events. Or at least I would try. Except that I know Bjorn, and he's not going to just let me be. Unless he's had some miracle transformation, which I'm sure he hasn't, he's going to use this against me. Try to hurt me. He's going to try to get Orion to break up with me. And I need to make sure that that doesn't happen. Chapter 15. Holy shit, Bronte whispers, covering her open mouth with her hand. I can't believe that just happened. All of the men have left with their bikes, so I can openly speak with Bronte, Trade, and Chains. You clearly have a type when it comes to men. Tall, dark, and handsome, Bronte adds. Not helping, I groan, opening a bag of chips and eating my feelings. I decide I need Trade's opinion since he knows Orion and his family the best out of anyone. Trade, how do you think this is going to play out? I ask. He rubs the back of his neck. Not a good sign.
Bjorn is the black sheep of the family. He's the most reckless and wild one out of all of them. How the hell did you date him?
I was young and stupid, I tell him, putting the chips down and crossing my arms over my chest. I don't know what else to say. But I did, and now it's coming back to bite me in the ass.
I don't know Bjorn well, but he's not someone to mess with. Orion took him under his wing when the rest of the family all but disowned him.
Trade explains, looking at me in sympathy.
He did time for grand theft and burglary.
I had heard he went to prison, and I'm glad that he paid that price. He should have done extra time for what he did to me. I don't realize that I've said that out loud until Chains looks at me with narrowed eyes.
What does that mean? What did he do? Did he lay a hand on you?
No. I respond too fast, and I'm sure they know it's a lie. But I do not want to get into that right now. I don't want any of the MC to see me as a victim. As the weak woman who stayed with a man who was abusive toward her. I don't want anyone to know the truth, because I'm ashamed.
Cam,
I cut Trade off. What happened in my relationship with Bjorn is old news, and I'm not that woman anymore, okay? I really like Orion, and I don't want this to mess that up. It's so rare that I ever like someone. And the connection Orion and I have is strong. If I have to fight for him, I will. Everyone has a past, Bronte says, standing up from her chair and coming over to me. You shouldn't be judged on it, that's not fair. So you dated a douche, all of us have at some point. It shouldn't have to be such a big deal. Everyone has dated assholes, but not everyone has also dated the asshole's cousins, I grumble. I'm sure some have, Bronte fires back. And it's not like you knew. He's a real piece of work, I admit, glancing down at my pink fingernails. I think it's more about the fact that Bjorn isn't going to leave me alone now. I just know it in my gut. He's going to make my life hell. He can try. You have us now, Bronte says, hugging me. We've got you, all right? Whatever happened back then is done with. Things are different now.
He does anything? Anything at all? You come to us.
Chains demands, dark eyes flashing. When I stay silent, he looks at me unflinchingly.
Yeah?
I nod. Okay. I hope I'm just being paranoid and that Bjorn has left us in the past. I mean, people do change, right? Orion comes over to my house after I finish work and we sit down to have a chat. So, today was a little weird. I start, laying my head on his chest and wrapping my arms around his body. What a freaking small world it is. What I want to ask him is what Bjorn told him about me, so I can admit to it or defend myself. But I want him to give that information openly.
Yeah, I have to confess I didn't see that one coming. Bjorn only moved here a few months ago after he got out of prison, and I've kind of been looking after him ever since. The family wants nothing to do with him, and I gave him a security job for one of my clubs so he can earn some money and try to get back on his feet.
He explains, cupping my chin with his fingers.
I felt bad for him. Everyone turned their back on him, and yeah, he stole cars and got caught. But that doesn't mean he doesn't deserve a second chance. He wasn't ever going to become a better person if no one took a gamble on him, and he's still family. He owes me, though, so he's not going to be an issue. He's in your past, and I'm your future.
Does he think he can fix Bjorn? That giving him a chance to redeem himself will turn him into a better person? If so, he has a lot of disappointment coming his way. Thank you for understanding, I say. Even though he doesn't know the whole story, but that's on me for not telling it to him. I'm not ready yet. He's being really nice and realistic about the whole situation, but it has to hurt his ego a little bit. His cousin has slept with me for 2 years. If the roles were reversed, I'd hate that so much. I'd be jealous, and the thought of him being with someone who was family to me, someone I cared about, would eat me alive inside. Maybe he's just a better person than me. Or maybe he's not being completely honest with how he's feeling because he doesn't want to hurt me. If it makes you feel any better, I regret ever dating him, and now more so than ever. I grumble, sliding closer to him. I should have told him about Bjorn in detail before this, because now it's going to sound bad if I tell him the truth of our relationship. I don't want to speak badly about his family, even if it is all true. I did tell him I had an ex, and that the relationship messed me up. I didn't tell him just how bad it was, though. Bjorn is not a good man, and no amount of blood ties is going to change that.
I know, but everything in your past got you to right where you are now, so there's no point having regrets.
He replies, kissing the tip of my nose.
I'm just happy that I met you, and that you're in my life now.
He's definitely a much better, wiser person than me. I love you. I blurt out without thinking. I know I mean it and that I've felt it for a while now, but this is the first time I've ever even thought of mentioning it to him. But I don't regret it. I love this man. He's come into my world out of nowhere and has just changed everything for me, and all in a very good way.
I love you too,
he says back, smiling widely and kissing me before I can say anything else to him.
So much.
Good. I manage to get the word out before he stands with me and carries me to my bedroom, slamming the door behind him. Who are these guys? I ask Trade, eyeing the 3 new men carrying all the parts into the store.
Temper's prospects,
he explains.
They basically do all the hard work for them until they become trusted members of the club and get patched in.
Do the prospects have names? I ask him.
The dark-haired one is Diesel. He's the one whose brother helped kidnap Bronte and Quinn.
My eyes widen as I remember when that happened. I was so scared for Bronte and her daughter when I heard the news. And when we got her back, it took her some time to return to herself. And they still let him stay? Trade nods.
He didn't know anything about it, and his brother actually ended up helping Bronte escape. Diesel's a good man. You can't choose your family.
True.
The 2 blonde guys are twins, Atlas and Ares.
he says, lip twitching.
And yes, those are their real names. The men decided no road name was needed this time.
Trade heads out to his truck, and I walk over to Diesel, who happens to be closest, and ask him if he wants a drink or coffee. Yeah, it's not in my job description, but I feel bad for the prospects because they're always stuck doing the shit jobs no one wants to do.
I'm good, but thank you,
Diesel replies, wiping the sweat off his brow. I ask the twins too, but they also decline, so I just bring them all out cold bottles of water anyway.
Thanks,
the twins reply at the same time.
I'm Atlas.
Cam.
Nice to meet you. This is my brother Aries.
I nod at him too. I don't know if the two of them are identical or not because they do look very similar. But then I notice that one has green eyes and one has blue and one has fairer hair than the other.
So you work here?
Asks Atlas, the obviously chattier one. Yep, I'm the creative director here. Basically, I do the designs, painting, and so on. I'm also a mechanic by trade, which is how I started here, but now we have people for that.
That's hot,
he replies, eyeing me up and down.
You're beautiful and know your way around a motorcycle. Let me guess, you're not single.
I grin. Definitely not single.
What a surprise,
he grumbles, cracking open his bottle of water and taking a sip.
The good ones are always taken. You're going to get us in trouble,
Diesel says as he walks past. I don't know if he means me or them, but I leave and go and annoy Bronte instead. Did you know that Diesel guy is the brother of the guy who kidnapped you? I ask, sitting down on her desk. I did, yes. I've spoken to him. He's a nice guy and feels bad about what happened. He thought the MC was going to kick him out, she says, closing her laptop and getting out of her chair. It wasn't his fault. I know. People shouldn't be made to pay for the sins of their family. Something that I'm learning firsthand right now. And sometimes people can get burned when a family member acts badly. Diesel isn't his brother, just as Orion isn't Bjorn. You better get going to your writing test, she points out, glancing at her watch. With the traffic, you should probably leave now. Shit, I'd almost forgot. Thanks for reminding me. I call out as I grab my bag from my desk and race out of there.
Where are you going?
Trade asks, looking confused. My writing test, I call out.
Good luck,
he replies. Orion drives me to the licensing center on his new bike. I have to admit he looks sexy as hell on it, especially knowing I'm the one who designed it for him. He said afterward he will take me home to pick up Pink Beauty so we could go on our first ride together, and I can't wait.
You ready for this?
He asks with a grin, sliding his helmet off. You have no idea. He kisses me and wishes me good luck. He then adds,
Not that you're going to need it.
And slaps my ass as I pass. Shaking my head, I step inside and get ready to finally do something I've always wanted to do. Legally be able to ride. Another tick off the old bucket list. Chapter 16. Decked out in my new riding gear Orion bought me, I overtake him with a smile, loving every second of my newfound freedom. My bike rides like a dream, and I regret taking so long to officially get my license. Orion is decked out in all black except for the dash of red on his Harley, and I'm riding in front of him, a pink and black blur. I feel powerful with this machine between my thighs, and everything else in life falls away. It's just what I've needed. Orion lets me lead the way, and I head to a favorite spot of mine, a lookout over the beach. We stop there, and I take a few pictures of my bike with the stunning backdrop, Orion watching me in amusement.
Bet that's going all over social media,
he teases. One thing I've learned about him is that he doesn't have much of an online presence, and I actually like that about him. He's different from everyone else our age. Most people in their 20s let social media dictate their lives. Do you want one of yours? I ask, showing him the photo I took. Come on, look how good it looks.
Would look nicer with you on it,
He murmurs, pushing my hair to the side. I sit up on his bike and arch my back, my neck tilted, posing seductively while he takes a few shots of me. I turn to the camera and smile, running my hand through my hair to give it that bouncy, messy look.
You've done this before, haven't you? Or are you just that talented at everything?
He asks, scrolling through the pictures he took.
You look fucking sexy.
I have bike and car modeled before in another life, I admit, sliding off his bike. And thank you.
That's going to be my screensaver.
He shows me the picture. It's perfect, and I love it because he does. Do I get one of you for mine? Maybe you can take your shirt off while you're at it, I tease, going up on my tiptoes and kissing the side of his neck. You smell so good. Like leather and cologne. He lifts me up and sits me back on my bike, hands cupping the globes of my ass, kissing just under my ear.
I think we should celebrate you getting your license.
What do you have in mind? I ask, my voice sounding breathless to even my own ears. I wrap my legs around him as he slowly starts to grind himself on me. A beeping horn reminds us we're in fucking public and need to control ourselves. Let's go home, I say, licking my lips, and we can do some celebrating all night.
I'm going to need a minute.
I grin evilly. The next morning I ride to work and everyone comes outside to see me show off the bike. I decide to paint something for the clubhouse as a big thank you to Temper and Crow, who I know would had to have come up with the idea to gift Pink Beauty to me. When I step into the warehouse, right there on the wall as soon as you enter is the picture I did of Billy on the motorcycle. What do you think about that spot? Bronte asks, smiling up at her. I had left the painting with her, unsure where to put it. I think it looks perfect. She reaches out and takes my hand. I think she would have loved it. We stand there for a moment, hand in hand, staring up at our lost friend. She's right, too. I think Billy would have adored this painting. She would have told me that I got all her good angles. I'm sitting at my desk sketching when Bjorn walks in. What are you doing here? I ask, frowning. He puts his hands up in surrender.
I just wanted to talk with you. That's it.
Trade exits the staff room and comes over to me when he sees Bjorn there.
Are you okay?
I nod. Yeah, I'm fine.
Call out if you need me,
he says while looking into Bjorn's eyes. Thanks, Trade. Bjorn watches him walk away and then turns back to me.
You've done well for yourself, haven't you? You've got everyone fooled that you're a sweet, innocent girl.
I arch my brow. I don't think that anyone would call me innocent. These people know the real me and they love me. I can see why you wouldn't like that, considering how everyone has turned their back on you. Except Orion. His brown eyes narrow.
You know, you left without a word. I should have known that you would have run to the city.
I don't want to rehash the past with him. I left for a fresh start and to get away from him. Of course I left without telling him. Why are you here? I know it's not to catch up on old times, so say what you have to say and then leave, I demand, lifting my chin. His jaw goes tight and he glances around to make sure we're alone before he says his next words.
I don't know how you got your claws into my cousin, but I'm going to need you to let go of him.
I study him for a few moments. I don't know who you think you are to try to tell me who I should and should not be with, but I love Orion and he loves me. And if you cared about him, you'd want him to be happy.
I do want him to be happy,
he murmurs, touching his chin with his index finger and thumb. He comes closer, and the familiar scent of his cologne makes me feel sick.
But Ronnie, I hate you more than I love him, and you'd be wise to remember that.
I wince at the old nickname. It was the name he and his friend knew me by, a name I have left behind, just like the person I used to be. I feel sorry for you, I say, leaning as far away from him as I can. You have so much hate in you, and because of that, you'll never be happy. I don't like the man standing in front of me. He brings back a lot of bad memories and hell, a lot of shame from what I put up with while with him. But I don't wish him ill. I don't think about him at night, wishing evil upon him. I just don't want him to be near me. Him, though? He's obviously never let go of his hatred for me, and the best part is I don't even know why he hates me so much. The only thing I did to him was leave, and that's because he was a controlling, manipulative man who treated me like shit.
Don't worry about me. If I were you, I'd be worrying about yourself because your perfect little life will now come to an end.
With that threat lingering, he walks away. Trade comes in instantly and asks me what he said. It's war, I say. And Bjorn might be bigger than me, meaner, and have less of a conscience. But I have something to fight for. Orion. And I'm not going to lose him. Later that night, I'm sitting outside on Orion's balcony, enjoying the view, a cold glass in my hand, the condensation dripping down my fingers. I know that I have to tell him about what happened today, but it is a hard subject to bring up. I don't want us to always have to be talking about Bjorn. He'd love it if he consumed our lives and our minds like that. So something happened at work today? I say, turning toward him. We're both pasted against each other on the swing.
What?
He asks, giving me his full attention. Bjorn dropped in. He nods.
He told me he was going to have a chat with you and clear the air. He said he wanted to apologize and make sure you knew that he was happy for us, and was sorry about saying that I was choosing you over him.
Did he now? I reply, gritting my teeth. Well played, Bjorn. Well played. He did come by, but that's not what he said at all.
What did he say then?
Orion asks, brow furrowing. I don't want to get in between him and his family, but I should also be honest. There's no point keeping anything from him. He's my man, and he needs to know. And I need to know where I stand as the drama with Bjorn progresses. He said that he loves you, but he hates me more, and he wants us to break up, and he's going to do anything to make that happen, basically, I explain, touching the side of his face with my cold fingers. He has pretty much made it his mission to make my life hell. I know I need to tell him everything, but if I'm being honest with myself, I'm ashamed. I don't want him to see me as that woman, as Ronnie, the one who was so easily manipulated by the man she thought she loved. So much so that she let him drag her down with him. How do you tell someone that without them changing how they see you? I never want Orion to look at me in a different way. Orion's lips tighten before he responds.
Let me talk to him. There's nothing he can do or say to make me change my mind about you, so he's wasting his time. But he also needs to fucking grow up and let this shit go. I won't let him come into your work again. I'm sorry.
He's apologizing for his cousin, but I'm the one who dated him. While none of this is his fault, I do need him to have my back. You did nothing wrong, I sigh, resting my head on his shoulder. But thank you. I don't want him just showing up at my work even though I know I'm safe. Trade is usually always there, and Chains is there sometimes too. I know both of them would never let anything happen to me. I know Bronte wouldn't either.
He won't,
Orion assures me, kissing my temple.
I can't believe he said that to you. You see him again, you call me straight away, okay? Let me handle it. I don't want you to worry.
It's hard not to, knowing Bjorn like I do. But I agree, and we change the subject. Orion makes the whole thing sound so easy, that he will take care of it, that he can control Bjorn. But then, why won't this feeling of dread leave my stomach? Chapter 17. The weekend arrives and Orion and I head out for a dinner date. He takes me to one of the restaurants he owns, a high-end Japanese eatery, and the food is amazing. This place is fancy, I say, looking around. How many restaurants in the city do you own?
I own 2 by myself, and I have 50% shares in another 3.
He explains, lifting his sake to his lips and taking a sip.
I'll have to take you on a tour of all of them.
When are we going to go to mini golf and the bowling alley? That's what I want to know.
He laughs. Whenever you like. Why do I have a feeling that you're going to be competitive?
Because you know me. I grin. I don't like to lose. But I mean, who does? I still have a good time either way, though. He tilts his head.
Good. So you won't be a bad loser then.
I guess we'll find out. And I don't care if you're the owner. Don't think anyone is going to take it easy on you.
I wouldn't expect any less.
We end up talking the night away, and we walk past the MC's nightclub, Kamikaze, when we take a late-night stroll through the city. Seeing a familiar face through the window, I wave. Crow's in there. He quickly comes out and gives me a big hug and then a handshake for Orion.
Look at you, out of the house on a weekend,
he teases. What are you doing here? I thought you'd be at Divine, I ask.
They were short-staffed here tonight, so I just dropped in to make sure it's all running smoothly. I'm going to head home soon, though. Do you guys want to come in for a drink?
He asks. Sure, I reply, looking over at Orion. What do you say?
Sounds good,
he replies, hand on the small of my back. Crow leads us inside, avoiding the line. We head up to the VIP area, and a waitress takes our drink order.
How's the bike going?
Crow asks Orion, leaning back in his chair and studying him. I know that Orion has met and is on good terms with the MC members, including Crow, but I don't think the two of them have ever hung out one-on-one before. Crow is someone who means a lot to me, so I'd like for them to get along.
It's amazing,
Orion replies, smiling at the thought of it.
And now that Cam is riding, it's been even more fun.
I'll bet. Crow turns to me. I'm not going to ask you how Pink Beauty is doing because Bronte tells me how you bring it to work and then stare at it all day. She's a stunner, what can I say? I laugh. How is that beautiful daughter of yours? I need to come in and see her, and I bought her some cute clothes last week that I need to drop off.
She's perfect. I was actually going to ask if you wouldn't mind watching her tomorrow. I want to take Bronte out on a surprise date.
I'd love to, I reply. Just message me the when and where and I'll be there.
Great, thanks. She loves her Auntie Cam.
And I love her right back.
Do you like kids?
Crow asks Orion. I know there's a reason for each question. He wants to know what type of man I've decided to shack up with.
I do,
Orion says, smiling widely.
I come from a big family and there's always been kids around. They've just always been a part of my life. I'd love to have a big basketball team of them one day.
Crow gives me the eye.
You hear that?
I did, I reply in a dry tone. And it's a little early to be discussing kids, don't you think?
Actually, now is the perfect time to make sure you're both on the same level before you get in too deep,
Crow says, thanking the waitress as she sets our drinks on the table.
Imagine being with someone for years before you realize they only want 1 kid when you wanted 4. Things like that end up being a deal breaker. That's true,
Orion agrees, picking up his glass of scotch.
That's actually the reason my sister got divorced. She wanted kids. He decided that he didn't and wasn't going to compromise on it.
That must have been hard for her. I know that Bronte couldn't have kids and Crow was happy to not have biological kids and to adopt instead. If that isn't love, I don't know what is. 1 drink turns into 2 and then 4, and we soon realize we're going to have to catch a taxi home because none of us are going to be able to drive.
Bronte is calling, and I'm going to blame it on you, Cam. Crow says, answering his phone. Hey, babe. Yeah, I'll be home soon. Just having a drink with Cam and Orion.
He pauses.
Yeah, she was just walking past and saw me, so she came in for a drink.
He laughs and hands me the phone. Why am I the only one at home in my pajamas right now? She asks, her tone mock stern. I'm missing out on all the good shit. I want to get Orion drunk and ask him personal borderline inappropriate questions to make sure he's good enough for you. I laugh out loud. Don't worry, you will have plenty more opportunities, and sorry we kept Crow out later than usual. That's all right. I'm glad the 2 of you are catching up. You guys have fun. Love you. Love you too. I hang up and hand Crow his phone back. You have the best woman ever.
I know.
Crow heads home before us, and Orion and I leave the VIP area to sit down at the lower bar to enjoy the ambiance. I can't remember the last time I spontaneously ended up at a nightclub, I admit, glancing up at him over the rim of my vodka. You make me younger. He throws his head back and laughs.
That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
Our eyes lock and hold.
And you make me so happy. I can't even remember the last time I've been this happy.
I reach out and take his hand. I love you.
I love you too,
he replies, bringing my hand to his lips and kissing it.
And I like just hanging out and spending time with you. I don't think you know how rare that is for me.
Well, I've experienced firsthand how you like to bone and bail, so that does make sense. He cuts me off with a kiss. Get a room, cousin. My head snaps back and into the eyes of the person who once made my life a living hell. What are you doing here? I ask him. Bjorn smirks and spreads his arms out wide.
It's a free country, Ronnie, and you don't own this place. I'm here to have a good time.
Don't call me that, I reply. I don't miss Orion slowly moving closer to me.
Who are you here with?
He asks his cousin. Bjorn points over to the other side of the club.
Teddy and Bass.
Orion nods.
Cool. You going to come over and sit with your family?
Bjorn asks, lifting his beer to his lips and drinking a quarter of the bottle. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand.
Or are you going to sit here and pretend you don't know us? I'm here with my woman,
Orion says, eyes narrowing.
Now you all have a good night, all right? We don't need to start unnecessary shit because we've been drinking. We're all adults here and you need to walk away.
Orion is calm, but the air between them is thick, and I think he can sense how on edge Bjorn really is right now. He's obviously had too much to drink and he's showing his true colors. This is the Bjorn I know, the one he's been trying to hide.
Don't give me that we're all adults bullshit, cousin. The woman next to you is nothing but trouble, a waste of fucking time, and you're going to have beef with your own family because of her? I know she's good in bed, but shit, stop thinking with your dick for 5 minutes and realize what a tramp she is.
Orion stands up and punches him in the face. It happens so fast that I'm in shock. I get out of my chair and move farther down the bar because I can guess what's about to happen. Bjorn touches his jaw and wipes the blood away from his lips, staring down at it.
That's how you want it to be? No, that's how you made it,
Orion replies, gritting his teeth.
You disrespect my woman, you disrespect me, and I'm not going to put up with that shit. You keep talking about family, but I'm the only one who's taken you in and accepted you after everything you have done. I've had your back. If you can't do the same for me, then you aren't the family I want. Family is about loyalty. Without that, what is the fucking point? You said you wouldn't cause any more trouble, and you even apologized. And now this? You talk so much shit you can't even keep track.
Bjorn strikes next, his closed fist connecting with Orion's cheek, and the two of them go at it. Their other cousins come over and try to break them up, but Teddy ends up taking an accidental hit to the face and another one gets pushed and goes flying backward. They give up after that. Orion and Bjorn are both strong and clearly know how to fight, and it shows. Orion is swinging and getting in hits I know Bjorn is going to feel for a long time, and there's a look in his eyes which gives me a little glimpse into the Orion that people fear. He's strong and he's ruthless, and he doesn't back down. Teddy grabs my arm and pulls me farther away from the fight. Orion will feel like shit if you accidentally get hurt. It's not me I'm worried about right now, I reply.
You've made a fucking mistake tonight.
I hear Orion seethe, the tone in his voice intimidating.
You should know better than to cross me.
Bjorn laughs wildly, making him sound unstable. You might have the money, the strength, and whatever else, but your soft heart will always be your downfall. It makes you weak.
You're the weak one.
It takes 6 security guards to break them up. I don't know what to do. I'm not stupid enough to get in the middle of the fight, except I can't help but feel at fault for all of this. Not only am I the reason these cousins are physically fighting right now, the fight has taken place in my friend's establishment, so I'm going to have to apologize to the Knights, too. Just fucking great. I move to Orion's side and turn his face to see, to check him over for any damage. There's a cut above his eyebrow and his jaw is going to be sore tomorrow, but nothing too bad. Come on, let's get out of here. I try to pull him away, but he's like a wall and won't budge.
One more word comes out of you about her and you are fucking done. Do you hear me?
People have circled us, everyone wanting to see what's going on. Unsurprisingly, people have their phones out recording the altercation. The last thing we need is for this to get out on social media and for the whole family to see.
Fuck you. You're going to regret this.
Bjorn fires back before he's dragged out of the nightclub. He locks eyes with me and drags his finger across his neck as he disappears out the door. He wants to kill me. This whole thing makes me feel sick. I hate that this has happened, but I don't know how to fix it. Is there a way to fix it? Bjorn isn't going to just walk away, move somewhere else, or disappear. He's not going anywhere. I love that Orion is protective of me and won't let anyone disrespect me, but I don't want to see him coming to blows with his own blood. And now that they have come this far, it's not just me who's unsafe. Bjorn will be wanting revenge on him too, and I'm not sure if Orion realizes that. I don't know how I'm going to get out of this one, but as soon as we go back to my house, I send Crow a message telling him what happened at Kamikaze and apologizing for it. And that it won't happen again. But you know what? At this stage, I can't really promise that. Chapter 18. After a shower, I clean up the swollen cut on Orion's eyebrow. I think he got lucky because besides that, he has no other visible injuries. It's clear that he won the fight. Bjorn's face had blood everywhere.
I've never really seen that side of him before,
Orion comments, unflinching as I disinfect his wound.
I mean, never toward me anyway. I can't believe he'd speak to you like that.
He's not a good person, I say softly, lifting his chin up in the bathroom lighting so I can see better. He's the reason I left my hometown and moved to the city. I just had to get away from him. He's a narcissist. He started out as Prince Charming, waited until I was in deep, and then showed me his true colors. I've never met anyone more manipulative and heartless in all of my life. He's a sociopath, and I wish I was exaggerating. He has many sides to him, and he's smart, clever. He knows how to use people to his advantage. He was drunk tonight and let his whole facade slip, and I'm glad Orion got to see it. But looking into his eyes right now, I can tell he's upset about it.
I know,
he replies, gently moving my hands from his face and bringing me to sit on his lap.
I'd never allow anyone to speak to you like that. I don't care who it is. That's not okay to me.
I kiss him on the cheek. I know. I'm sorry tonight played out the way that it did.
It's not your fault. It was his fault. All he had to do was walk away and keep his mouth shut, but he couldn't do that. I know he was drunk, but that's no excuse.
He meant what he was saying. I know, I whisper. I've known all along it was going to be like this. At least for me. But this is the first time Orion is seeing Bjorn for what he truly is. A total asshole. I don't know what's going to happen from here, but I know it's not going to be good. When I'm back at work on Monday, Crow comes in with Bronte, and I know it's because he wants to know what is going on with me. He pulls out a chair for me and one opposite for him like we're having a damn interview. I open a package of cookies and offer him one, but he declines.
So I watched the security surveillance and saw what happened. But I couldn't hear what was said over the music, so I'm going to need you to fill in the blanks.
He says, studying me.
Tell me what's going on so I can stop worrying about your ass.
You can't lip read? I tease. He looks unimpressed.
Cam.
Bjorn was running his mouth and saying shit about me, saying that Orion is choosing me over his own family and that I'm trouble and a waste of time. I explain.
What pushed Orion over the edge to make the first hit?
Bjorn made a comment about how he knew I was good in bed. I wince, rubbing the back of my neck. And he called me a tramp. Who even uses that word anymore?
Crow whistles. Man has some balls, I have to admit.
He was drunk, I remind him. I don't think he would have made a scene in front of Orion otherwise.
So what are you both going to do?
I shrug. I don't know. It's his cousin, so I think he's hoping it will just go away, but I know for a fact that it's not. Bjorn will be planning something, I'm not sure what, but he's not letting this go. He wants me gone.
Well, that's not going to happen. We did a background search on him. Sounds like you have terrible choice in men.
I purse my lips. Thank you for that little update, Captain Obvious. He grins.
But luckily you have us, and we've got your back. Always. I want to get my hands on him just for the fact he's hurt a woman before, even though he did the time for it.
I just don't know why he can't let it go, I grumble.
Cam, you're successful and beautiful, and I'm sure he knows what he lost. But now his own cousin, who is better looking, richer, and all around more liked than him, is with you. You upgraded. He didn't, because he's never going to get better than you. Of course he's salty. He wants to try to bring you down to his level, but babe, you're so high up he can't even reach you.
I smile. That was really sweet, Crow.
That was the truth,
he replies, stretching out his legs in front of him.
Now I'm putting a security guard back out the front of Fast and Fury.
We had two for a while when Bronte needed them, but when things calmed down, Temper moved them to Divine.
And we aren't going to let Bjorn in anymore. I don't give a fuck what excuse he uses. He's not coming in here or any of our nightclubs either. I spoke to Temper and he gave the call. He's blacklisted.
I hesitate. Look, I haven't really told anyone the true story of what happened with me and Bjorn. Not even Orion knows, and I don't know how to tell him. Crow studies me.
We all know there's more to the story, so why don't you tell me? You know you can talk to me about anything.
I tell him the whole sordid Bjorn tale, and while it feels great to finally tell someone, I'm thoroughly embarrassed. Once I'm done, Crow's jaw goes tight and his hands turn to fists.
I knew that asshole put his hands on you. I just knew it. He's going to pay for that, Cam. And you are safe here, all right? We have your back. No one is ever going to do that to you again. No one. I fucking hate men like this. No woman deserves that. And it pisses me off that he's done that to more than one woman and to one I care about. I'm so sorry you went through that.
I gave him a hug. I know.
You need to tell Orion, because he would have handled it all a different way if he knew the truth.
How do you know that? I ask.
Because I would have.
Bronte walks out of the staff room, pulls up a chair, and sits down with us. Did you tell her about the home security?
I was getting there.
he says, smiling at his wife before turning back to me.
We're setting up your house with cameras, and before you say anything, only you will have access to the feed. We aren't going to spy on you, but we'll also be upping the security all around and installing a panic button in your house. You press that, and one of us will be right there. Bjorn isn't going to be able to show up at your house.
That's really nice of you guys, I say, feeling emotional. Thank you. And it's a good idea. I'm definitely going to feel safer knowing the men will be on call if anything happens. I wish that Orion was the one taking these steps, but he's still in denial. Even though he said he saw who Bjorn really is, in his heart I don't think he believes his own blood would actually try to harm or kill him. He thinks it was just a heated, drunken argument that turned to fists. He doesn't know the whole truth about his cousin, and that's my fault. I know better, and clearly so does the MC. They aren't taking any chances with me.
No need to thank us. We should have decked your house out much earlier than this,
Crow says, standing up and offering Bronte his hand. He pulls her up to him.
And I better get going. I'll see you after work.
Okay, have a good day, she replies, kissing him. Don't forget to pick up Quinn from daycare. Crow places his hand on his heart.
Come on, as if I'm going to forget my princess.
Just reminding you, she says, amusement dancing in her eyes. Love you.
Love you too. Cam, call me if anything happens, all right?
I will, I call out to him. And thank you.
Okay, guys, we have some work to do,
Trade says from behind me, making me jump.
We have 2 new clients coming in, and Bronte, I have a new parts list for you to order for the new bikes. Cam, Chains needs some help fixing a bike that just came in.
I perk up. It's been a while since I've done any of the mechanical work, and doing something a little different today sounds quite appealing. Okay, I can do that.
And Cam?
Yeah?
We're all here for you, me included. Anything you need.
I smile. Thank you. We head off to work. After hearing Crow's plan to help me, I feel better about the whole situation, especially Bjorn not being able to come into my work anymore. This has always been a safe place for me, and I'd like to keep it that way. Before I help Chains, I send Orion a quick text asking him what he's up to. I haven't seen him since Saturday morning when I left his house, the morning after the fight. I spent Sunday babysitting Quinn, which was so much fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about everything. We did send each other a message or two, but not like we usually do. I don't know where we stand, and everything has just gotten so complicated. This is the stage in our relationship where we both need to decide if this is what we really want forever, or if we're just wasting our time and effort on something that isn't going to work out. Are we worth fighting for, or are we just postponing the inevitable? It's so soon for us to be having any kind of problems. We should be in the honeymoon stage, smooth sailing. And we were until Bjorn had to come back into my life. He breaks anything he touches. Is Orion the man I want to marry one day? The man I want to be the father of my kids? Or is this chapter of my life just another lesson? Chapter 19. Orion comes over to my house after work, still dressed in his business suit, looking sexy as fuck. Even sexier holding pizza in one hand and beer in the other. Hey, I say, smiling and opening the door for him to enter.
Hey, you got security cameras installed?
He asks, glancing upward. Yeah, I did. That smells good. And so does he. That familiar masculine scent hitting me. I always love seeing him in his suit, all professional, but knowing that underneath that suit is tattoos and a beautifully ripped body. The suit covers all of his tattoos so none are visible while he's in work mode. Under his suit is all play, though. He comes inside, puts the food and alcohol down, and then lifts me up in his arms, sitting me on the kitchen counter and wrapping me in his embrace.
I missed you.
I missed you too, I reply.
I feel like there's a gap between us after what happened on Friday night, and I don't like it. I don't want anything to happen to us, and I sure as fuck don't want to lose you. So can you please tell me what's going on in your mind right now?
He asks, tone gentle, eyes imploring. My eyes widen at his honest question. I felt the gap, of course, but I didn't think he'd bring it up in this way and with such open communication. I think about how to word what I want to say to him properly. Okay, well, today at work, Crow came to speak to me about what happened at the club. He said that he's going to put in security at work as of tomorrow so Bjorn can't just wander in anymore. And he's now banned from all of their nightclubs so he can't start any shit, and also so I can go places without being worried or feeling threatened. So the MC is taking it seriously. But I guess I feel like maybe you aren't, because he's your cousin. His eyes flare, and I can tell I said something he wasn't expecting.
I didn't realize everyone thought he was that big of a threat. I mean, he was a total piece of shit and completely out of line, but I don't think he would harm you. He wouldn't dare. I can handle this situation, Cam. I wouldn't ever let him harm a hair on your head.
He has no idea, and he clearly didn't see Bjorn's slit throat gesture at the bar. His cousin is his blind spot, and he just can't see it. It's so frustrating because it's all right in front of him. His judgment is all off right now, and I just want to shake him so he can see the situation as what it is, not what he wishes it would be. Bjorn literally made a slit throat gesture to me at the bar. I thought you saw it. That is a threat in itself. My friends don't want to take that chance with me. I appreciate that from them because, to be honest, after everything that has happened, I'm feeling a little on edge. I know exactly what Bjorn's capable of, even before he even went to prison. I can only guess what he's capable of now after doing time, and hope that I'm wrong. I should tell him the whole truth so he understands. I want to, but the words just won't seem to come out. I don't know how he will take it, and I just don't want him to know how vulnerable I once was. His fingers gently squeeze my thighs.
I'm so sorry, Cam. I've been really fucking stupid, haven't I? I didn't realize...
He trails off.
You're right. I can't let the fact that he's my family blind me to what he could do.
His hands move up my body, landing on my cheeks, his eyes scanning mine.
I've got you. You know that, right? Whatever you need, it's yours. I'm not a mind reader, though, so please just fucking tell me what you need from me. You acted so calm about the whole situation, I had no idea you were scared that he'd actually do something to you. I'd kill him before I let that happen.
He kisses me. And then we get a little distracted. Pizza and beer forgotten, he carries me back to my bedroom, undresses me, and lays me down. And then his mouth is on me, and I can't think of anything else. Flowers arrive for me at work the next day, the note reading, "Just because. Love, Orion." He's a romantic, that one, Bronte murmurs, smelling the roses. They are beautiful, and I think possibly the biggest bouquet of red roses I've ever seen in my life. They take up most of my desk. I know. We had a big talk last night. And then lots of sex. Bronte laughs, touching a petal and then looking up at me. You seem happy. I know there's a lot of shit going on right now, but tough times reveal people's true character. You just have to pay attention. Crow helped me through the worst time of my life, and after that I knew he'd always be there for me no matter what. Maybe Orion is your one. Your Crow. I do love him. I'm crazy about him. And you're right, either we'll come out stronger and closer than ever, or we'll crash and burn. And either way, it will be telling. I reply, pulling my chair out and sitting down at my desk. What's meant to be will be. Wise way of looking at it. She smiles, crossing her arms over her crisp white work shirt. Her phone beeps with a message and she quickly checks it. Crow's at home with Quinn today, and he just sent me a selfie of the two of them. Look. I smile warmly, looking at Quinn's cute, chubby face pressed next to Crow's. They're at the park. Sometimes I wonder if I'm making the right choice working full-time. I don't have to. Crow doesn't expect me to. We have her in daycare part-time and we make it work, but sometimes I just want to be at home with her. Which is totally understandable, I say, turning my chair to face her fully. You need to do whatever makes you happy. I know you love your work too, and to be honest, this place would probably crash and burn without you, but trade is flexible. Maybe do some half-days or take an extra long weekend every week. We can hold down the fort for a day. I hope. A half-day here and there sounds pretty good, she admits, twirling her hair around her finger. Maybe you're right. I might talk to Trade and see what my options are. And we will try to make sure the place doesn't set on fire while you're gone, I tease. She laughs as she walks back to her desk. I freaking hope so. Turning back toward the roses, I smile and pull out my phone to send Orion a message. Thank you for the beautiful roses. I can't stop smiling. Also can't stop thinking about last night. Love you. I've never really been one for cute messages, but it's hard not to be that way with Orion. He's sweet and strong, and neither of us are perfect, but we're both going to try. And I think that's all you can ask for in a partner. Chains rocks up to work late as usual, but he brings food and he actually has a real excuse, so we all forgive him. What exactly does Temper have you doing that he can't ask one of the prospects? I ask him as we sit down in the staff room eating the burgers he brought. He considers me before replying. We don't know if we can fully trust the prospects yet, so there are times when he needs me, although I'm going to be testing them soon enough. Test them how? He shrugs. Maybe I'll tell them all something different, a rumor or something, and tell them not to tell anyone, and see if any of the information comes out. And then I'll know who opened their big mouth, and that they can't be trusted and don't belong with the Knights. Savage, I whisper. And hypothetically, what would happen to that person? He's not going to answer that one. Trade smirks, looking up from his phone. You have to be a member to know what's going on. Everyone else is in the dark, women included. We all look at Bronte, who shrugs. There's some stuff even I don't want to know. Unless it involves Crow directly. Then I better damn well know. Sometimes I forget that they have a whole other world going on. One that we will never be a part of. Ariel comes in to drop off some lunch for Trade, little Mila running in front of her with her arms open. Trade scoops her up and she gives him the biggest hug ever. Hi, Daddy! She is so cute, I say to Ariel, watching the two of them interact with each other. And clearly a daddy's girl. You have no idea, Ariel replies, amusement in her eyes. She looks like a mini you, though. Well, she'd have zero chance of looking like Trade, but no matter what, she is most definitely his daughter. The two of them have such a beautiful bond. I consider her words, not understanding what she means exactly. Why would she have zero chance of looking like her dad? Are her genes that strong or something? She notices the expression on my face and starts laughing. You didn't know? I met Trade when Mila was an infant. He's not her biological father, but he's raised her since she was a baby. I had no idea, I admit, watching them even closer now. You'd think someone would have mentioned this with the amount of gossiping that takes place, but no, I didn't know. I always thought Trade was Mila's biological dad. Not that it makes a difference. What an amazing man Trade is. He's a wonderful father. You're a lucky woman. I know. She beams, watching the two of them with love in her eyes. Meeting him was the best thing that ever happened to me, aside from my daughter, of course. Ariel and Mila leave, and Mila cries when she has to say bye to Daddy. Chains helps them get into their car, showing me a softer side to him. He's not all bad, that Chains, no matter how desperately he'd like people to think that. How do you ever say no to her? She's the cutest little diva ever, I say to Trade as he waves goodbye to her crying face. Trade laughs.
Kids need to hear no or they will turn into little assholes.
I had no idea that she wasn't yours. I mean, she's yours, but you know what I mean, I say, wincing at the way the words left my mouth. Trade isn't fazed at all.
She hasn't got my DNA, but she has Ariel's, and that's more than enough for me. I love her just the same as my other kids. There's no difference for me. Just like Bronte and Crow love Quinn. She's theirs, and that's it.
I'm surrounded by some pretty amazing people. Everyone has a unique situation, but we all have one thing in common, and that is love and loyalty to our chosen families. You're a good man, I say, tapping him on the back the same way I see the men do to each other.
And you're a good woman, so I hope Orion doesn't fuck shit up,
he replies, raising his brows at me.
Are those I've messed up roses?
I grin. No, not exactly. We just had a big talk about everything, and now we're on the same page again. I think they're just remember I'm in this for the long run, and we aren't going to let my cousin ruin things for us, roses.
Fair enough,
Trade replies, looking toward the security guard who is standing out the front, checking the ID of anyone who enters.
Hopefully the cousin doesn't cause any more problems, but if he does, we will be waiting.
I don't know any other workplace that would hire security because one of their employees was having trouble with an ex-boyfriend. Trade grins, flashing straight white teeth.
There's no other workplace like this. We're a family, and family look out for each other. Besides, if something happens to you, we'd probably lose a lot of clients.
He walks off, and I'm left smiling. It's nice to be appreciated. Chapter 20. I jump up and down, cheering for myself. Yes! Did you see that shot? It was perfect. Orion laughs, shaking his head. He picks up his club and follows behind me.
You play golf all the time, don't you?
Nope. I mean, I've been a few times, but I'm not a regular or anything, I say, watching him play his shot. Why? Am I that good? He hits the golf ball and almost gets a hole-in-one, but misses.
You're okay.
I smile widely, knowing I'm much better than okay. I love this place. We should come here more often. His mini-golf venue doesn't have just golf. It has an arcade, the bowling alley is next door, and there's also a cafe where we had dinner, and the food was superb. Orion has good taste and has obviously chosen his investments wisely. Ever since we got here, the place has been packed, and the atmosphere is a lot of fun.
I think I'd forgotten how entertaining it is,
he admits, looking around at all the smiling and laughing families.
Or maybe it's just being here with you.
You like losing, then? He barks out a laugh, comes over, and wraps his arms around me.
The game isn't over just yet, and if I had to lose to anyone, it would gladly be to you.
I guess it means you chose a winner, right? I tease, giving him a quick kiss and walking to the next hole.
I definitely chose a winner.
I end up beating him, but only just. After we finish the 18 holes of mini-golf, we head over to the bowling alley for a game before going back to his house. Whose car is that? I ask when I notice an unfamiliar black car out in front of his house.
Ah, shit. It's my mom's,
he murmurs, turning to me with an apologetic face.
She's been wanting to meet you for a long time, and I've been putting it off because she can be, well, a lot.
A lot? I'm about to get out of his car, mentally preparing myself to meet his mom, when a few other cars drive on up through the gates.
And that would be all of my sisters,
he says, lip twitching.
They've all clearly planned this out.
So we're under attack? I ask, eyes going wide. He laughs hard and pulls me against him as we wait for his army of women to get out of their cars. I don't know why they didn't all drive together. Less dramatic, maybe, or maybe they all want to leave whenever they feel like it. Either way, the four of them get out of their cars and walk over to us as we get out of ours.
Mom, how nice to see you,
Orion says, amusement laced in his tone.
Did we have a dinner or something on tonight that I forgot about?
His mom is one of those women who will always be beautiful. Her dark salt and pepper hair is tied behind her in a low, long ponytail down to her hips. Her eyes are sharp, blue mixed with green, and her skin looks like it has never seen the sun. Fair and clear, no freckles, scars, or blemishes. She purses her lips and then turns to me. I didn't come to see you, Orion. I came to see her. She opens her arms for a hug. How nice to finally meet you, Cameron. I've heard so much about you, but my son is rude and never brought you over to my house. It is lovely to finally meet you, Mrs. Stenton, I say, still in her embrace. Oh, please call me Maria. Or Mom, she replies, pulling back and looking over me. You are just as beautiful as he said. I don't love the tattoos. They make you look a bit mean, but that's okay. My son likes them. Come on, let's go inside and have some wine. My husband is away for work, but when he comes back, he will be wanting to meet you. I can see exactly what he meant by a lot. His sisters all hug me one by one before entering. They all look alike, but different. Their hair is all varying dark shades, but they all have those same blue eyes. Nice to see you again, Asta says, winking at me. She looks perfect as usual, her hair in a big bun on top of her head. Oh, that's right, you've already met her, Isla says, arching her brow at Orion. And how are you, brother? I feel like I haven't seen you in ages.
It's been a week,
Orion replies in a dry tone as he hugs her. A week too long, apparently. Luna comments, looking at me from the corner of her eye. She's dressed in all black and has a thin choker around her neck. Isla's always been a little clingy. Shut up, Isla calls out. We all end up in the kitchen, sitting around the dining table pouring wine. Maria ended up making a platter out of what Orion had in the fridge, such as cheese, dip, olives, and carrots, and we all sit around picking at it. So, my son tells me that you work in a garage with cars and motorcycles, Maria starts. I know she wants to make sure she thinks that I'm right for her son, and if I had a son, I'd be doing the same thing. Yes, that's right. I'm a designer and also a mechanic. I help create custom motorcycles like the one Orion has, I explain. The women in Orion's family are all very girly, and then here's me, a mechanic. I'm not sure how his mom will take it. Your hands must get all rough and greasy, she says, frowning. When you have children, will you be a stay-at-home mother? You can leave the grease behind you. It's not like you'll need the money.
Mom.
Orion is shushed. What? I'm just thinking about my future grandchildren. I almost choke on a piece of cheese. I haven't really thought about anything to do with children just yet. But you like kids and want them, right? She presses, her tone indicating this is very important to her. I do love kids. I babysit my friends' kids all the time, I reply, smiling. And of course, I'd love to have some one day. How many? She asks, arching her brow.
Mom, that's enough,
Orion states, narrowing his eyes at her.
Did Grandma interrogate you like this when you started dating Dad?
Maria laughs to herself. What do you think? That woman is a viper. This isn't an interrogation. This is a friendly chat compared to what I got. I just want to know if she's on the same page as me. I'd like grandkids, a lot of them, and these three... She trails off, staring down her daughters. One gets divorced, the other two don't want to settle down. You are my biggest hope right now.
I'm not going to be your biggest hope when you scare her away,
Orion grumbles, turning to me with an apologetic look.
Can you see why I didn't bring you to meet her already?
His mom slaps him on the back of his head, and I have to bite back my amusement at the whole thing. These guys could have their own family reality show. So what if I got divorced? Marriage is like pancakes. The first one is always fucked up, Isla states, crossing her arms over her chest. And I'm glad I didn't have his kids. Next time I'm choosing a man with a higher IQ.
The smart ones are usually not as good and bad.
Luna sighs, glancing down at her short black nails, turning her fingers from side to side. And that's a fact. Maria looks like she wants to slap her too. I've only been married once, and my marriage is not fucked up. It's fine. You just picked a dud, Isla. Savage. So, Cam, why don't you tell us about your family? Maria says next, changing the subject back to me. I'm an only child. My parents live down south, which is where I grew up. I start. An only child. That must have been hard growing up. She comments, brow furrowing. I didn't know any better, I reply, shrugging. Seeing all of you together, I feel like I did miss out, though. So you're definitely going to have more than one child, then? She grins. Orion shakes his head. There would be pros. You'd never have to share any of your toys or clothes, and you'd have your parents' full attention. Luna pipes in, glaring at Asta. That top she has on right now is mine. She still steals my shit. Asta rolls her eyes. You never ever wear it, and it looks better on me. She stares at my ripped jeans and black crop. I should have a look in your wardrobe. I think you'd have some cute stuff. You're officially one of us. Isla smirks. We spend the next 2 hours chatting, drinking, and just getting to know each other. No one brings up Bjorn, for which I'm more than grateful, and I never feel like any of them don't like me or don't think I'm good enough for Orion. I feel accepted, and it's a beautiful thing. When they leave, his mom hugs me tight and says, "Thank you for making my son so happy." It's an emotional moment, and I could truly see myself being a part of this crazy, gorgeous, warm, and honest family. They are so different from my own. And like Orion said, a lot, but they love hard, and anyone could see that. I'm sorry my mom kept bringing up children. Orion groans after they leave. He actually looks a little embarrassed, and it's hilarious. It's okay, I reply, laughing under my breath. She's lovely. Your whole family is. Even if I'm just a walking uterus. Cam, I'm joking, relax. I tease, taking his hand and pulling him up the staircase to his bedroom. Your family is warm and blunt, and I like both of those things. You're a lucky man to have them. I am a lucky man. He muses, stopping me on the staircase and kissing me. Thank you for being so wonderful tonight, and not taking offense to anything that comes out of my mother's mouth. I smile against his lips. You don't need to thank me. I had a good time. Thank you for bringing me into your world. Our world now, he whispers. Our world. I like the sound of that. Chapter 21. The next morning at work, Bronte comes over to my desk and hands me an envelope. You got mail. Thanks, I say, not thinking anything of it. Most of my mail gets sent here because I'm here all day, so it just makes sense. And I spoke to Trade. I'm going to be working 3 days a week from now on. We're going to have someone else come in for the other 2 days. I pause. Who? Why did I come up with this idea? It's now sounding like a terrible one. Bronte holds Fast and Fury together, and without her, we're all going to crumble and fall. I'm also a little nervous about the timing of this, having a new person come in when I'm so preoccupied with my issues with Bjorn. I know Bronte wants more time with Quinn, though, and she should have that. Being a working mother must be the hardest thing in the world. You're supposed to give your all to both your child and your career, and you're expected to handle that balance with ease. Bronte is a strong, independent woman, and this wouldn't have been an easy choice for her. She loves working here. We're going to interview and hire someone, she explains, touching my shoulder. It will be fine. It's just for 2 days a week, and I'll be on call from home. On my days here, I'll handle all the important stuff. Trust me, it's extremely hard for me to give someone else a little bit of control here when I like things a certain way and I have a system for everything. It will be fine, I assure her, as long as you're happy. She doesn't need me to be anything but supportive right now. It would be selfish of me to make her feel guilty and like we won't be able to survive without her. I didn't want to give up work. It's important to me to make my own money, but this way it's the best of both worlds. I'm still employed and earning money, and I get to spend more time with my daughter. I thought I could handle full-time work, but it's just getting a bit much, she admits. And I know it must have taken her a lot to do that. I stand up and give her a hug. It's going to be okay. You can't do everything, and you need to do what's best for you. Like you said, you're still here most of the week, so it will be fine. Thank you, she whispers, giving me a big hug and then letting go. She takes a deep breath. All right, I needed to get that out. I feel better now. Good, I reply, smiling at her. You're one of the strongest women I know, Bronte. Okay, I'm going to head back to work before I start crying. She leaves and I pick up the envelope, absently ripping it open. When photos slide out and onto my desk, I freeze. Back when I was with Bjorn, he used to ask me to do deliveries for him, and being an idiot, I did them. The photos in front of me are of me making these deliveries. He must have had someone follow and photograph me. In one, I'm holding an envelope that you can see is full of money and am pictured at someone's house. In another, I'm shown breaking into a car. There's a note, and it reads, "Pictures of you delivering money to a known dealer's house. Walk away or go back to prison." My blood turns cold. My tattoos are visible in the photos, so there's no doubt that it is me in them. Would these photos be enough to send me back to prison? I don't think so, but do I want to take a chance? I can't go back there. I look over the photos once more, so angry that Bjorn has this over me. Why can't he just let me be? Can he actually do something with them, though? Incriminating me would mean incriminating him, but knowing him, he has some plan or scheme. The worst part of the whole thing is now I'll have to explain what I was doing in those photos. Or more likely, why? Why was I doing his dirty work for him? The truth of the matter is that Bjorn and I had no money, and he started doing shady deals to make us some. I was still studying and earning hardly anything with my part-time job, and we needed the money to pay our rent. So when he asked me to deliver some stuff for him on my way to work, yeah, I did it. I don't know exactly what was in there. The packages weren't always the same size and shape, but I'm not stupid, so I can guess. Drugs, money, or both. I'm not proud of the things I've done in the past, and I guess this isn't as bad as what I did time for, but I'm not going back to prison. I'm not. I've worked so hard to be where I am right now, and I'm not taking any steps backward. I decide to take a chance to contact Nadia, Bronte's old boss and good friend, to hear what she thinks on the whole thing. Nadia is a private investigator, and I'm sure she has dealt with stuff like this before. Photos, blackmail. You'd think this was a damn movie, and I'm so over all the drama. I send her a quick message asking if she has any time to see me today. Everything okay? She replies instantly. I don't know yet. I have a few questions to ask, and I need your opinion. Come here straight from work. Okay, thank you. I'm not myself for the rest of the day, my mind racing with what Bjorn could be planning next. I want to just tell Orion, but even he can't save me from this one. And I don't want the two of them to get into another fist fight, which could have worse repercussions this time. What if one of them ended up in the hospital? What if it was Orion? I need to make my next move carefully. I put Nadia's work address into my GPS and let it guide me there. I find her at her desk, feet up on the table, crossed at the ankles. She has her head buried in the newspaper. Working hard or hardly working? I ask her. She puts the newspaper down and flashes me a smile. It doesn't matter when you're your own boss. How have you been? Not too bad, I say, sitting opposite her. Actually, it's a lot more than that. I've been all over the place. I met and fell in love with a man. Who? Nadia asks, eyes widening. Damn, I haven't heard any of this. I grin. His name is Orion. I reach down into my handbag. But the reason I'm here is because of these. I pass her the photos. These were delivered to my work today. She opens the envelope, goes through the photos, and then lifts her brown eyes up to me. I'm going to need a little more information on what exactly you are delivering in these photos. I wince. You know my past isn't exactly savory. I did time, and basically I don't want to go back. My ex, Bjorn, is blackmailing me with these photos. I used to do deliveries for him. I never asked what was in them or opened them, but it was drugs and money, I'm guessing. There's also photos of me breaking into cars. What does he want from you? She asks, eyes on one of the photos. He wants me to break up with Orion, who happens to be his cousin, I say, sighing. And yes, I know that I've gotten myself into quite the mess. I haven't told anyone about this except you. I was just wondering, in your professional opinion, what you think that I should do. Nadia places the photos back and slides me the envelope. I think that you need to tell Orion what is going on and that you need to form a team. He's involved whether you like it or not. It's his cousin who's blackmailing you. If it was my partner and you kept something like this from me, I'd be pissed. And I know that's not what you want to hear right now, but I think it's what you need to hear. She's right. That's not what I wanted to hear. I was hoping she could, I don't know, somehow get the original copies of the photos from him or tell me that these can't hurt me at all. I thought she could fix this. But she's absolutely correct. You're right. I need to tell him. I might not want to drag him into this, but it's a little too late for that. I also think we need to find something on Bjorn. Anything that we can use as leverage back against him. Leave that to me. I'll see what I can come up with, I reply. I'm here if you need me, for anything. But he's obviously got the original and more copies of these. I don't think he'd hand them in to the police, though. I think he's bluffing, she says, surprising me. Scrubbing my hand down my face, I glance up at her. How do you know? If he wanted to hand them in, then he would have already. Also, most men don't want to be known for being a snitch. If that got out, it wouldn't be good for him. And I've heard of Orion Stenton, so I can only imagine what kind of circles he's running in. Do you think anyone wants to do any kind of business with a snitch? Especially off-the-record, illegitimate kind of deals? No one will want to have anything to do with him. She pauses and then adds, except maybe the police, who'd want him to be a permanent rat. You're right. But we need to keep in mind that he hates me, and sometimes hate can make people do stupid things. That is very true, Nadia mutters. So why does he want you away from Orion? Because he hates you? Yep, pretty much. He hasn't let the past go. I'd say your best bet is coming clean with Orion. It shows him what his cousin is capable of, but also that way he can't use it against you. Orion will have his own contacts, likely more than me. Money buys all of that. I sigh and stand up. Okay, I guess I'm off to have a conversation with Orion then. Nadia grins and leans back in her chair. You've got this. And my door's always open to you. Thank you, and thanks for the pep talk, I say, going over to her and giving her a big hug. Anytime. One more thing. Write down your ex's full name for me. I'm going to do some snooping of my own and see if we can find anything on him, she adds, grinning evilly. She hands me a pen and notepad and I write down his name. I like the way you think. I'll call you if I find anything. I thank her again and then head to Orion's house. He's the first person I should have gone to, and I know that. I can't always fix things by myself. Sometimes it's okay to rely on the man you are with. And I know that's what the issue was. I didn't want to run to Orion with my problem. I don't want to have to rely on him. But Nadia's right. I need to get to the bottom of this. With Orion by my side. Chapter 22. My plan is thwarted when Maria is there when I arrive. Orion lets me in and his mother is in the kitchen cooking something that smells delicious. Hello, I greet, smiling at her. While I'm happy to see her, now isn't the best time. "Hello, Cam," she replies, perking up at the sight of me. "I thought I'd drop in and cook something for you both so you wouldn't have to worry about dinner after working all day." "That's very kind of you," I say, placing my handbag down on the countertop. She waves her hand, brushing off my praise. "I don't work, so I have nothing else to do anyway. Plus, I like making sure my son eats. It makes me happy when I know he's fed." I hide my smile and share a look with Orion, who looks equally amused. "What are you making?" I ask. "Gnocchi," she replies. "From scratch, of course. It should be ready soon, and then you both can have a nice meal together." Orion wraps his arm around me and pulls me to his side.
"How was your day?"
Okay. And yours?"
"Had meetings all day,"
he says, kissing my temple.
"but not too bad. And then I came home and Mom was already here taking over the kitchen."
He says it like he's both amused and annoyed and has given up on her trying to give him any kind of space. Since I don't have a good relationship with my own mother, though, I quite enjoy her presence and how over the top she is. I can't remember the last time my mom fussed over me or cared if I was fed or not. "Do you need any help?" I ask Maria, turning on the tap and starting to wash the dishes. No, you go and rest," she says, shooing me from the kitchen. "Orion, pour her some wine." I sit down at the dining table, grinning as he pours us all wine and then comes to sit next to me.
"Is everything okay?"
he asks, so only the two of us can hear. He reaches his finger out and touches my forehead.
"These lines only show when you are worried about something."
"Maybe I'm just getting old," I tease. "No, I do have to talk to you about something, but I'll tell you when we are alone." Worry flashes in his eyes, but I take his hand and give it a squeeze, letting him know it's going to be okay. At least I hope it is. Best case scenario, Bjorn burns those photos and moves far, far away. Worst case scenario, I somehow get put back behind bars or back on parole. It's a sobering thought. Maybe we can somehow break in and steal those photos back, smash his laptop and hard drives. Where there's a will, there's a way. About an hour later, we all sit down and have our dinner. "How was your day at work?" Maria asks me, glass in her hand. I realize that she must be so bored at home because Orion's father, Ricardo, has been away for work for weeks, and he's the last member of Orion's immediate family I've yet to meet. We should probably make more of an effort to see her instead of her just coming over, like actually invite them all over for meals and events. "It was good. I'm working on a new project. It's actually an older bike we're bringing back to life. It's going to be epic," I explain, perking up at the topic. "Your eyes light up when you speak about your work," she points out, smiling, nodding her head. "I like that about you."
"She's passionate about what she does, and so talented,"
Orion adds, pride in his gaze.
"She's an amazing artist, Mom."
"I'd love to see some of your work." She beams, also looking proud of me. I look down at my food, starting to get a little emotional. I try to hide it, but I don't think anyone could hide anything from Maria Stenton. "What's wrong?" she asks. "Nothing," I reply, clearing my throat. "I'm just not that close with my mom, so it's nice having you here." She puts her fork down and reaches over to hug me. "Your mom is missing out because you are an amazing girl." "Thank you. And it just means that I won't have to share the grandkids as much," she adds, winking at me. I laugh and look over at Orion, who is watching us both with a small smile playing on his lips.
"I have to say, Mom, I didn't think I'd ever bring a woman home who you'd fully approve of."
"And I never thought you'd fall in love and want to settle down," she fires back.
"Touché."
We finish up the meal and Orion and I clean up while Maria heads home.
"Now, what did you want to talk to me about?"
he asks as he loads the dishwasher. "Oh, right. Okay. So today at work I was given an envelope, sent from Bjorn, telling me that if I didn't break up with you, he was going to send some photos of me being shady to the police, I say, putting the tea towel down and turning to face him. And I did freak out, I'm not going to lie. I've built this amazing life for myself, so there's no way in hell that I'm going back to prison. His brow furrows and his jaw goes tense. Are you fucking kidding me? I wish I was, I reply in a dry tone. I don't want to play the I told you so card, but, well, I did tell him so. Bjorn will never be done messing with me and my life. Orion asks more questions about the photos, and I can see his mind working, trying to figure out the best way to handle this. There was actually something I had to talk to you about today also, he murmurs, taking my hand and pulling me closer to him. I got a phone call from a man claiming to have some information I'd be interested in. He said it was about you. And now you're telling me this about these photos, so the two of them must be connected. What information? I ask, frowning. What else could I have done that's out there or that I haven't already done time for? I used to do deliveries for Bjorn, and he obviously took photos to later blackmail me with. Orion lifts me up to sit on the countertop and settles in between my legs. From what I gather, this person has robbed Bjorn and saw something he could make money off of. So you're saying this new third party now has the original photos and is asking for money for them? He has Bjorn's laptop, which apparently has a whole folder on you, Orion says between clenched teeth. I'm going to kill the bastard for this, you know that, right? Did he not think this would get back to me? And that's exactly what I didn't want to happen. I don't know, but you are not going to prison for killing him. As it stands, you're the only one of us who hasn't been, and I'd like to be able to tell any future kids that at least one of us is an upstanding citizen. He grins. On paper. You cannot go after him, not physically anyway. We need a plan. I don't know what yet, but I just need him off my back. And how much does this person want for the laptop? Do we even know who it is? What if it's a setup and Bjorn just wants the cash? I ask, my mind racing. It just sounds a little too convenient, if you know what I mean. For all we know, Bjorn has another laptop, and this is just a way for him to get some extra cash pretending he was robbed. We don't know for sure, Orion admits, resting his face in between my breasts. But as of today, I have my men following him. He lives in a shared house with 2 other men, and I know one of them is our cousin Teddy. He said he's going to keep an eye out for me. He did confirm that someone broke into their house today, though, so that was legitimate. Unless Bjorn staged it, and who knows with him. Can you believe that this is our life right now? I grumble. I have to admit that I didn't see this one coming. But we'll come out on top. You'll see. I have something to fight for. Us. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. I just don't know how we are going to get out of this without some big confrontation and someone getting hurt. It will be fine. And if someone gets hurt, it's not going to be me. I smile. Come on, let's go take a shower and get into bed. I've only just slid into the clean silk sheets when my phone starts ringing. Hello? Hey, Cam, sorry to call so late, but I have something to tell you. Nadia says. What's up? Well, I looked into your ex and found his address, so I thought I'd do a little stakeout and see if there's anything I could find. He lives with 2 guys. One of them is kind of cute, by the way. I can't believe you went there, I whisper yell. You know it's not safe. What if he noticed you? He's a sociopath. Who knows what could have happened? I do this for a living, she reminds me. Anyway, he brought a woman home. Okay, how does that help us, though? I ask, brow furrowing. Bjorn has always been a ladies' man. I don't think he ever stays fully single for more than a few weeks, so I'm not surprised he's seeing someone, although I hope the poor woman gets out before it's too late. I give her a quick update on Bjorn getting robbed and the fact that there's now a third party involved with more blackmail. Having a rich boyfriend is stressful, she sighs. What are you both going to do? I look at Orion, who has been next to me listening to our conversation. I don't know. If we pay this guy, he's probably just going to keep saying he has more. I don't know how we go about this. This is the first time I've ever been blackmailed. But probably won't be the last. Okay, give me a call tomorrow and let me know how you guys are going to play this, she says. Thanks, Nadia. We say goodnight and then hang up. I turn to Orion and nestle into his body. I think that's enough drama for one day. All of this can be tomorrow's problem.
Don't stress, babe,
he whispers, kissing my temple.
I will handle this, all right?
I want to ask him how, but sleep takes me. Chapter 23. How many people are you interviewing today? I ask Trade, looking over our new client list.
5,
he says, glancing up from his phone.
They all seem to have experience, so hopefully one of them is a good fit.
They have big part-time shoes to fill, I grumble to myself.
I know, but even if we just have someone on the phone and to greet the customers, that will be a help.
True. It was probably us being so needy that made Bronte need a break, so I'm sure we can show her that we can manage without her. Being at work today feels so weird and unsettling because I have to act like it's just another day when it's not. I've got so much on my plate right now, and I just don't know what's going to happen next, which is giving me a little anxiety.
I don't know what you're talking about. We aren't that needy,
Trade says, then chuckles because what he just said is so damn ridiculous.
All right, we are, but I'm sure we will be fine. We are 2 grown-ass adults plus chains. It will be fine. We have other mechanics on call if we need them.
Saying fine a million times doesn't make it so, I point out, blowing a bubble with my gum.
I'm trying to be positive,
he grumbles. Today is Bronte's first day off, and we've let the phone ring out 4 times now, I remind him, and we haven't ordered the new parts, done any cleaning, or even checked the schedule once. Trade sighs and runs his hand over his hair.
Okay, fine. We need someone for the phones, see? Everything else we can sort out ourselves. Hopefully we can have someone hired before Bronte's next day off.
I get to work, headphones on, and have a productive few hours. When I resurface, Trade is saying goodbye to a beautiful black girl with long dark braids and an enviable white suit.
She is amazing, he says after she leaves. She has experience, she's intelligent, and extremely capable. She knows our systems and even knows a thing or two about motorcycles. She's definitely the winner out of everyone I met today.
So are you going to hire her? What's her name?
Victoria,
he replies, reading over her resume.
And yeah, I think I am. She's a good fit. She's confident and has a cool personality. You will like her.
The phone rings and both of us look at it. Can she start right now?
I'll call her and tell her she's hired after the phone stops ringing,
he replies, glancing down at his watch. Chain steps out of the garage, cleaning his hands with a cloth.
Is anyone going to get that?
Orion meets me at work and we both drive back to my place in our separate vehicles. I know he's just being careful with everything going on and trying to look after me, and I appreciate it, especially after I told him the MC was taking care of me last time with the security. But I do feel like it's a little over the top. It's only a 10-minute drive home. I don't complain, though. Neither of us needs any more stress, and right now we need to decide what the hell we're going to do about the whole blackmailing situation. When I get inside, though, it seems Orion has already decided and made his move while I was at work.
I have the laptop,
he says, placing it down on my kitchen counter. How did you get it? I ask, frowning. He opens it up, and right there on the desktop is a folder with my damn name on it. That fucking bastard.
I decided to pay for it,
he admits, avoiding my gaze.
However, I told the guy that it better be all there or I'm sending a team of men after him.
How much? I ask, dread filling me. I don't like the idea of him having to pay for this. It doesn't sit well with me.
A few thousand.
I puff out a breath. I'm going to pay it all back to you.
No, you're not.
I browse the folder, cursing out loud when I see some naked photos of random women that were obviously taken while they were asleep. The creepy part? They kind of look like me. Is that why they are in my folder? I delete them all. That piece of shit.
I thought the same thing. He's dead to me. I've fired him from his security job, and he's no longer welcome in my home or anywhere near my businesses,
he says, hand squeezing my nape gently.
Family or not, he has shown who he is, and I don't want to have anything to do with him. We can delete everything, and I've asked Teddy to search for anything else. Hard drives, photos, other laptops, everything. Hopefully we can cover all our bases and he won't have anything else to use against you.
One can only dream. So it's all done? Just like that? I ask, hope in my tone. I feel like this was too easy. We just throw money at the problem and now it's going to go away just like that? I've never had the money to throw, so this is a new feeling for me. Is this how Orion's life is all the time?
I hope so, he murmurs. I have a tech guy. I'm going to get him to delete and destroy all of this properly.
You have a guy for everything. He grins.
You meet a lot of people when you're a business owner.
Thank you for getting this, Orion, I say, resting my hands on his biceps. I really mean that.
No need to thank me. Can't have my woman all over social media now, can I?
I smile at his humor. No, I can just imagine the phone calls I'd be getting from my mom if those photos got out.
When do I get to meet your parents? You've met everyone except my dad, who you will see when he returns, and I've only met your MC family.
Whenever they come for a visit, I guess. Or we could drive down there if you really wanted. I have to admit that I haven't been home once since I moved to the city. Maybe it was never home to me at all because nothing has ever called me back there, even though I do miss my dad. It's been a while since I've seen my dad in person, so that might be nice, actually. I pause and then add, maybe after all of this is over.
Sounds good.
While there's been some drama with the MC over the years, I haven't had to personally feel like I have to watch my back until now. And I'm not going to lie. It's draining. I just want things to go back to normal. Bronte's at her desk the next morning, typing away on the keyboard, and I'm so happy to see her. Good morning. Morning, she replies, glancing up at me. Did you hear Trade hired someone? Yeah, I saw her briefly. Trade thinks she will be a great addition to the team. I comment, sitting down on her desk and handing her a coffee that I grabbed on the way. She looks next to her on the desk and lifts a coffee she must have gotten for me. I got you one too. 2 coffees this morning it is. I grin. So there's been some stuff going on that I haven't told you about, but I should have. What? She asks, swiveling in her chair. I give her the update on Bjorn's blackmail and everything that has happened recently, including me visiting her ex-boss, Nadia. That's what was in that envelope? She asks, eyes going wide. Holy shit, Cam. Your ex sounds like a total asshole. Now that his laptop has been destroyed, what do you think he's going to do next? Crow is going to want to hear all of this, you know. I know. You can tell him. I'm hoping Bjorn has no more pictures of me, though, because the last thing I want is my nudes all over the internet. I groaned, scrubbing my hand down my face. Please tell me something good. I need to hear it. Well, yesterday on my day off, I went out for breakfast, took Quinn to the beach, and had a picnic. It was really nice, and she looked really cute in her little leopard print bathing suit. Did you take any pics? She shows me her phone, and I scroll through. Man, she is so cute. I'm glad you both had an amazing day. How did you guys do without me here? She asks. I wave my hand in the air. It was fine. I mean, no one really answered the phone, but I'm sure if it's important, they will call back. Bronte purses her lips. How are we supposed to book in new clients if you don't answer the phones? That's what the new girl is for. Orion meets me in the parking lot after work, and then we both drive home in our separate cars back to his place for tonight. When I see Bjorn standing there at the gate, I instantly go on alert. What the hell is he doing here? I ask, jaw going tight.
I have no idea.
Orion replies, concern laced in his tone. He has come alone, so maybe he just wants to talk, but I don't know what there is to say at this point. We open the gate and Bjorn walks up the driveway and over to our car.
"What are you doing here?"
Orion asks as Bjorn approaches. When he comes up close and I can see his face in the light, I gasp. Someone has beaten the shit out of him and done a good job of it. His lip is cut, his eyes are both dark and swollen, and there is dried blood all over his chin. What happened? I ask. Bjorn stares down at his feet. He looks defeated, and I guess having someone attack you like that would make you feel that way. I still don't know why he's here, though. He seriously can't think that he's welcome.
"I have a problem. There's someone after me. He just got out of prison and you're here to ask me for help?"
Orion asks, cutting him off. His tone is surprised and appalled, and I can relate.
"After everything you've done to us, after the fact that you tried to blackmail the love of my life, I would have done anything for you, Bjorn, but that is not how you treat family, and now you can't expect me to just act like everything is okay because you need something. You can sort your own problems out from now on."
Bjorn's eyes flash with anger, but he takes a moment and then nods once stiffly.
"Okay, fine. Oh, and you can tell Teddy to stop trying to look through my shit. There's nothing else to find. Everything I had on cam was on that laptop."
With that parting comment, he walks back to his car and Orion closes his gate once more. I do feel bad. No one likes to see anyone covered in cuts and bruises. But I don't think we are obligated to help him after everything. If he doesn't want people coming after him, maybe he should work on being a better person.
"That was hard,"
Orion admits once we're safely inside.
"But he can't choose when we're family and when we're not."
Yeah, but I know we did the right thing. Even if it might not feel that way. Chapter 24. They say that bad things happen in threes. I haven't been counting, but I feel like I've passed this number tenfold this year. When Orion is woken in the middle of the night with a call from his eldest sister, I know something isn't right.
"What?"
he asks, clearing his throat.
"Isla, slow down."
I can hear her yelling, but not exactly what she's saying.
"I'll be there. Give me 10 minutes.
He presses end and then turns to me.
"I have to go to my mom's."
Is everything okay? I ask as he jumps out of bed and starts throwing clothes on.
"I don't know."
He's gone cold, so something definitely is going on. He just doesn't want to talk about it. I want to press, but decide to let him come to me when he's ready. He kisses me before he leaves and tells me he will be back soon. When I wake up a few hours later, though, he's still not back, and I'm left getting ready for work alone in his house. I send him a text asking him if he's okay, and he replies back saying there's been some family drama and his mom is really upset. I tell him I'll see him after work if he wants to come over to my house and talk, but he doesn't reply. I have no idea what could have happened or why he won't flat out tell me. Like if his mom was sick or something, wouldn't he just say? Another day at work with me feeling slightly off. Crow is there when I arrive, sitting in Bronte's chair where I usually find her. "Bronte, you look different today. New hairdo?" Crow smirks.
"She's out back, and Temper asked me to come in and do a few things for him."
"Like what?"
"Like club business."
He fires back. My eyes narrow as I sit down on the desk and hand him Bronte's coffee. "You guys use this place as a cover, don't you? What are you hiding here? Drugs? Money? Has to be more than just the chocolate in Bronte's drawer." He opens her drawer and sees her stash.
"I had no idea that this was here until right now, so thank you."
He pulls out a chocolate bar and rips the wrapper with his teeth, eyeing me.
"Bronte told me you have some new shit going down."
"Always."
"Is it being handled?"
he asks, chewing thoughtfully. "Yes, it is."
"Good."
He nods.
Maybe Orion is the right man for you after all.
I roll my eyes. You're only just now admitting that? Even though Orion hasn't even messaged me back, which I'm not going to talk about, especially with Crow. Stop eating my chocolate! Bronte laughs when she sees Crow. And is that my coffee?
No.
Crow lies as he hands it to her. So, what happened with the nudes? Bronte asks. Nudes have been deleted and all is right in the world, I tell her, sighing. Well, until something else pops up. The day is long, and when I get home later that night, there's no Orion. I check my phone, and he still hasn't messaged me, so I try to call him, but nothing. If that asshole has decided to ghost me, I'm going to be pissed. I decide to give him until tomorrow to contact me, but just as I'm going to sleep, I get a text from him.
Sorry, things have been hectic here. I love you, and I'll come and see you tomorrow after work.
I do feel a little better after that, but it still hurts that he shut me out like that. I hope he doesn't do it again. I'm all in, and he needs to treat me as such, or this is never going to work. Victoria starts at work the next day, and it's so weird to see someone other than Bronte behind the desk, answering phones and typing away on the computer. She's definitely a quick learner. I can see why Trade was so impressed with her. Cameron, you have a client coming in 10 minutes to discuss a custom bike, she says, reading off her list. Her braids are piled on her head today, and she's wearing another epic suit, this time in baby pink. Call me Cam, I say, smiling. How's your first day going so far? It's going well. Everyone who works here is pretty easy to get along with. Except Chains, is it? He's a little scary, not going to lie. Laughing, I nod. I thought the same thing, and, well, to be honest, I still kind of do. He takes a long time to warm up and feel comfortable around new people. Noted. Trade told me you did the big painting at the entrance. You are extremely talented, she says, brown eyes sincere. Yes, I did, thank you. The woman in it is a friend of mine who passed away. I'm sorry to hear that. Me too, I whisper. But you know what they say, the good die young. This conversation got really deep really fast, Victoria murmurs, reaching out and touching my shoulder. By the way, I love your ripped jeans. Trade doesn't mind if you dress casually? Nope, he doesn't mind at all. Some days I dress up, but when I know I'm going to be painting or working on the motorcycles, there's no point. Fair enough. I'm going to head out and get some coffee. Do you want me to bring you back something? She asks. And just like that, Victoria and I become friends. After work finishes, I'm leaning against my car talking to her about our interesting client today. He literally leaned over me and cupped my cheek, she says, reenacting it for me. Do you usually get people like that? I told him he better get out of my personal space or I was going to yell for security. Unfortunately so, I say, just as I see Orion's car pull up. Hey, I say, waving at him. I turn back to Victoria. I better get home. I'll see you tomorrow. She says bye, and I get into my car and follow Orion home. When we get out, it's a little awkward between us, and I hate that. How was your night? I ask as we get inside and sit down on the couch to chat. Will you tell me what happened? He swallows, and I can tell that this is something very hard for him to talk about.
My mom found out that my dad has been cheating on her.
My stomach drops. I'm so sorry.
And as you can imagine, she didn't take it very well, and then a lot of other truths came out about the past, and yeah, it was hard for all of us. I stayed there to make sure they were all okay,
he says, sighing.
And you know what? None of us saw this coming. Yeah, he works a lot, but so do I. He's always worked away from home, so we didn't think anything of it. He dotes on my mom and has always treated her so well. I just didn't think he was this type of man.
He laughs without humor.
You know, everyone would say they are couple goals and that what they have is true love. We all thought that. This secret has completely destroyed everything, and I don't know how we're all going to handle it, to be honest.
How did she find out? I ask, reaching out and taking his hand in mine. He stares down at our intertwined fingers.
She went on his laptop to try to do some online shopping, and an email popped up from the woman. She clicked on it and then read them all. It has been going on for a long time. Dad had just left her to fly back home to us.
So he's there now? He shakes his head.
Not yet, but his flight will be landing tonight. Mom said she wanted to be there alone to speak to him about it, so we all respected that and left.
I rest my head on his shoulder. I'm sorry, Orion. It must be heartbreaking for all of you. I can see why he wasn't in a rush to tell me all of this. No one wants to admit that their father isn't who they thought he was, and it's a very private family moment. He clears his throat.
There's something else I want to talk to you about. That woman at your work. She was touching your face.
Victoria? She's our new part-time employee, I say. What about her?
Do you like her?
He asks. Yeah, of course. She's really cool. Why? I reply, brow furrowing in confusion at his odd questions. It then hits me what he's trying to get at. Victoria is a beautiful woman, and Orion knows that I am bisexual. He can't be asking me if I'm into her in that way. Wait, what are you asking me right now? Victoria is a new friend I just made.
You two just seemed very close.
Orion, you have to be kidding me. I'm with you. I'm yours. Why the hell would I be flirting with someone else, male or female? I ask, losing my temper a little. Just because I'm bisexual doesn't mean I think I can get a free pass with a woman. I'm committed to you and only you. I shouldn't get angry. I mean, it's a common misconception. People assume I will try to have threesomes so I can get all of my needs met, but Orion does meet all of them. I'm in love with him. His soul. I don't need another, and I never will.
You don't miss being with women?
He asks, and I feel like this is something he has wanted to ask me for a long time but never has.
I just saw the two of you and she was touching your face, and I don't know. I guess it looked like flirting.
I don't miss anything, I say, turning his face to look me in the eye. I love you, and I only need you. She was showing me what a client was doing to her today. If it was any other way, I'd be honest with you, always. But it's not, and it's never going to be, okay? You have nothing to worry about. The news about his dad would have him looking at relationships differently, and I think that can't be helped. All I can do is show him that some people are loyal, and I happen to be one of them. I'd never cheat. I'd leave a relationship if I wasn't 100% invested or if I met someone else I was interested in. Loyalty means everything to me, and that goes both ways. I give it, and I expect it back. I am crazy about you, Orion. I have female friends just like every other woman, and I don't want you looking into it every time I'm affectionate with one. Bronte and I hug all the time, and it's just like any other friendship, I say, giving him a quick kiss.
Okay.
He nods, kissing me back.
I think that I really needed to hear that from you.
I rest my forehead against his and close my eyes. I love you, and I don't say that lightly.
I love you too. More than you know,
he whispers, kissing me again.
My head is a mess after everything that's going on, but I never want to lose sight of us.
I won't let you. And I mean that. He carries me to bed and we make up in the very best way. Chapter 25. Been a while since we've seen you here, Bronte says with a wide smile when Nadia shows up at work the next day. Been a while since I've needed to, she replies, hugging Bronte. I see you've even added in a security guard again. I approve. Better be safe than sorry, Bronte says. We really only have the security guard because of my past bad taste in men, I say in a dry tone, making them both laugh. I actually dropped in to see how you were doing, Nadia says, turning to me. I give her a quick rundown of recent events and tell them both about how Bjorn showed up black and blue and basically asking for help. I wonder who else he pissed off, Bronte mutters. Apparently it was someone who just got out of prison. I shrug. Maybe it stems from being locked up together, or it could be something else. Who knows with him? Maybe he tried to blackmail someone else. Yeah, look how well that worked out for him, Nadia says with an eye roll. I'm glad that you are all good, though, and that we don't have to worry about those photos getting out. Me too. I just hope it's all over now and he leaves me alone. Looks like he will be pretty busy for a while anyway, so I'm taking it as I'm free. Okay, good. I better get to work. Call me if you need me for anything, Nadia says, hugging us both. We should all have dinner together sometime. Sounds good, Bronte replies, nodding. I'll message you. Nadia heads off, waving at Trade as he walks over to us, watching her leave. You guys done with your little morning gathering? Yep, I'm off to spray paint. At the end of the day, I have some free time, so I work on the painting I'm doing for the MC. I know it's not much, and nothing compared to what they have given me. Some of those things are priceless. But I hope they like it and maybe hang it up in their clubhouse. I've painted a motorcycle, Tempers actually, and their Knights of Fury emblem on top, a real knight dressed in armor coming out from behind it. It looks awesome so far, and I think it's going to turn out epic. That looks fucking amazing, Chain says from behind me, making me jump. Man, you come out of nowhere. You weren't supposed to see this yet. You can't tell any of your brothers. I won't. Promise? He nods. I promise, but I'm telling you now they are all going to love it. His praise makes me blush a little. I can feel my cheeks starting to heat. Thanks, Chains. I drive straight home after work, water my plants, and order Chinese food. After a long shower, I put my robe on and step out of the bathroom just as there's a knock on the door. Assuming it's the food, I do a quick look through the peephole. When I see Bjorn standing there, I quickly double-lock the door. What do you want? I call out, reaching for the newly installed panic button and pressing it. Can we just talk, please? I won't hurt you, I promise. I just want to talk. He says, and he sounds sincere, but I know him better than that. We have nothing to talk about. I heard about Orion's dad, he admits, leaning back against the door. I just wanted to see how he is doing. I pause. If he heard about what's happening, that must mean the whole extended family knows. Presumably, he also knows that Orion is there right now and not here. My phone rings and Crow's name pops up. Yeah? We got your alert. Is he there? He asks. I whisper, yes. Don't open the door until the prospects get there. He hangs up. The Knights are on their way, I call out. You better go before you get your ass handed to you again. Yes, low blow, but too bad. He has no damn reason to be here, and I was just saying today that I thought he was going to leave me alone from now on. He has nothing else to blackmail me with, and we have nothing else to discuss. You just have everyone wrapped around your little finger, don't you? I just wanted to talk, and you need to call in backup? That scared of me, are you, Cam? He says, trying to push me. I'm not scared of you. I fire back, scowling. If he thinks he can try to goad me into opening the door, he has another thing coming. I hear him curse, and then leave, obviously not wanting to go head-to-head with the Knights. About 10 minutes later, the twin prospects show up. Hey, I say, letting them inside. He left. Atlas nods to Ares. You check the house, I'll check the surrounds. Ares agrees, and off the two of them go. Meanwhile, I'm still in my robe, and then the Chinese arrives. Sighing, I sit down on my couch and place the food on the coffee table. "Do you guys want some food?" I call out to Aries, lifting the lids off the plastic containers. Apparently, I ordered enough for a small army. This is why I should never be in charge of ordering food when I'm starving. Aries comes out of my bedroom and eyes the spread in front of me.
"Your house is clear."
"Good to know. Have a seat." He awkwardly sits down and I go and grab some plates and forks.
"He's gone,"
Atlas announces as he comes back inside.
"What's going on here?"
"You're staying for dinner," I tell him. He smirks and sits down.
"We sped the whole way here thinking something was happening to you."
"I'm fine," I reply, watching as they dish out. My ex-boyfriend showed up banging on my door and I hit the panic button on instinct. And then I'm guessing Crow called you guys?
"Yep, he did. And if anything happened to you, you bet your ass he would have killed us, hence the speeding,"
Atlas explains, taking a bite of the honey chicken.
"And somehow we've ended up sitting here eating dinner with you."
I shrug. You never know where a day is going to take you. I watch Aries, who is quietly eating.
"You don't talk much, do you?"
He's definitely the strong and silent type.
"I do when I have something to say,"
he responds, not even bothering to look up at me. "And you make up for it," I tease Atlas, who barks out a laugh.
"You got me there,"
he admits, smiling fondly at his brother.
"I came out talking."
"Hello," I say when Crow calls moments later. "I'm alive and well, as you can hear."
"I know, the twins texted me. Where are they now?"
"They're here. I told them to stay for dinner."
Crow laughs. "Of course you did. Tell them to eat and hurry back to the clubhouse, all right?"
"Okay. Thanks for sending them to check up on me."
"What are friends for?"
he says, then hangs up before I can say anything else. It's actually been nice having some company and taking my mind off everything. It's also nice to know that if Bjorn had come back, they would have been here. The twins finish up and even help me clean up before they leave. Well-trained men.
"Thanks for the food,"
Atlas calls out as he leaves. "Thanks for the company," I tell them both in return. I lock the door when they leave and send Orion a quick text telling him what just happened. I don't want to add more onto his already full plate, but he needs to know that his cousin is out of control. And he needs to do something about it, or the MC will. Chapter 26. It's late when Orion gets to my house, and I'm wishing I'd given him a key as I force myself out of bed to open the front door for him. "Hey, how did it all go?" I ask, but he doesn't reply with words. Instead, he starts to kiss me and lifts me up and carries me to bed. I wrap my arms around him, holding him tight, sensing his need for me. He undoes the tie on my robe and it falls to the floor and leaves me bare. I pull off his t-shirt and impatiently tug at his jeans. He takes the hint and takes everything off, and both of us fall onto the bed in a tangle of sheets. Pushing Orion back, I straddle him, taking control, kissing his lips, neck, and collarbone. Reaching between us, I can feel how hard he is, so I place him at my sex and slowly push down until he's all in me. Sitting up, I leisurely ride him, looking into his eyes while he meets my thrusts and plays with my breasts, caressing my nipples and sending shivers up my spine and tingles through my pussy. I'm so wet and turned on that I start to speed up my pace, and Orion's fingers drop lower to my clit, gently teasing me, edging me closer toward coming. It doesn't take long, and soon I'm moaning louder than I would have thought and riding out the orgasm, Orion still stroking me in rhythm. When I come back to myself, Orion has taken over, pushed me back on the bed, and is sliding in and out of me. "I love you," he whispers into my ear. "I love you too," I say back, lifting my hips up and pulling his face down for a kiss. When he comes, my name is on his lips, and when he rests his body, making sure to keep his weight off me, I cup his face with my hands and look into his eyes. He obviously didn't want to talk. He just wanted me. And I'm okay with that for now. I missed you, I tell him, and he smiles. That smile is everything to me.
I missed you too, as I'm sure you could tell,
he replies, pulling out of me and lying back on the bed. I rest my head on his shoulder. He hasn't brought up Bjorn yet, and I have no idea why, but I'm going to let him talk when he's ready.
My mom is going to leave my dad,
he declares softly, taking a big, deep breath.
She says she loves him and always will, but there's no way she will ever be able to fully forgive him, so she wants to end their marriage. He came clean about everything, so it's all out in the open now. No more secrets.
I'm sorry, I say, running my fingers across his chest. She's a strong woman, though, and you have to respect her decision.
I do,
he says, nodding.
I want her to do what is right for her, not for us. We are all grown now. She needs to be living her best life and not worrying about us. And she will never have to worry about anything. Not money, not a house, nothing, because she has me. I told her if she wants to go on a world trip, she should. Whatever she needs right now.
You are a good son.
I don't know if I can be around him,
he admits, sighing.
I used to look up to my dad so much, and tonight when I saw him, I couldn't even look at him. Like it physically hurt to look at him. My own father. What am I supposed to think when the man who showed me how to be a man turns out to be a piece of shit? What does that say about me?
Anything he does isn't a reflection on you, I say, my words strong and sure. He needs to understand this. You are your own person, and you are a good man, and just because he didn't end up being the best husband to your mother doesn't mean he's not a good dad and doesn't love you all.
If he loved us all that much, he would have done anything to keep our family together, including keeping his dick in his pants. But he couldn't even do that.
Orion growls, the anger in his tone evident.
My mother is the sweetest, most loyal woman in the world. I just can't believe he did this to her, you know?
I know, I whisper, holding him tight. I know nothing I say right now is going to help, but I think in time he'll heal and maybe even be able to forgive his father. In the long run, though, she will be okay. I know it hurts now. I know it's not fair. But it won't always be like this. It will get better.
I hope so.
We fall asleep like that, wrapped up in each other, and I wish that I could do something to stop his hurt and pain. I hate that he feels like what his father has done reflects on him, because that's not the case. People make the decision to cheat every day, and that's all it is, a choice. Orion shouldn't feel in any way guilty or like he has to carry this burden. It's just such a hard time for their family. I haven't even met his dad yet, and now this. I wonder if I'll get to meet him anytime soon now. Probably not, which might be for the best. Sometimes it's hard to know the right thing to say or do, but all I know is that I'm going to be there for this man. That's all I can do. I wake up to,
I only just saw your message about Bjorn. What the fuck?
Good morning to you too, babe, I say with my sleepy voice. He runs his hand across my thigh.
Sorry, good morning, beautiful. I'm just really angry right now because how dare he come here? I'm going to call him right now.
He presses a few buttons and Bjorn's half asleep,
yeah,
comes through the phone.
You come to Cam's house again and I will end you. You hear me? I'm so sick of your bullshit and of cutting you slack because you're my blood. The more you push me, the less I'm going to give a fuck about who you are.
He yells, making me wince.
I just wanted to talk to you and didn't know where you were.
Bjorn lies. I heard about your dad and I wanted to say I'm sorry.
Fuck you're sorry.
Orion seethes.
All I want from you is for you to stay away from Cam. She doesn't deserve your shit, she never did, and she shouldn't have to even see your fucking face as far as I'm concerned. You have something you want to say to me? You come to me, all right?
Bjorn goes silent. Did you ever think that it might be weird for me, seeing my closest cousin with my ex, who also happened to be my first love? My eyes widen at that because in no way or form did I expect him to play that card.
Bjorn, you lost her because you were an asshole and didn't know how to treat a woman. I don't care if it's weird for you. This shouldn't be about you. If you ever cared for her, even a little bit, you'd want to see her happy, and I make her happy. She will never want for anything, and I would never harm her. I don't understand why you can't just let her be happy.
This conversation is one that should have been had from the start. A deep, honest conversation. And he's asking questions I myself have been wondering. Why can't he just let us be happy? Does he truly hate me that much? I know we didn't end on good terms, but our relationship started out well enough. At one stage, we would have done anything for each other. Why can't he just let me go? Is it pride? Or ego? Is hate always stronger?
Why should she get to be happy if I don't?
Bjorn replies, tone tense.
I might not be a good man, but she wasn't a good woman either. She's been to prison. She used to do illegal activities for me, delivering drug money. Why does she get to win?
So that's what this is about? He sees it as me winning? I've never heard something so stupid in all of my life.
You'd win too if you just moved on with your life and let go of your bitterness. You'd find a good woman too if you treated them properly.
Orion says, sympathy in his tone.
And only you can make those changes. Only you can make your life better. I tried to help you, and look what that got me in the end.
Bjorn goes silent, and then hangs up without saying anything further. I don't think there's anything else left to be said. Chapter 27. Ooh, cute leather skirt, Asta says to me, touching the material. I think I'd be able to fit into it. This is an important family meeting and you want to discuss clothes? Isla asks, rolling her eyes. Dad cheated. What else is there to say about it? Asta fires back, scowling. You can't trust men. We already knew this.
Not all men are like that.
Luna adds, looking to her brother who is hugging their mom in the kitchen.
Orion wouldn't cheat on Cam.
They all look at me. He better not, I growl. I just don't want to be here, Asta admits, looking down at her French-tipped nails. Dad can just move in with his new family and leave us the hell alone. We don't need anything from him.
He doesn't have a new family, just a side piece. He doesn't know what family even means, Luna mutters.
Loyalty. That's what it's supposed to mean, Isla whispers. Maria comes over and I can tell she's trying to hide her pain. She invited us all over for dinner, maybe for some normalcy, or maybe it is a family meeting like Isla said. Dinner will be ready soon, she says to us all. We offered to cook or for her to let us order something in, but she insisted. Again, I think she wants to try to make things as normal as possible. And this will be everyone's new normal. Thank you, I say to her. Is there anything I can do to help? In any way, for dinner or otherwise. No, my dear, but thank you, she replies, reaching out and touching my shoulder. And in that moment, I hate her husband too, a man I've never met. Because she truly is a kind-hearted woman, and she didn't deserve to be betrayed like that. You're going to be the favorite, I can tell. Asta smirks. Orion sits next to me at the dinner table, smile spreading.
Can you blame her, though?
I roll my eyes. What can we do to cheer her up? Surely there's something.
We've sent her flowers, taken her out for lunch, and spent as much time with her as humanly possible for a grown child to spend with their mother. I don't know what else we can do, Orion admits,
watching his mom as she stands over the stove stirring a pot. "I can hear you guys, and I'm fine. Who needs a man? It's just less laundry for me and less of a headache," she calls out. "I am fine." We all share a look and we all shut up. We've just served dinner when there's a knock at the door and the tension in the room immediately goes up a notch. "He's knocking?" Luna asks, brows furrowed. "I got the locks changed," Maria says with a smirk. "This is my home and he's no longer welcome here." I suddenly wish I was anywhere else except where I am right now.
"I'll get it,"
Orion says, standing, his chair scraping on the wooden floor. "Tell him to leave. We are having a family dinner," Isla announces, lifting her chin. Oh boy. Should I go with him? I wonder aloud. I mean, there's not much I can do, but I kind of want to see what his dad looks like, if I'm being honest. But now is not really the time for introductions. "I don't know," Asta admits, all of them looking toward the voices. I hear Orion raising his voice, so I make an executive decision to go out there and see what's going on. His dad, who looks handsome for his age and a lot like Orion, is standing head-to-head with his son.
"She is still my wife, and this is still my home. I just want to talk to her. I'm not here to start any trouble,"
he says to Orion. Blue eyes look over at me.
"And who is this?" "My girlfriend, who I would never treat like you have my mother,"
Orion seethes, glancing back at me.
"I'm Ricardo,"
his dad says to me, smiling sadly.
"I've heard a lot about you, Cameron."
"You too," I reply, wincing a little because none of it has been good as of recent. "Orion, let's not make a scene right now. There's no point upsetting Maria even further."
"So what, we just let him come in and play happy families?"
Orion asks, scowling.
"That's not how this works. You made your bed, and now you can go and lie in it."
"Perhaps you can give them a little time?" I ask Ricardo, eyes pleading. "If you don't mind." I grab Orion's arm. "Come on, let's finish our meal."
"So I make one mistake and I'm no longer a part of this family that I built? At the end of the day, I'm just a man, son. I'm not perfect by any means, and I have never claimed to be. I might have messed up with your mom, but that doesn't mean I don't love you all. I'm still your father." "Then perhaps you should act like it."
Orion fires back with no emotion whatsoever. When Orion is cold, he goes ice cold. It's seriously scary. Ricardo sighs, running his hand through his salt and pepper hair.
"I'll come back tomorrow." "We might need a little more time than that. Maybe come back in a few years,"
Orion murmurs, closing the door as Ricardo takes a step back. He locks the door and turns to me.
"Next he'll be trying to bring his mistress here or something, wanting us all to be one big happy family. Can you believe him? I can't believe I once looked up to him. What a great role model he turned out to be."
I don't say anything because I know he is still hurting, for himself and his family. Instead, I just give him a big hug, silently letting him know I am there for him. I might not have a father who cheated, but I do have a dysfunctional family, so I can sympathize on that front. The rest of the meal is quiet, the good mood gone, and we all help Maria clean up and then head back to Orion's house. I think time is going to be the only thing that will help this situation. My own dad calls me when I get home and I sit and chat with him while Orion takes a shower. When he gets out, I hand the phone to him. My dad wants to say hello. He looks surprised but takes the phone and the two of them chat for a few minutes. Orion ends the call saying that we will have to visit him when we can.
"He seems really nice,"
he says as he cuddles me in bed.
"And he really loves you."
I kiss his stubbled cheek. "I love you."
"I love you too."
And maybe all the bad luck and drama is over, and now we can just try to enjoy life together. Chapter 28. Monday morning, I'm back at work, and Trade and Ariel are there when I arrive, the two of them having a sneaky kiss by Ariel's car. "Get a room!" I call out the window as I pull up. Ariel pushes Trade off her and waves. "I was just heading to work. Have a good day, both of you." "You too." She gets in her car and drives off, Trade watching after her. "You're so whipped," I comment, locking my car with a beep and walking toward the entrance. "If your man ain't whipped, you aren't doing it right." "Doing what right?" I ask, smirking. He unlocks the door and opens it for me. Love. Victoria comes in with coffee and cake, and I couldn't be more thrilled. I'm eating some of the cake when Chains arrives and I go over to speak to him. "So I finished the painting. I'm wondering if I should drop into the clubhouse or if you wouldn't mind taking it with you."
"I can take it,"
Chains says, lifting his eyes up from his phone. "Thank you. I've written a card for everyone, too. It basically says I know the painting isn't enough to say thank you, but I just want them to know how much I love the bike and how I love having the MC as a family even more." Chains smiles, which happens so rarely it looks a little weird on his face.
"I can't wait for them to see it. It's going to look sick in the clubhouse."
Happiness fills me. I hope so. I work on 2 bikes throughout the day, helping Chains with fixing them and then doing some of the paintwork. Time passes quickly, and I love that about my job. It never feels like work. When I'm on break, I check my phone to see a text from a new number. "Hey Cam, it's Asta. Just thought I'd let you know that I saw Bjorn at Orion's house. I don't want the two of them to get into another fight or something." What the hell is Bjorn doing back there? Maybe he wants to make amends with Orion? I send Orion a message. "Hey babe, what you doing?"
"Nothing, just heading back to work. See you tonight?"
He must be waiting until tonight to tell me what happened. I message Asta back. "I'm sure it's fine. I'll talk to him tonight. Thanks for letting me know." When I get home, though, he doesn't say anything, and I keep waiting for him to, but he doesn't. Eventually, I just bring it up myself. "Was Bjorn here today?" I blurt out. His blue eyes widen.
"Yeah, he was. How did you know?"
I think the question is, why didn't you tell me? I say, crossing my arms over my chest. What happened to this whole open communication thing? I think I should know what's going on. He was making my life a living hell.
"Yeah, but he's not anymore."
"It's been a few days since you had that phone call with him. Don't you think it's a little too early to tell? He's been holding this grudge against me for years. I don't know if a few days is long enough to decide that it's all over," I say, frowning.
"He was here. We had a chat."
Orion admits, nodding.
"I didn't want to upset you, and it's not like he's going to be coming here. I told him that he's not to be around you at all, so I didn't bring it up."
My eyes narrow. You can't decide what is or isn't important information to tell me. You should tell me everything like I do you, even when it's hard. Now, what did he say?
"He said that he doesn't want us to fight and that we should call a truce. He doesn't want us at war. He said he will leave you alone. He just wants it all done with," he explains, taking my hand in his. "So it's a win-win. He won't bother you, and he and I aren't enemies anymore. Isn't that the best outcome?"
I suppose so, but then why do I feel so betrayed right now? I feel like you are prioritizing what's easier for you, not what is safer for me, I say, jaw going tight. I don't understand how you can't see that. This man threatened me, blackmailed me, treated me like shit, and now everything is okay? I don't know how to react to this, but I'm angry, and I'm allowed to be.
"You will be safe, though," he replies, brow furrowing, "and I don't have to have a family member's blood on my hands. How is that not the best-case scenario? Keeping you safe is my priority."
I don't know if that is true. Do I want bloodshed? No. But I want... Something. I need more action. Is there anything else that you aren't telling me? I press, feeling like I'm missing something. Why would he keep silent about that? There has to be something more. How am I supposed to trust him when he does stuff like this?
Babe,
He murmurs, touching my face.
we said we weren't going to let Bjorn come between us, and I should have told you he came by today. It was just a quiet chat, though, and I was clear about how I feel about you and how he needs to act from now on, or me and him are done. We can relax now, and that's a good thing. Aren't you tired of the drama?
I am, I admit.
Okay, so can we just let it be then? This has been a rough month, and I'm so ready to just move forward with everything.
I don't like the fact that you weren't going to tell me. Now I'm wondering what else you haven't told me, I say. He rests his forehead against mine and closes his eyes.
There's nothing else I haven't told you, he says, and I'm trying the best I can to fix this in a way that I don't end up going to prison for killing my own fucking blood, okay?
I purse my lips. I hope you know what you are doing.
Me too,
He murmurs.
Me too.
I know life isn't going as planned for him right now, and I don't want to make it any harder. But at the same time, if I'm not okay with something, I'm going to speak up. And trust is everything. The next morning, I head to my usual cafe to grab my morning coffee. When I see Bjorn sitting in the cafe, a woman with him, I turn my back and pretend I didn't see them. He's the last person I want to see right now, and I'm not going to let him ruin my morning. I think I've gotten away with it, but he comes out and calls my name just as I'm opening my car door. I ignore him, get inside, and drive away. Not today, Satan. Bronte's back at her desk, big smile on her face, and I give her a hug when I see her. I missed you. What have I missed? Is everything okay? She asks, turning to the phone when it starts to ring. 1 second. Good morning, Fast and Fury Customs. This is Bronte speaking. While she speaks to a potential client, I drink my coffee and think about last night. Orion was acting a little different. He was more distant than usual, and I can't quite put my finger on why, but I know I'm not going to be able to let it go. I decided I'll stay at my place tonight without him, just so we can have a little break and so I can clear my head. When my phone beeps with a video message from Crow, I press play. A big smile on my face when I see him, Temper, Saint, Rennie, Dee, Chains, and even the prospects all huddled together. They must have set the phone up on a desk to record it.
Thank you for the beautiful painting,
Temper says.
We all love it,
Saint adds. Crow then picks up and moves the camera, showing me where the painting hangs on the wall right in the center.
Look how fucking good it looks.
They all say thank you, and then the video ends. I send a group text. You're welcome. I'm glad you all like it. Happiness and pride fills me at their response. Man, I love those guys. I grab my tools and start getting to work when Bronte comes over. Sorry, that took ages. I sit up and clean my hands. Not a problem at all. And yeah, everything is okay. Something happened yesterday, though. I tell her how Bjorn had gone over and Orion didn't tell me and clearly didn't want to talk about it, and that now I'm feeling weird about it. Maybe he just wants the whole Bjorn thing to die. Bronte comments, pulling up a crate and sitting down on it. But he should have told you. That would have really annoyed me too. If Bjorn were smart, he would leave you alone.
He's not smart, though.
You think he's planning something? She asks, tapping her heels on the ground. It's unlikely that he'd change his mind so easily, right? Unless something else happened? What about that man who was after him? Maybe that's just keeping him occupied right now. I don't know what happened with that, but he's alive and feeling well enough to be on a breakfast date when I ran into him this morning, I say, pursing my lips. At the cafe that I go to every damn morning on the way to work. Why is he everywhere? That's quite the coincidence. I know. He tried to speak to me, but I just drove off. I have nothing left to say to him, and I have no idea why he'd think I'd entertain that after the way he's acted. He's clearly unstable, and then on the other side I have the man I'm in love with inviting him over and not even telling me. How is this my life right now? I don't even know, but you need to tell Orion how you're feeling. Again. I feel like we've had this conversation before. Exactly, I say, pointing at her. We have. Why are we here again, over the same shit again? Orion is a smart man. How does he not see this? Men need clear communication, Bronte advises, shrugging. Tell him, again. It sounds like he likes to keep things inside and needs a little push to express himself. I guess. Relationships aren't easy, Cam, she says, sighing. But with the right person, they are so worth it. The longer you're with Orion, the more you'll figure him out, the way his mind works and his quirks. And then as you grow together, he'll keep surprising you and vice versa. I know Crow so well, but now and again he will surprise me. I don't want any surprises, I groan. I just want an honest, loving relationship with no drama. And amazing sex. Well, we've definitely got that area covered. I sigh. Our bodies know what to do. It's the opening up to each other completely that we have a problem with, apparently. Give him some time. I'm sure he will give you what you need, she says, standing up. I better get back to work. We have some bikers coming in wanting some custom bikes. Knights? They're knights from another chapter, so we won't know any of them. But Temper said to hook them up with whatever they need. Sure enough, soon there's about 10 bikers in the store checking out our motorcycles and riding gear and looking at the photos of past bikes we have created. I come out of the garage and speak with a few, answering any questions and even brainstorming possible designs. It's just the distraction that I need, my problems with Orion forgotten. So, listen, how about I take you on a date or something? I'm looking for my next baby mama. One of the men says, a younger gentleman with a goatee and lots of tattoos. I smirk. Thank you for that extremely appealing offer. However, I'm going to have to decline. 1, because I'm taken, and 2, because, well, I don't want to. He chuckles. Thought I'd try my luck. I love your shop. We will definitely be coming back here. Good to know. The men leave, and we are now booked up for the next 3 months. Orion surprises me by dropping in with lunch, not just for me, but for everyone. He even brings an Oreo cheesecake for dessert. You didn't have to do all this, I say, watching as he pulls all the food out and places it on the staff table. He's wearing a gray suit today, his hair slicked back, and he looks sexy as hell. I know. I just wanted to see you, and... He keeps his eyes down, and thought that food always makes you happy. That is a very true statement. I thought maybe we could have a chat tonight, he adds, which makes me feel a little anxious, but of course I agree. Okay, maybe you can drop by my place after work. I need to talk to you too. Sounds good. He cups my face and kisses me. You know how much I love you, right? I nod. I do. Good. I better get going. I have a business meeting in 30 minutes. Okay, I'll see you tonight. And thank you for the food. The scent of his cologne still lingers long after he leaves, and all I can think about is what he wants to tell me tonight, and whether the two of us are going to survive it. Chapter 29. I stop at the gas station, fill up my tank, and get a frozen drink for the drive home. When I get back into the car, I put my drink in the cup holder, distracted by my thoughts, turn the engine back on, and start wondering how this conversation tonight is going to play out. Don't scream. Comes a familiar voice from behind me as a cold hand covers my mouth. My heart starts to race as panic sets in. He waits a moment and then lets go of me. What the fuck are you doing? I ask Bjorn, anger fueling me. How dare he?
I'm not here to hurt you, I just want to talk.
Yeah, hiding in the back of my car really gives me that impression, you psycho. I grit out between my teeth. I'm sick and tired of being scared, of always having to be the bigger and better person. I'm sick of him doing whatever the fuck he wants and me just having to deal with it. This right here is my breaking point. I am done playing nice. He doesn't know the new me, but he knew the old one, and he's about to get fucking reacquainted. To my surprise, he settles back in the seat. I tried to talk to you this morning, but you sped off. I just wanted to say that I'm going to let what happened between us go, all right? But not for you. I'm doing it for Orion. He helped me get my enemies off my back, and for that I'll be forever grateful. Now I'm free to be safe. And I want that for you, too. How fucking kind of him. Wait, did he say... Orion helped you with that guy who beat you up?
Yeah, he did. He won't be coming after me anymore.
I see, I murmur, jaw so tense I feel like I'm going to explode. He helped Bjorn. He didn't tell me that he did, which I'm taking as a fucking lie, and he made up with the man who hid in the backseat of my car when I went to get some sugar just so he could rub it all in my face. So I'm safe from you now? Yet here you are hiding in my car with a knife? What am I supposed to think about that, Bjorn?
I just wanted to talk to you. I said what I had to, and now I'm done. I'm a man of my word, and I'm never going to betray Orion again. He's shown me that he has my back and can be trusted, and was there for me when no one else was. He's loyal. Yeah, if only I were getting that same loyalty right now. It doesn't matter what happened with his dad. At the end of the day, all you can do is trust your blood. Blood is always thicker. Relationships come and go, but blood family, well, they stay around forever.
And there it is. That makes no sense. His dad is his blood, and look how that played out, I state. And look at you.
Bjorn laughs darkly. It doesn't matter. Who are you to him? There's plenty of women out there. Women are replaceable. Family isn't.
So because of what Orion's dad did, maybe he's assuming one day I could also betray him. So maybe Orion beat me to it, letting his cousin back in his life, even though he's clearly a very unstable, dangerous man. That's the only explanation I can come up with for how the fuck his decisions led us here. Thanks for letting me know. Now that we have cleared the air, how about you get the fuck out of my car and let me get home to Orion, who is waiting for me? I ask, needing him gone. I have to make sure to not push him over the edge because he could hurt me at any moment and he's unpredictable.
Okay. I said what I came to say,
he says, acting like we are normal friends and he just dropped in for a chat. I feel nervous about what he will do, but he simply gets out and respectfully closes the door behind him. The bastard even has the nerve to wave goodbye. I drive off, but I don't head back to my house. I drive to Bronte's instead. I don't want to go home. I don't want to speak to Orion, and I don't want to ever see Bjorn again. I thought I was at my breaking point before, but no. That was nothing compared to now. This is it. I'm done. I'm sitting at Bronte and Crow's house, my feet up on the coffee table, a glass of wine clutched in my fingers, and some chips and dip in front of me. My phone has rung 5 times now, but I'm not going to answer. If he wants to know what happened, he can call his damn cousin since they are so close now. Why don't you just pick up and tell him what happened? Bronte says from next to me. You can't hide from him forever. I know. But I can ignore him now and get drunk instead, because I don't want to deal with it.
What do you want us to do?
Crow asks as he sits down opposite us.
We can get rid of Bjorn, which has been my vote from the start. He's like a fucking cockroach. He will be around forever. I don't like the danger that can bring to you, if not now, maybe further down the line.
I don't know. I'm just feeling a little sorry for myself right now. I put myself out there, I was open, and I just feel like I wasted my time. Like, what can Orion say right now that will change anything? I understand he's just looking out for his own blood, but I'm not going to be with someone who lies and who can be close with someone who's threatened me multiple times, someone who is clearly unstable. I explain, just feeling really let down by the whole thing. We were so strong. I don't know how we let this come between us in the end. Well, he did anyway. I'd help one of my brothers in the MC no matter what they've done. And trust me, we've all done some pretty shady things, Crow says. You'd forgive them if they hid in the back of Bronte's car? I ask, already knowing the answer. They would never disrespect me like that, to do anything to her, he says, looking over at the woman in question. No one would dare. Exactly. So why does Bjorn feel so damn comfortable doing this shit to me? Because Orion has given in every time and helped him. I don't know if he feels sorry for him or what, but I'm pissed. And you have every right to be, Crow says. Bronte wraps her arms around me. I still can't believe he broke into your car and hid in the back of it. He sounds like he's completely insane. Tell me about it. You said that Orion wanted to tell you something tonight. Do you think maybe he was going to come clean about the whole thing? Maybe he wanted to tell you but knew you'd be pissed, so he waited a little? I don't know, she says. Maybe. I don't know what he was going to say, but Bjorn beat him to it. I don't know if that was done on purpose. He seemed hell-bent on speaking to me before I went home today. I take a gulp of my wine, wishing today would just end. Maybe he was going to tell me everything, or maybe he wasn't. But the fact remains that he was keeping it from me, and that he still forgave a man who is my enemy. My enemies should be his. I know Orion doesn't know the whole story, but he knows enough. Maybe it's unfair for me to want him to be loyal to me over his own blood, but I don't think it is. I am his girlfriend, and if that doesn't mean something to him, then maybe he doesn't deserve me. I guess when it comes down to it, he won't kill his own cousin, Bronte says, lifting her feet up next to mine. Who knows how his mind works, but I'd be pissed. See, you should have dated someone in the MC. I roll my eyes at that. If he was going to trust Bjorn's word just because they are related, then he is stupid, I state, putting my now empty glass down on the table. I'm sorry to just show up here and dump all of this on you guys. I didn't want to go home, and I didn't know where else to go. You're always welcome here, and you know that, she says. You can stay here as long as you want. Although I know Orion is going to come and hunt you down eventually. If not here, he'll go to Fast and Fury, so you're going to have to chat with him. I know, I admit. And I will. I just need a little time to calm down before I see him. Right now I'm angry and I'm hurt, and I'll probably say something that I'm going to regret. I need to think about this, and what I'm going to do next. And right now, some wine with my closest friends is the best therapy. I end up sending Orion a message just because I don't want him to think something has happened to me, although it almost did. I'm safe, but I'm not coming to see you tonight. Bjorn hid in the back of my car when I went to get gas. He told me you helped him and that you forgave him. He told me that you did this because you are blood, and that counts for more than what we have. And your actions make me think that you truly do believe that. That's all I really want to say, and after I hit send, I turn my phone on silent and go to sleep in Crow and Bronte's guest room. I'm going to have to return home before work tomorrow to take a shower and get changed. And I hope he's not there because I'm tired. So tired. I don't bother to check his replies. The time for excuses is over. I know we need to talk, and we will, but I just want a little space. A little time to brace myself for potential heartbreak. He's waiting on my doorstep when I get home the next morning. I'm still in yesterday's work clothes, and all I want is a shower and to get ready for the day. What are you doing here? I ask, even though I know the answer. Waiting for you.
I got your message, he says, standing up and brushing off his black slacks. And I tried calling you. Fuck, Cam, I'm so sorry that he did that. I'm so sorry about everything. And I should have told you the truth. I was going to last night, but he got there before me. I unlock my front door and step inside. I need to get ready for work. I just don't think this is working, Orion. You don't have my back like I have yours, and your loyalty is to your family first, not me. I get that now, and I understand it. I just can't be with someone who is not going to look out for me and my interests. You forgave a man who has threatened me only for him to hide in the back of my car, and I don't know how I'm supposed to forget that. You're supposed to be the man looking after me, yet you couldn't eliminate the danger to me. Instead, you welcomed it back into your life and fucking nurtured it. Well, now you don't have any more problems. You can have Bjorn. If he comes near me again, though, I will call the police. I don't care if he has anything else on me. Cam. I'm done, Orion. I just can't. It hurts too much, I say, closing the door and locking it. I then jump in the shower and sit down on the floor, letting the scalding water hide my tears. It just shouldn't be this way, and I need to let him go. Even if he's the love of my life, I'll always love myself more. Chapter 30. He's gone by the time I leave for work, and I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse. Trade lets me have an extra long break at work, and I sit in the staff room drinking coffee and replaying my conversation with Orion in my head over and over, wondering if I did the right thing. I probably should have let him talk and tell me his side, but I guess I knew what he was going to say, which was that it will all be fine. The time for talking is over. Crow's ready to get the knights to handle Bjorn, but I said not to do anything and that I'd call the police if need be. I don't need them getting into trouble for me. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if one of them was hurt or put into prison. Bjorn isn't worth that. I suppose I should get back to work, I mutter to myself, standing up and pushing my chair back in. When I leave the staff room, Bronte is at her desk answering phones. She calls me over when she sees me and points to the giant bouquet of flowers on her desk. I pick up the card. Let me explain. Don't give up on us just yet. I love you. Orion. I put the card back in the envelope and eye the white lilies, wishing our problems were so simple that they could be fixed with some pretty flowers and even prettier words. After sliding the card back in the flowers, I leave them on the desk and walk over to the garage. Chains is underneath one of the cars we are working on, and I sit down and just glance around, my mind too scattered to concentrate. He slides out and sits up, looking at me. You should go for a ride. It always clears my head. Pink Beauty is at home, otherwise I would have. That sounds like a great idea. He ducks his head. There are plenty of bikes here. Take one and just don't crash it. I grin at the idea. I don't think Trade is going to like this idea very much. Trade's at lunch, he points out, going through his tools. He won't be back for an hour or so. Go on, I'll cover for you. Fuck it. I step into the showroom and pick out a bike, a black Harley I've been eyeing for a while, and take her out for a ride. And Chains was onto something because it makes me feel much better. I even smile and open my visor so the breeze can hit my face. It doesn't fix any of my problems, but it reminds me that I'm alive, and that in the end I'm going to be okay, no matter what. When I get back to work, the bike is still in one piece, and Trade still isn't back yet, but I'm in a much better mood. I even get some work done. I never thought Chains would be the one giving out some good advice, but sometimes he likes to surprise me. When I head home that night, I know Orion is going to be waiting for me, and I know I need to listen to him. I broke up with him only this morning, but it feels like a lifetime ago.
I've already gone into self-protective mode, shutting down and trying to emotionally distance myself. Us having a talk is definitely necessary so we can put everything out on the table and know once and for all if we are truly over and done with. I'd be heartbroken to lose this man, but I've already taken a step in that direction. I don't know what he can say tonight that will change my view on what has happened. But I guess we will find out. Orion gets out of his car when he sees me and comes over. He's changed from a suit to light jeans and a white V-neck t-shirt, and he looks good. Of course he does.
Hey,
he says, tucking his hands in his pockets. Hey, I reply, nodding toward my door. Come on, let's go inside. He follows behind as we enter, and I lead him to the kitchen. Can I get you something to drink? Coffee, beer?
I'm okay, but thank you.
He replies, sitting down at the table, eyes never leaving me. I grab a bottle of water and take a seat opposite him, the air thick with tension and unresolved emotions. Thank you for the flowers today, but you didn't need to do that. I start with, wrapping my arms around myself as if suddenly cold.
I didn't know what else to do,
he admits, running his hand through his hair.
I don't want to lose you, Cam. You are everything to me, the love of my life. There is no one else for me.
Your words say one thing, but your actions say another, I reply, lifting my chin. You think I don't want us to work out? Of course I do. I'm crazy about you, and I don't want to lose you either. But you've kept things from me. You went against what we both discussed, and you basically took the side of a man who is a threat to me once again. And flowers will not absolve you of all that. How am I supposed to act like that's okay? Because it's not. I deserve better than that. He goes silent for a moment, blue eyes darker than usual, pinned on me.
I've been fucking stupid. There are some things that happened that I kept to myself and didn't share with you, and I should have. I'm sorry.
Like what? I ask.
Like the fact that Bjorn isn't my cousin. He's my brother.
He states, watching my reaction. What? I ask, blinking furiously. I couldn't have heard right. Bjorn is his brother? He exhales.
When I found out Dad was cheating on Mom, I dug a little deeper. This wasn't the first time he had cheated. This was the first time that he'd been caught. He basically cheated on her off and on for their entire marriage. He's never been faithful. I spoke to his brother, my uncle, who confirmed everything to me. It was then he told me that his own wife, my Aunt Jessica, had also slept with him, and that's why they had divorced.
Jessica is the name of Bjorn's mom. I thought it was bad that I had slept with 2 cousins, only to find out that I've slept with 2 brothers instead. Wonderful. How do you know for sure, though? I ask, my mind spinning.
I went and spoke to Aunt Jess, and she said she was sure the baby was my dad's. She had only slept with him during the time she got pregnant. She and Uncle Henry were going through a rough patch.
He explains, looking down at his hands. Did you tell your mom? I ask him. He shakes his head.
No, I couldn't. But when Bjorn tried to speak to me again, I couldn't turn him away, even if I didn't tell him the truth. He's my half-brother. I don't know, my head was a mess. You know how family is so important to me, and he just wanted me to take care of the man who was trying to kill him. I thought, okay, I can do that. So I sent some of my men to take care of it. I thought I was being the bigger person, and I knew that you wouldn't like it, but in return I asked Bjorn to leave you the fuck alone, and he agreed. I thought it was a win-win situation. You were safe, and he wasn't going to be killed by some criminal.
I'm still trying to process everything, so I don't really know what to say. It would have been so hard finding out the news about his father. Everything must feel like a lie to him, to find out his cousin and the black sheep of the family is actually his half-brother. I can see why he would have felt sorry for Bjorn, I can. But everyone turned their back on him for a reason, and that's because he is not a good man. I'm sorry, I whisper, the broken expression on his face hurting me. I really am. But you could have just told me, and you chose not to. I guess he didn't even tell his own mother, but still. I take a deep breath. Who am I to lecture him on not being completely honest? There's something I need to tell you, too. I haven't told you the whole story with Bjorn, and it's long overdue. I should have told you when we first started getting to know each other.
What whole story?
He asks, brow furrowing. I swallow hard. I haven't been honest with him because I was embarrassed and didn't want him to see me in a different light. But I've been selfish. Keeping things from him is not how I want our relationship to be. I cannot be mad at him when he doesn't know the whole story. I'm being unfair. Bjorn physically abused me. It wasn't always like that, but it was enough. The cops were called a few times and they wanted me to press charges against him, but I didn't. Orion's eyes bulge, but I keep going. When I was arrested, it was my way out. While I'm ashamed to have gone to prison, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. I was able to get away from Bjorn, and I realized how damaging he was to me.
I'm so sorry.
Orion starts. I hold my hand up. Don't. I do not want pity. I need to get this out. He nods. I struggle to be around him, I say, looking down at my hands, unable to look him in the eyes. It reminds me of how vulnerable I was when I was with him. And I'm sorry. I know I should have told you before, but who wants to admit that that happened to them?
So he hurt you?
He asks, lifting my chin up and scanning my eyes.
Why didn't you tell me this, Cam? This is important. I should have known this from the start. Fuck, I can't believe I let him be around you. I've been such a fucking fool.
I know, I admit, trying to look away from him, but he doesn't let me. I just didn't want you to think of me like that. And now he just found out that Bjorn's his brother. How are we going to get through this?
Like what? A survivor? A real man does not harm any woman, especially not the one he is supposed to love and protect,
he says, jaw tight. This whole thing shouldn't be a shock to him, but for some reason it is. He could never see his cousin for what he truly is. A monster.
I'm so sorry you went through all of that, and at the hands of
his own brother. It's not your fault, but I wanted to let you know why I'm so hurt. I know what he is capable of, and I should have told you sooner so that you knew too.
I'm sorry, he says as he pulls me in for a kiss. I'm so fucking sorry.
After it ends, I put my hand on his chest and look up at him. I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what you're thinking if you don't open up and share it with me. I'm never going to judge you or your family, so I don't see why you didn't tell me this when you found out, I say, studying him. I understand if you needed some time, but you not only didn't tell me about it, you also went behind my back and helped my ex-boyfriend, whether he's your brother or not. I know he must be a mess right now, but because he didn't share everything with me, it's hard to feel all his emotions along with him. I don't know how to get on the same page as him again. He must feel the exact same way about me. Where do we go from here? We've both kept things from each other, and now we have Bjorn standing as the elephant in the room. Nothing means more to him than family. But what about love? Does that trump all?
I was embarrassed,
he admits, ducking his head.
I didn't tell anyone, Cam, because I was so ashamed of the man who raised me. He taught me values, ones he didn't even have himself. And I didn't want my mom to know because it would break her. Right now, she thinks they had a wonderful marriage at the start, but just grew apart toward the end. That's what she's holding on to, that it wasn't always bad. If she finds out he was cheating the whole time, she's going to be distraught.
I sit there quiet for a while. It looks like we were both embarrassed when we both had no need to be. It's okay to be vulnerable sometimes. In fact, you can't have a relationship without showing that side to the other person. I don't know if I can be with you knowing that a man who terrorized me is someone you'll willingly let be part of your family, regardless of where he is. What happens a year from now when he comes back asking for help? What happens 5 years from now? I'll never be okay with what he did to me, and the fact that you're even considering letting him be a part of your life isn't something I think I can ever get over. I don't know if we can be together, Orion. I start to cry because I think in my heart I know that this may never work. He reaches out for my hand and I give it to him.
Can you please try? Know that I will put you first.
I need some time to think.
He nods. Of course, I understand.
Thank you for being honest with me.
Thank you for giving me the chance,
he replies, standing up and coming over to hug me. He wraps me in his warm embrace, and for a second I forget why we were fighting in the first place. When he lets go, though, it all comes back to me. Orion heads home, and I'm left wondering if we can make this work. I always said I'd fight for him, for us. But now I'm not so sure. Can I wholeheartedly forgive him for what he did? I'm not sure. And if I can't, I don't know if there is any point of us being together. Chapter 31.
He must have bought all the flowers and the florists, so now he's on to chocolate.
Trade comments, opening the candy box and taking one out.
Not that we're complaining.
It's been 2 weeks. What are you going to do? Bronte asks me, also eating some of the chocolates. I feel like you need to put the man out of his misery. He's obviously pining away for you. I do love him, I say, glancing around at all the flowers now filling up the warehouse. But I don't know, can I forgive him for what he did? Can I trust him? I honestly don't believe that Bjorn will never be part of our lives again.
He was going through a lot of shit,
Trade says, shrugging.
I think you can cut him a little slack, considering.
Trade has been on Team Forgive Orion from the start. I know he always believes Orion is a good man. Why are you so loyal to him? I ask. You did warn me about him, remember? Why the change of heart?
Because he's different with you, Trade replies. And I don't know, I guess I see something there. I know Orion well, and he's always had my back. When I joined the Knights, a lot of people turned on me, but he didn't. And you know what? When I left the Knights, he was there for me too. He's just that kind of guy.
I don't know, Bronte suggests, chewing thoughtfully. You've given him several chances already. Can he actually make a change and do what he says he will? He needs to put you first, because you aren't going to accept anything less. He told you family is everything and Bjorn is his brother, so I don't think he'd ever not help his brother. Should true love be this hard? I ask, sighing. I don't think anyone has an easy path, Bronte replies, eyes softening. Every couple has their own issues and obstacles. You just need to find someone you think is worth all the bullshit. It will never be perfect. But if you've chosen right, it will always be worth it. I do miss him, I admit, wrapping my arms around myself. I miss my best friend. I miss coming home to him, laughing with him, just spending that quality time with him. I miss being loved by him. Have you guys spoken since then? Bronte asks, offering me one of the chocolates. They are Raffaello's, my favorites too, but I decline. We spoke on the phone once, but that's about it. I just keep saying I need more time. The more time he gives you, the higher your walls are going to be, she replies, frowning. You need to talk to him and then you'll know what you want. Maybe you should go out for lunch or something casual. It will remind you of the chemistry you have, or it will remind you how angry you are at him and won't be able to forgive him. I have to admit, I'm not happy with how he has handled the whole situation.
So you're not Team Orion then?
I'm team make my friend happy again, whichever way that might be, she counters, looking at Trade. We'd support you no matter what. It's up to you. I just think you should stop living in limbo and figure out what you want. He needs to step up and give you what you need, though, or someone else will.
I'm not living my life in limbo.
How many plants have you bought this week just to keep you going? She asks, arching her brow. So what? I like plants. And I needed like 15 more anyway. I lie. I had stopped my online shopping for a while there, but I'm back to using it as a distraction. I can't keep eating to distract myself, so my bank account will have to take that hit. I need Christmas every day now. I've also been riding Pink Beauty a lot more, and she really does make me happy. Bronte laughs and puts the chocolates down, stands up and looks me in the eye. You're my friend. I love you, but you are one of the most stubborn, egotistical people I've ever met in my life. My mouth drops and Trade barks out a deep laugh. Excuse me, I have a good reason to be this way. Because you're scared, she says, touching my shoulders. Love is scary, trust is scary, and being vulnerable is fucking scary. But it's also beautiful and powerful, and there is also strength in forgiveness. I think Orion is crazy about you and imperfectly perfect for you, and I think you'd regret it if you walked away without giving it a proper chance.
She's right, though. I am scared. Shitless. I don't want to be hurt, and I don't want to give him everything only for him to not do the same for me in return. Okay, you're right. I need to speak with him. I need to stop it with my pride, and I need to decide what I want to do so I can put him out of his misery, I admit, looking between the two of them. Thank you for this extremely honest, brutal conversation.
What are friends for? She replies, grinning. You know we love you.
I do. When I get home that night, I'm about to text Orion when there's a knock at the door. As I look through the peephole, I'm surprised to see Maria standing there. I quickly unlock the door and let her in. Maria, how are you? I'm good. Sorry to drop in like this, but I wanted to talk to you. Of course, come on in, I say. She's wearing a stunning red wrap dress and black sandals, her long dark hair falling down her back in a long, low ponytail. Your place is beautiful, she says, looking around. Compared to their houses, this one is tiny, but I appreciate the compliment. We sit down at the table and I make her tea. I'm worried about my son. He won't tell me what happened between the two of you, but I've never seen him like this. He's miserable, and I don't know how to help him. Could you tell me what happened? She asks. I don't know if he told you this, but Bjorn was my ex-boyfriend, I say. And the surprise on her face gives me the answer I need. I tell her the story from beginning to end, leaving out Bjorn being Orion's brother because that part is not for me to tell. Orion sent him away, though, she says, brow furrowing. I was wondering why he did that, and good riddance, that boy was always a menace, even when he was a kid. You know how you can just look at someone sometimes and just know in your gut that that person is a bad egg? That's how I've always felt about Bjorn. There's always been something off about him that I couldn't put my finger on. Your instincts were right, I say, bringing the tea over and giving it to her. He's not a good man. He used to put his hands on me. I wish I'd pressed charges, but I didn't. Her eyes bulge. Did my son know this? He does now, yes. And before you say anything, that isn't necessarily why I'm still upset. Bjorn will always be Orion's cousin, and I've made peace with that. But he caused so many problems and put me in danger so many times since then that I don't know. I guess I am holding a grudge over it. Forgiveness hasn't always been my strongest point. You have every right to be upset.
I wish I'd known about all of this. I would have made sure Bjorn stayed away from the beginning, but no one tells me anything. My kids have always been like that. They'd tell each other things, but then they'd all keep it from me. I wanted them to be close, and now they are loyal to each other first. She grumbles, blowing on the tea and taking a sip. All I do know is that my son misses you a lot, and he wants to be with you. If he knew I was here, he'd kill me. I hide my smile. But I know how much my divorce has messed with him. He's taking it the worst, and he still won't speak to his father. There's a lot of hate there, and I hope he can let go of it. Forgiveness sometimes can be more for you than for the other person. If he holds on to that hate, it will affect him more than anyone else, she says, looking over at me. I really like you, Cam. I think you're a great girl, and I really hope the two of you can work things out. But I will understand if you can't. Feeling betrayed isn't easy to get over. She finishes her tea and then leaves. And it makes me realize I don't just miss Orion. I miss his whole family, too. Chapter 32. It seems like Bjorn has fallen off the face of the earth, so Orion must have really sent him away. I felt a lot safer knowing that he's not around. The last thing I'd need is the extra stress of having Bjorn pop up out of nowhere whenever he felt like it. Last night I did a lot of thinking and realized how right both Bronte and Maria were. I can't let my pride win out. Not if I want to be with him. And I do. I love him, and I think we can work on our problems and issues because we both love each other. I message Orion and he comes over within the hour. He has dinner in his hands and a large plant to add to my collection. Is that a devil's ivy? That's been on my wish list, I say, eyeing the enormous trailing plant. It's huge. Oh my God, it is beautiful.
It is.
He smiles, passing it to me.
I thought you might have been sick of the flowers, and I know how happy plants make you.
That's very sweet, I say, opening the door for him.
I didn't know if you had eaten yet, but I brought some pasta anyway.
I put the plant down and turn to him. He's constantly so thoughtful, always looking after me and thinking about me. Yeah, he messed up. But I don't think he'd ever hurt me on purpose, and I hope he'd never make the same mistakes again. There are no more chances after this, and surely he wouldn't do that to me. I need to take one more leap of faith here. I know he loves me, and I know he's not perfect, but I've made it clear what I need from him, and if he wants to be with me, he has to deliver. I love you, I say, watching him placing the food down. But you hurt me, and I need to know that you will always try to work with me to give each other what we both need. We need to make decisions together, and we need to be a team. Now more than ever.
I know,
he says, cupping my face in his hands and scanning my eyes.
I will do anything to make this work, Cam. You have no idea how much I've missed you. It has put everything into perspective for me, and even though I'm still hurting over the stuff with Dad, nothing is worth losing you over. I should be mourning with you, not using it as a shield to push you away. I didn't even realize I was doing it until it was too late. And Bjorn is gone. He's getting help and seeing a therapist. I hope he never comes back.
I pull him against me, hugging him and resting my head on his shoulder, closing my eyes and squeezing him tight. And I'll do anything to make it work, too. Even be vulnerable. We start kissing, and soon one thing leads to another, and we're on the couch, him on top of me while looking into his eyes.
Fuck, I've missed you,
he grits out, kissing me.
You have no idea. I was going crazy.
Me too, I say against his lips. So much. We spend hours getting reacquainted with one another, and then we eat pasta together naked in bed. He rests his forehead against mine and closes his eyes.
I'm so happy I went to Divine that night. I almost went to another place instead. Could you imagine? I never would have met you.
It was fate the second our eyes connected. There's no other way to explain it. The moment I saw him, I wanted him, and that's never ever changed. I've never felt that kind of chemistry with someone before, and it was pretty intense. Almost too intense.
You were the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen in my life.
Not beautiful enough for you to give me your real name, though. I can't help but say.
Damn, your memory is so good, too. You'll literally remember every wrong word I've ever said, won't you?
Some can sing, some can dance. I happen to remember things that you've said or done to piss me off and use them against you until the end of time. I joke. He sighs, eyes smiling.
To be fair, I showed Abby my real ID, so it's not my fault.
Is that right? I laugh. We slide under the sheets, naked with Orion's front pressed against my back.
I love you.
I love you too. He falls asleep first, and I roll over to face him, pressing a kiss against his lips. It's not just the bad things you do that I remember. I remember all the good, too. I'm still wrapped safely in Orion's arms when I get the call. Dad? I ask sleepily, brow furrowed. What is it? It's still dark outside, and he's never called me at this hour, so I know that something must be wrong.
It's your mother,
he says, voice breaking.
She's gone, Cam. She's gone.
He starts to cry, and I shoot up to a sitting position, processing the words he has just told me. Dad, what do you mean she's gone? What happened? I ask, feeling Orion wake and move closer to me, silently offering me his support.
She had a heart attack. She's gone. I'm at the hospital now.
My mother is dead, and I never got to make amends with her. I never got to make her feel proud of me. My head falls forward and the phone falls out of my hand. Orion picks up and tells my dad we will be there tomorrow. I cover my face with my hands and picture my old mom, the one who held me when I'd fallen over riding my skateboard, and the one who loved me so much that love was the first word I had ever spoken. I picture the mother I had before I let her down and she gave up on me.
Come here,
Orion murmurs, pulling me against to him.
I'm so sorry, babe. We can leave now if you want, or we can drive down first thing in the morning.
He rocks me back and forth while I cry and fight with the different emotions filling me. Loss, sadness, anger, regret. The last one is the killer. I haven't even properly spoken to my mom since I got out of prison. When I went home from the hotel to pick up my belongings, she just looked at me and then turned away. And it broke my heart. It felt a lot like I feel now. I don't go back to sleep. Instead, I stare at the ceiling, Orion's arms around me, and torture myself with all the things I would have said to her if she were still here. And in the morning, we pack up and head down south, a trip we always wanted and planned on doing, just not under these circumstances. Dad is a mess when we get there, and there's nothing I can say to make it better. This is Orion, I say to him when he finally lets go of me. Orion offers Dad his hand, but Dad pulls him in for a hug.
It's nice to meet you. I'm so sorry for your loss,
Orion says. Dad smiles sadly at him.
Yeah, me too.
We sit down on the couch and I glance around at the familiar setting, which hasn't changed from when I grew up here. The family photos are sitting on the shelf behind the couch like they always have, and the coffee table still has our holiday photo book sitting on it.
She loved you,
Dad blurts out.
I know she didn't show it these last few years, but she did, and I want you to know that.
I stay silent for a moment, and Orion takes my hand and gives it a squeeze. It would have been nice to hear that from her, I admit, but regret my words because now is not the time. I make us all some dinner, needing to keep busy while Orion and Dad have a beer in the living room. I don't know how Dad's going to get through this. My mom was everything to him. I wonder if he will consider moving to the city so he'll be closer to me, so I can make sure he's okay. Knowing how stubborn he is, probably not. We stay for the next 2 days, and while Dad is out, I wander around their bedroom and go through Mom's belongings. When I pick up her jewelry case, I see something familiar underneath it. A magazine. It's the custom bike magazine I was featured in. They did an article on me and the Fast and Fury garage last year. I didn't send a copy to them, just told my dad I was going to be in it, so she must have bought it herself. And kept it. Smiling, I put the magazine away, a sliver of hope filling me that maybe, just maybe, she noticed that I turned my life around, and that I was a worthy daughter. Chapter 33. I take a week off work to mourn the loss of my mother. When I return, I find flowers from Crow, Bronte, Trade, and even Chains waiting for me on my desk. "You guys are too cute," I say as I read the notes from them. "Thank you." Bronte just hugs me. "I'm here for you." I know. While I'm sad that I'll never have the chance to make up with my mother, I feel at peace knowing that she loved me in her own way. After work, I head straight to Orion's. When I see his motorcycle out the front, I stop to admire it before heading inside. He gave me a key to the house, so now I can come and go as I please. "Babe?" I call as I step inside. The house is quiet. A little too quiet, and something about it is different. Orion isn't anywhere downstairs, and there's only one light on, but the house is usually lit up. He said he had something special planned for me, so maybe this is it. I walk upstairs with a smile on my face, wondering what he's up to. When I open his bedroom door, though, it is not at all what I expected to see.
"Cam, get out of here!"
Orion calls out, and Bjorn tightens the hold he has around his neck. There's a gun pointed to his head and a crazy look in Bjorn's eyes. They are both standing facing the door with their backs to the balcony. I can't look away from the gun and its proximity to the man I love. "Did you think you could get rid of me that easily, Ronnie?" Bjorn asks, smirking. "I've decided that I want him dead. I had a lot of thinking and reflecting time with my shrink, and I realized I'm not going to be able to let this go. He chose you over his own family, and now he can pay for it. I don't know who the fuck you both think you are, trying to send me away like I'm some naughty fucking child, but it's not going to work. I'm back, and now both of you will die. Orion gave you a chance for a better life, and this is how you treat him? You've always treated the ones who loved you the worst. Love would have been him telling you to fuck off." He fires back, gritting his teeth. "Not sending me off to some shrink. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not going anywhere. This is my home." I look into Orion's eyes. They are filled with regret and fear. Fear for me. "Why don't you let him go and we can talk about it?" I suggest. "The time for talking is long gone," Bjorn replies, fingers tightening on the gun. "I want him dead. I was really going to leave you alone, but now that I look at you and the way you care so much about precious Orion, I want you dead too. You can go out together. Don't worry, I'll talk all about your love story at your funerals. I won't even mention that Cam was mine first. I'm respectful like that." Sending him away has pushed him over the edge. I thought the whole thing was too good to be true, and I was right. "How kind of you. And I'm hoping Aunt Maria will give me some of the money from your estate. There's plenty to go around, after all," he adds, eyes narrowing. "I mean, I am your brother, after all, right? So that means I'm entitled to some of your fortune. The same amount our sisters are getting, I hope. I want what I'm owed." And there it is. He knows the truth, and he wants money.
"Who told you?"
Orion asks, voice breaking. "Ricardo called me," Bjorn admits. Or should I call him Dad now? He apologized for everything, and I came back here the very next day. Everything you did to me as your cousin is fucked enough, but as your brother...
I have done nothing to you," Orion replies, gritting his teeth together. "You're the one with a gun pressed to my head. I did nothing but try to help you. I gave you chance after chance, even when Cam knew better."
"What about what you have done as his brother?" I fire back, sick of him playing the victim. Imagine if you loved a woman and your psychotic brother was threatening to hurt her.
"I did lose a woman and my brother is the one who took her."
My jaw drops open. You lost me long before Orion found me. You lost me because you are a monster who treated me like shit. Stop blaming everyone else, Bjorn. He lives in his own world, one that is nothing like reality.
I'll blame whoever the fuck I want to blame.
My mind is whirling with ideas on how the hell we are going to get out of this alive when Orion suddenly rears his head back and hits Bjorn in the face. The gun goes flying out of his hands. Without thinking, I dive to get it, picking it up and directing it at Bjorn. My fingers are trembling, but I'll do whatever it takes to save my love.
"You don't have the guts to kill anyone,"
Bjorn says as he stands up off the floor and wipes away the blood from his nose. He says it like it's a bad thing, like I'm weak for it. And you know what? I'd never want to hurt anyone, but this man isn't just anyone. He's the one who is going to try to tear apart everything I love for the rest of my life. And he's also the one who showed me how to shoot a gun.
"I can't believe you came back. After all the chances I gave you, you break into my fucking house. Always fucking shit up, Bjorn. I don't know why I ever bothered trying to help you,"
Orion says to him, moving toward me. Bjorn will always be Orion's weakness because he is his blood. That's just another reason he needs to be gone. My finger lingers on the trigger, and if I'm honest, the only thing stopping me is the fact that I don't want to go back to prison. I point the gun toward the balcony. "Call the police, Orion." Bjorn glances between the two of us.
"I'm not going to prison."
"Yes, you are. And then you're going to be out of our lives forever. And you know what, Bjorn? The world is going to be a better fucking place without you in it." Orion gets his phone out from his back pocket.
"I'm calling now. They'll arrest his ass."
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't concerned how long he'll be locked up. It seems a more logical idea, but how long will it contain him? How long will he get for breaking and entering with a loaded gun in his hands? Not long enough. While Orion speaks to the cops, I move closer to Bjorn. "Looks like you'll be heading back to prison. How did that go for you last time? Maybe that man after you is back behind bars, too." A dash of fear flashes in his eyes, but he masks it.
"Cops are on the way."
Orion takes the gun from me and points it at Bjorn, pushing me behind him. The air is so thick with tension, and everyone is still on alert. Then, without warning, Bjorn dives at us, arms waving in the air, and on reflex, Orion pulls the trigger, shooting him in the chest. He falls to the ground, hands clutching at his chest, thick blood soon soaking his white t-shirt. Orion glances down at his hand, gun still held tightly, and curses under his breath. I take the gun from him, prying it out of his shaky hands. I don't want to help Bjorn, but Orion leans down to check on him.
"Fuck you,"
I hear Bjorn say.
"How could you do this to your own brother?"
Manipulative until the end, he starts to gasp for air, his eyes going wide. And then just like that, he stops breathing right in front of us, a pool of blood surrounding him. I still have the gun in my hand, frozen in my spot. He's dead. The man who has terrorized my life, in person and in memories, is now gone. He can't hurt me anymore.
"Fuck,"
Orion whispers, looking at me. He pulls me into his arms and holds me, squeezing me tightly.
"Thank God you're okay, Cam. I don't know what I would have done."
He looks over at Bjorn. "You did what you had to do," I whisper. "He was going to kill us." I'm in shock, and when Orion holds me again, I take a deep breath because I know it's finally over. I don't know how Orion is going to handle this, but we are safe. And that's all I can think about right now. The police arrive and take our statement. We tell them it was self-defense, and the ambulance comes and takes Bjorn's body away. Orion is understandably confused, both upset and relieved. "He was my brother," he whispers, and I know that's the part that hurts him the most. "But now he can never try to hurt you again. I should have handled this from the start. I'm so fucking sorry, Cam. It should have never gotten to this point. I just thought..." "That you could save him?" "No one could save him from himself," I say. That was his brother, but Bjorn never acted like it, and Orion can't hold him up to the standard he does the rest of his family. Orion is not a bad person, and this was not his fault. I can only hope that he comes to see that. Chapter 34. "Orion, where the hell are we going?" I ask, frowning. When he asked me if I wanted to go on an adventure, I said yes without wondering what that would entail. Now I'm wondering what the hell I've gotten myself into. It's been months since we lost Mom, and I was able to convince Dad to move to the city so he could be closer to me. Orion has been the biggest support, and I feel so lucky to call him mine. He struggled after losing Bjorn, whose death was declared a matter of self-defense, but he knows it was for the best. No one could help that man, brother or not, and now Orion's at peace about it. His mom still doesn't know the truth about Bjorn, and I think Orion is going to leave it like that. Orion spoke to his father, and Ricardo felt awful that he was the one to send Bjorn on that path. Their family is healing, and although Ricardo and Maria aren't going to get back together, maybe one day everyone will forgive him for what he did. Now I'm sitting in the car with a blindfold around my eyes while he drives me to who knows where. There better be food there. He laughs, but doesn't answer my question. I don't know what he's up to, but hearing the happiness in his laugh makes it worth it. He's obviously excited about wherever we're going, and he told me to pack a bag and that it's going to be cool, so to bring a jacket, and that's about it. "We're almost there," he promises. "I'm a little surprised you've lasted so long with that blindfold on." I was tempted to take it off, but I don't want to ruin the surprise, I tell him, tapping my feet. I'm excited, and I'm not lying. I really hope there's food there because I'm damn hungry. The car comes to a stop and he tells me to wait. My door opens and he undoes my seatbelt and lifts me into his arms, closing the door behind us and kissing me at the same time. He walks with me for a while and then finally stops and puts me down. "Jesus Christ, Orion, where are we?" I ask. He makes me wait a further few minutes and then comes to stand behind me, arms around me. "Can I take it off yet?" I ask, dying to see where we are. "In a minute," he replies, and I've never wanted to punch him more than I have right now. Eventually, he keeps to his word and pulls the blindfold off. My jaw drops open. Oh my... I take in the view before me. In front of us is a hot air balloon. "I've always wanted to do this," I tell him excitedly. "Me too," he admits. He smiles and carries me onto it, and I hold on to the edge as the man operating the balloon gets us ready for takeoff. Then the balloon starts to slowly climb in elevation, and our view is overlooking a stunning forest, the sun about to set. "This is the most beautiful view I've ever seen," I say. "It's breathtaking." I turn around to face him and see him lower onto one knee. "Cameron, I love you more than words can express. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me and the love of my life. I can't think of anything better than spending the rest of my days with my soulmate. So would you do me the honor of being my wife?" Oh my God. I didn't see this one coming. Things had been going great between us, and he even mentioned wanting me to move in with him, but I never thought he would be planning a proposal. We had never even discussed marriage before. Still, there is only one word that pops into my head. "Yes!" I blurt out, holding out my hand for him to slide the ring, a stunning pear-shaped black diamond, on my finger. It's beautiful. And it's so me. I love the black diamond, and I love that he chose something so original for me. It shows how much he knows me, and I love that even more.
Not as beautiful as you,
he says, standing and kissing me. With the view, the ring, and of course the man, a more perfect moment never did exist. I can't believe this is what you had planned, I say, smiling. I notice the balloon operator politely averted his eyes through our private moment, and for that I am grateful.
You didn't see it coming.
I shake my head. No, I didn't. I'm so happy, though. I can't stop looking at my ring and smiling at the fact that I'm going to be his wife. I love you, I say, choosing to look at him over the view. I can't believe you did all of this for me.
I can't believe how lucky a man I am,
he replies, cupping my cheek with his fingers.
I will love you until the end of time.
I don't think he is the lucky one. Epilogue. 2 years later. He is the cutest baby I've ever seen. He's even cuter than you were, Maria says to Orion, baby Levi in her arms. He has the biggest blue eyes, light hair, and a dimpled smile. I know I'm a little biased, but I have to agree, my son is adorable.
He's amazing,
my dad says, smiling down at him.
And Cam, motherhood suits you.
Thanks, Dad, I reply, ducking my head. We invited everyone to our house for dinner, and everyone has taken turns fussing over little Levi, and they all seem just as smitten as we are. Mom, stop hogging him, Isla says, frowning. We all want to cuddle too.
I've been waiting for this for years, so I'm going to enjoy it, Maria says, cooing at the baby who blows some raspberries at her. I could look at him all day.
You do look at him all day, Luna groans, looking over to Orion for some help.
Bro, come on. We want to love on our nephew too.
Mom, let them have a turn, Orion tells her, smirking. She does, but begrudgingly. This is going to be the most loved baby ever, and I'm so happy I can give him that. Fast and Fury has put the custom bikes on hold until I get back from maternity leave. Until then, they are still selling riding gear, motorcycles, and operating as a mechanic shop. I love them for it. Our wedding is next month, since Levi was an unexpected yet very welcomed surprise. We are having a garden wedding, and I couldn't be more excited. Sometimes I have to pinch myself that this is my life, because I never thought that I'd be here, or that I'd have so much. And because of a reckless one-night stand. This is Stella Bloom. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Custom Made by Chantel Fernando, presented by Carina Press and Harper Audio. This program was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2021 by Chantel Fernando. Production copyright 2021 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books S.A., all rights reserved. Thank you for listening.